Chapter 2351, God's Strength. Chapter 2351, God's Strength. Editor, read. What? You don't seem to care when you kill people, but when your people are killed, you react with such ardor? Said Lin Feng when he saw the members of the fire shrine looking at him icily. If Lin Feng hadn't suddenly understood something, Xiong Jiutian would have killed him. You really want to die that much? Said the saint of the fire shrine, Xiong Jiutian's teacher. He was furious. We want to die? Said the leader, smiling. Your saint got killed by someone who suddenly understood something? You intend to send your saints to avenge him? Of course, I understand how strong shrines are. You directly send big armies to fight your enemies. Welcome, said the World Clan leader. Xiong Jiutian's teacher frowned. The World Clan welcomed them? The World Clan had been silent for so many years. Why did they dare act so arrogantly? Did they think they could compete with the fire shrine? Lin Feng slowly walked forwards and stopped next to the World Clan leader. He smiled at the Shriners icily and said, Xiong Jiutian and Xiong Haya thought highly of themselves, but they brought about their own destruction. They deserved to die. We attempted the impossible, and it worked. Those people had no morals, no principles. They hadn't thought Xiong Jiutian and Xiong Haya would get themselves killed. Xiong Jiutian's teacher was staring at Lin Feng. He didn't sense any saint strength emerging from Lin Feng's body, but Lin Feng had really broken through, or he wouldn't have been able to kill Xiong Jiutian. He couldn't have been feigning before. However, it was possible to see that Lin Feng had broken through and regained a natural state. He had returned to the source, to his true self. He now looked completely ordinary, like someone who didn't practice cultivation at all. The members of the fire shrine had no choice to admit that Daimon was incredible, and that someday he'd reach a terrifying cultivation level. The shrine teacher started walking, but not towards Lin Feng and the others. He walked towards Xiong Jiutian's corpse. Even though Lin Feng had killed Xiong Jiutian's corpse was a precious treasure for the fire shrine. He had many saints' weapons, including weapons which he had won in the canonization area. Lin Feng didn't need them. He had broken through and had the great demon halberd of desolation which would allow him to become even stronger. Xiong Jiutian's teacher took his body away and left with the other members of the fire shrine. Shi Lianshan landed in front of Lin Feng, his eyes twinkling, and said, Daimon, you're really strong. You suddenly broke through and killed Xiong Jiutian. I couldn't kill him, which means you could probably kill me. Luckily, we're not enemies. Thank you very much for coming here today. Lin Feng smiled back. Shi Lianshan had come to help him even though he was from the Earth Shrine and had nothing to do with the World Clan. Getting involved hadn't been necessary. It wasn't much. You saved my life once. However, you killed Xiong Haya. It didn't really matter, but now that you killed Xiong Jiutian also and have suddenly broken through, things are different now. I don't think the fire shrine will leave the matter at this. You have to be careful now. Even though I am willing to help you, I can't ask the Earth Shrine for help, said Shi Lianshan honestly. Even though he was a saint, he couldn't ask the Earth Shrine to help Lin Feng fight against the fire shrine. Shrines didn't get involved in such things, especially since Lin Feng was a stranger to them. I understand. And I know that the fire shrine won't leave the matter at this, replied Lin Feng. Lin Feng had had no choice but to kill Xiong Jiutian and Xiong Haya. They wanted to kill him, so he couldn't let them live. That was his vision of cultivation. Be careful. Anyway, I can't do much more here. I'm off, said Shi Lianshan, and quickly left. Let's go down, Lin Feng said to the people on his side. The news that Daimon from the World Clan had killed Xiong Jiutian, a saint from the fire shrine, didn't spread anywhere because only a few members of the World Clan and a few members of the fire shrine had seen it, as well as Shi Lianshan. The members of the World Clan weren't the kind of people who went outside to brag about their military achievements, and the fire shrine wasn't going to tell people about something which was quite humiliating for them. Xiong Jiutian had just become a saint and Daimon had killed him. What a joke. Lin Feng was alert, however. After he returned to the World Clan wasn't afraid of the Fire Shrine coming to get their revenge at all. The army Lin Feng had obtained from the king of the 10,000 beasts was incredibly powerful, of course, but it wasn't strong enough to fight against a shrine and their saints. And shrines didn't lack for saints. The shrines of the imperial court of the continent of the Nine Clouds had been in existence since the ancient times. They had an incredible heritage, and many geniuses. Every generation, they had people who became saints. And saints, unless they had terrifying battles, didn't die. On the contrary, they kept getting stronger. There were more and more saints over time, unless great wars like in the ancient past occurred. Most of the time, they just didn't show up. However, Lin Feng was convinced that the Fire Shrine, as well as all the other shrines, had many saints. How many saints were there in the imperial court of the continent of the Nine Clouds, the supreme animal world, hell, or the continent of the Nine Clouds? Usually, they looked like ordinary middle-aged or old people. They went fishing, they had families, they had ordinary lives, and people couldn't see that they were saints. But they did exist in the world. Since the World Clan seemed to be unworried, Lin Feng didn't need to worry too much. He went to meditate in seclusion. Even though he was now terrifyingly strong, his cultivation level wasn't stable yet. Lin Feng was in his own world, floating in the air. He really had the feeling he was an authentic god this time. He felt free from inhibitions and happy. Spring, said Lin Feng. Suddenly, it was spring in his own world. Everything changed in his small world. Many people raised their heads. It wasn't cold anymore, the weather became mild, the mortals were astonished. That's genuine God Tao. My Tao is different from other people's Tao. God Tao is like celestial Tao. I can use to control everything. I am the celestial Tao of this world, whispered Lin Feng. He could see the whole world in his mind. He could also modify it as he wished. He could create oceans, cities, villages, forbidden territories, desert, and people in his world could go and explore those places. Naturally, many mysterious worlds, caves, weapons, and palaces appeared in that world. Now, the people had to find and explore them. Lin Feng enjoyed this feeling a lot. He modified his world for a while. It was quite enjoyable. After a time, he stopped and disappeared from there. After that, he reappeared in the imperial palace of Yangzhou City. Little Lin Feng, said Yu Menghe, smiling at him. How come it's spring all of a sudden? Mom, do you like spring? Asked Lin Feng, smiling. I prefer autumn. I love orange leaves. I feel natural and unrestrained in autumn, smiled Yu Menghe. All right, then autumn it shall be, said Lin Feng, nodded. Instantly, orange leaves appeared. An orange light appeared in the palace. Some orange leaves entered the palace through the windows. Yu Menghe was stupefied. Little Lin Feng, it's autumn now? So suddenly? Yu Menghe couldn't believe it. You've become even stronger, little Lin Feng, said Lin Hai, grinning. Father, smiled Lin Hai. Yu Menghe and Lin Hai had progressed a lot in terms of cultivation. Even if they didn't want to progress, it would be difficult. Master Lin Feng, you're getting stronger and stronger. You must be a legendary great emperor now, said Yishui, looking at Lin Feng admiringly. She had seen him grow up and become stronger. She was astonished each time she saw him. You underestimate him, said Xiaoya. Now, he just has to shout and he can kill ordinary great emperors. Don't exaggerate, said Lin Feng, shaking his head. Father, Mom, let's have a meal. All right, I'll go to the kitchen, said Yu Menghe, smiling and walking away. Lin Feng was so happy to spend time with his family. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2352, Studying Peacefully. Chapter 2352, Studying Peacefully. Editor, read. Lin Feng had a big meal with his friends and family members, and then continued studying. He was thinking, since his god Tao was the equivalent of celestial Tao in his world, he could probably make the population of his world sense cosmic energies too. Could he make them sense celestial Tao, too? He was like a god in his world, so could he help people become stronger, too? Lin Feng thought of the canonization area. That place could help people sense celestial Tao and become saints. In his world, he was celestial Tao. He could create such a place too, but first, he needed to understand all those things much better. Lin Feng was in a boundless place. There was a mountain suitable for cultivation. He was the only one who could go there, so nobody could disturb him. Lin Feng had his hands clasped behind his back. He looked at the sky. There was a mysterious chi that was the boundary of his world. Now, my world is complete. My body is celestial Tao, or God Tao in my world. Therefore, I can recover very quickly. When I fought against Xiong Tian, I noticed that no matter how explosive his attacks were, he couldn't kill me because the strength of my own world allows me to recover at an incredible speed. Xiong Tian's attacks were incredible, but he didn't even manage to injure me, Lin Feng murmured. He didn't feel like his body was a normal body with internal organs and everything. He had the impression his body was a whole world and that world was his life. He was already half immortal. Now that he understood that his god Tao was his own kind of celestial Tao, he needed to improve that strength. It was how he had easily killed Xiong Tian. It wasn't because the celestial Tao in his body was incredible that it had the same level in the outside world. If he bumped into very powerful saints, they would easily be able to kill him. In his own world, he was a god. In the outside world, he was a stranger. He didn't control the outside world. Last time, when I woke up from my dream, I understood God Tao and suddenly became much, much stronger. That's how I reached the God level. Now, it's the second time I broke through. I can say I have reached the second level of the God layer. I don't know how strong I can become, though, he thought. He was a forbidden person. He didn't have a real cultivation level. He could only guess, and he couldn't learn from other people. Now, with the celestial Tao in my own world, I am stronger here than in the outside world, which means I can create my own attacks, he pondered. His deployment spells had also reached an incredible level. He could cast deployment spells within milliseconds with the power of his mind. Could he improve his deployment spells? Lin Feng still had an endless number of possibilities before him. He could do whatever he wished. After studying for a long time, Lin Feng left his own world and went back to the World Clan to study in a cave. He was on a stone and suddenly opened his eyes. A terrifying celestial Tao had filled the air around him, before turning into a black cage made of God's celestial Tao. As expected, I can do it. Even without the celestial Tao of the outside world, I can use my own, but my strength is restrained. If an enemy's understanding of the celestial Tao of the outside world surpasses my understanding, then he'll be able to kill me easily, he thought. If he dragged people from outside into his own world, however, he'd be able to fight against and kill some terrifying opponents. Lin Feng continued studying. It felt like the first time he had understood God's strength. He had no cultivation level, he was his own God. But it was also a difficult journey, and a lonely one. "Father," said Alma as he landed in front of the cave, smiling when he saw Lin Feng. He was happy and asked, "Father, when your cultivation is stable, what will you do?" Lin Feng smiled and said, "You came at the perfect time. I wanted to see if you could come into my world." Alma and Lin Feng disappeared, reappearing in his world, at the mountain where nobody else could come. "Little boy, you're a demon dragon. You control demon and empty space strength. If I used my most powerful demon and empty space attacks, would it help you understand those two kinds of strength?" asked Lin Feng. Suddenly, Alma was in a dark world, surrounded by demons, aggressive, violent, brutal, all sorts of demons. Alma shuddered with fear. At that cultivation level, cultivators could only rely on themselves. The better their understanding abilities, the faster they progressed. Lin Feng now gave the opportunity to sense all sorts of strength. Father, you're so strong. You can now create cultivation places which are as advanced as some cultivation places you'd find in shrines or in the supreme animal world. Exclaimed Alma. In the supreme animal world, there were many places to practice cultivation, and he had tested out many of them. Lin Feng looked at the space. There was celestial Tao in his demon energies. He wanted to create Saint Luck for Alma to understand it. Of course, he needed to reach a certain level first. Even though he was like a god and understood all sorts of strength, he needed to think a lot to overcome all the difficulties. Alma roared and came out of the demon abysses. He said, Father, only a little bit more and I have the feeling you could create Saint Luck. Nah, I still need to progress a lot, replied Lin Feng, shaking his head. But I could make some mysterious worlds in my world. Of course, first, I need to improve my understanding of cultivation to create useful mysterious worlds. Alright, said Alma, nodding his understanding. I wish I could understand time strength and create special mysterious worlds to modify time. It would be great. Unfortunately, the time shrine disappeared a long time ago. There are only a few books about them in the shrine, and they're about acceleration and deceleration most of the time. They only contain threads of time strength, he sighed. Unfortunately, the time shrine had been destroyed, probably because they were too strong, so the other shrines couldn't let them live. Controlling time was something terrifying. There is time strength in Ganji's time, according to rumors. Nobody dares go into the depths of Ganji's time though, people are too scared they won't be able to come back, remarked Alma. He also wanted to see how powerful time strength could be. Time strength was an interesting kind of strength because it had nothing to do with the 5 elements. Time strength is the only thing which applies everywhere. Even though my world and the outside world are different, there is time strength in both. Even if they're not entirely the same, modifying time strength in my world seems impossible for the time being. He thought, his eyes twinkled. But time strength was something difficult to study. How did the cultivators of the former time shrine study time strength? Of course, there was nothing about that in the books. But maybe there were some incredible cultivators from the time shrine still alive? There were always details only known to insiders. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2353, Meeting with the Void Phoenix Clan. Chapter 2353, Meeting with the Void Phoenix Clan. Editor, read. The Fire Shrine didn't come to the World Clan to cause trouble for Lin Feng. It was like they had forgotten about Xiong Jiutian and Xiong Haiya's deaths. However, the strong cultivators of the World Clan didn't seem to think that the Fire Shrine would let Lin Feng off. Lin Feng practiced cultivation for a while calmly. His cultivation gradually became more stable. Lin Feng was confident, convinced that no half-saint could compete with him. He had faith in his god's strength. The World Clan received an invitation letter. The Fire Shrine and the Void Phoenix Clan were going to make their marriage alliance official. The cultivators of the World Clan didn't have a good premonition about it. Of course, they also showed it to Lin Feng. Even if it wasn't a good sign, Lin Feng had to know about it. When Lin Feng saw that letter, the old man in front of him said, "The Fire Shrine is probably looking for an opportunity to kill you, even if they didn't show it before." The Fire Shrine and the Void Phoenix Clan were getting closer and closer. Everybody in the northwest area knew it. Inviting the World Clan wasn't necessary at all. Of course, people knew that Lin Feng and Xing Feng were extremely close to one another, but they didn't know about Daimon and Xing Feng, so some people still wanted to know whether they had an intimate relationship or not. Maybe, said Lin Feng with a smile. But even if they want to kill me, could they resort to high-level saints to kill me? I'm not sure, I don't think so. There aren't many high-level saints. I don't think the Fire Shrine can easily send high-level saints to fight against you. Even if they could, I don't think they'd do it. There are limits, said the strong cultivator of the World Clan. Since it's that way, I'll go to the Void Phoenix Clan. I don't risk anything. Even if they send saints to fight against me, I should be able to get through in one piece, said Feng. The strong cultivator of the World Clan was floored, but in the end he smiled and nodded acceptance. Feng was very confident of himself. He was already convinced that low-level saints couldn't kill him. Of course, he also knew that Feng had terrifying saints' weapons. He had seen Feng kill Cheong Jiutian. What had surprised him the most was that Cheong Jiutian's attacks were so dangerous, but he hadn't managed to injure Feng at all. He smiled at Feng and said, "You became a saint, you understand celestial Tao, you transcended worldliness and attained holiness, but how powerful is your physical body, your saint's body?" "My saint's body?" repeated Feng. Actually, describing Feng's body with such a simple concept as saint's body wasn't enough. It was a euphemism. "It's all right," laughed Feng. The old man laughed too, and didn't ask more. The atmosphere was lively in the Void Phoenix Clan. The Fire Shrine wanted to make their marriage alliance with the Void Phoenix Clan official. There were many powerful groups in the northwest area who came to congratulate them. Even though they didn't understand why the Fire Shrine and the Void Phoenix Clan wanted to do something as useless as that, they still came. The Void Phoenix Clan and the Fire Shrine had already talked about that in the past. Why do it again? Anyway, the visitors still tried to look like they were having fun. Even the high officials of the Void Phoenix Clan didn't understand why the Fire Shrine wanted to have another meeting, but since they wanted to come and talk about the details of the marriage alliance again, why not? It wasn't anything negative. There were many guests out on a vast public field. In the front were strong cultivators from the Fire Shrine and the Void Phoenix Clan, chatting happily. Standing next to a saint from the Fire Shrine were two young people. One of them was Huixingzi, the other one was Huoling. Back then, the Fire Shrine wasn't sure about the potential grooms, and Xian Haya was a potential candidate. But he had been killed by Feng, so they decided to replace him with Huoling. The groom didn't matter anyway. To the Fire Shrine, the most important thing was to have a marriage alliance with the Void Phoenix Clan, and the Void Phoenix Clan didn't mind either. "Xing Feng and Jing aren't here yet?" "Poor Huixingzi and Huoling," said a saint of the Fire Shrine with a smile. "Brother Beishan, those two girls are really lucky. I already sent someone to call them." "They'll arrive soon," replied the leader of the Void Phoenix Clan cheerfully. "Huixingzi and Huoling are two geniuses, such cultivators are rare. They will become incredibly strong in the future." "I know, right?" Beishan Wang nodded. He looked over at the crowd. After a short time, Jing and Cheng Feng arrived. They looked furious. The members of the Fire Shrine were there, and they didn't want to see them. "You made Brother Beishan wait for such a long time," smiled a middle-aged man, Jing's father. "We don't want to get married to those people," said Jing icily, yet in a low voice. Even though she didn't want to, she knew that infuriating the Fire Shrine wasn't a good idea. The Void Phoenix Clan couldn't compete with the Fire Shrine. Therefore, she tried to control herself. "Insolent," said the middle-aged man in a low voice. He glanced at Jing and said, "It's the best thing which could happen to you in life." "That's what you think," spat Jing. "Get down," said the leader of the Void Phoenix Clan icily. Jing and Cheng Feng landed next to them, and were surrounded by guards. "Sorry, Brother Beishan, they're just joking," said the leader of the Void Phoenix Clan. "It doesn't matter, it's good to be a strong woman. They're perfect for Huixingzi and Huoling," Beishan Wang smiled. The crowd turned around and looked at them. Nobody knew what all those people were really thinking. At that moment, someone arrived discreetly. Huixingzi, who was drinking a cup of tea, turned around and looked at that person, frowning. His expression suddenly changed. People in the outside world didn't know that Daimon had killed Cheong Jiutian, but the members of the Fire Shrine did. Surprisingly, he came here. He's acting recklessly, thought Hua Xingzi. Many people from the fire shrine frowned when they saw Daimon. Bei Shan Wang recognized Daimon too. People from the fire shrine had all seen Daimon, either in reality or in illusions. Let's take Jing and Qing Feng back to the fire shrine today. That way, they'll be able to make friends with the young people of the fire shrine, proposed Bei Shan Wang, smiling indifferently at the leader of the Void Phoenix clan. The leader of the Void Phoenix clan didn't know what to say, he just smiled and nodded along. No problem, sounds good. The Void Phoenix clan seems impatient to sell their women to the fire shrine. Do you think the Void Phoenix clan will become stronger that way? Interrupted a voice caustically. The members of the Void Phoenix clan looked astonished and turned around, frowning at Daimon. This guy dared cause trouble? Insolent! Shouted someone icily. A few people suddenly appeared in front of Lin Feng, all from the Void Phoenix clan. Their eyes were filled with murder. Let him pass, said Jing's father casually. Those people moved away, but they looked angry. The middle-aged man smiled at Lin Feng icily. World Clan, Daimon. Indeed, replied Lin Feng with another cold smile. You came, you think the older members of the Void Phoenix clan won't do anything to you? Said the middle-aged man indifferently. He didn't know much about what had happened between Daimon and the fire shrine, but he hadn't asked either. Therefore, he didn't even know that Lin Feng had killed Xiong Jiu Tian. If you can, do it. You can try. But I think the only thing you're capable of is selling your daughter, replied Lin Feng mockingly. The man frowned. Interesting little boy. You came to the Void Phoenix clan to have a sense of presence. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2354, Fierce Battle. Chapter 2354, Fierce Battle. Editor, read. The leader of the Void Phoenix clan glared at Lin Feng icily. He was amazed. Daimon from the World Clan really wanted to die. The World Clan was in the northwest area like the Void Phoenix clan. Many people compared them all the time. Daimon had become famous, he was considered as a genius. Not many people in the Void Phoenix clan were that famous. Now he had come to the Void Phoenix clan to cause trouble. Did he want to die? Of course, he was the leader of the Void Phoenix clan, so he controlled himself. He said calmly, Daimon, you were invited to come today, we didn't invite you to cause trouble. If you're not here to enjoy yourself, leave. I don't like the way you act. You amazingly want to sell women to the fire shrine. I prefer warning you, forget about the marriage alliance, or the Void Phoenix clan will, Lin Feng said easily. The leader of the Void Phoenix clan was astonished. Daimon was threatening him? What an insolent little boy! Said the leader of the Void Phoenix clan, glaring at Daimon, you're a little boy of the World Clan. I will give you one opportunity only, kneel down and apologize. Otherwise, I will not be merciful, and nobody will be able to say I wasn't magnanimous. You think you can act like that just because you're old? Ridiculous, said Lin Feng dismissively. The leader of the Void Phoenix clan grew even more furious. Leader, you're too polite. Daimon is an evildoer. No need to talk to him, just get rid of him, said Jing's father casually. The people who had just let Lin Feng pass landed in front of him again and released an ice-cold chi. Phoenixes started whistling, 4 flames shot towards Lin Feng. The crowd looked surprised. Was Daimon going to die there? He didn't even try to do anything to protect himself. There's something wrong. He's still there. Noted someone. Lin Feng was bathing in the terrifying fireballs, and they didn't hurt him at all. Back everybody! Shouted Jing's father instantly. Their attacks couldn't do anything to Lin Feng, so continuing the battle was useless. If Lin Feng counterattacked, he might kill them. However, as Jing's father said that, terrifying flames surrounded those people. They didn't have time to react. Ah! They screamed as they burned alive. They were fire cultivators. They were supposed to have a great defense against fire attacks, but at that moment, they were burning and shrieking in pain. How terrifying! Saint's fire? The crowd frowned. They didn't understand. The 4 people had suddenly started burning, but it wasn't their flames. The middle-aged man moved too, turning into a beam of light. However, the 4 people were already dead. They're dead. The father's expression changed drastically. He pulled a long face. He stared at Lin Feng and thought, that was Saint's fire? However, he didn't sense Saint's strength emerge from Lin Feng, and that fire was different from anything he had seen before. Lin Feng was still standing there calmly. He hadn't moved from the beginning to the end. I underestimated you, thought the father, frowning. He released Saint's strength, which moved towards Lin Feng and oppressed him with fire celestial Dao. Lin Feng had the impression he was going to burn. Die, said the girl's father. The wind howled. A fire phoenix winged towards Lin Feng, full of celestial Dao. A gigantic firewall appeared in front of Lin Feng, then turned into an ice wall. The phoenix crashed onto it, but failed to pierce through. Destroy, said Lin Feng. The ice wall rolled forwards, freezing the phoenix and the deadly flames around it. Shang Lair. The father was astonished. Daimon had become a saint. Only a few years had passed, and he had become a saint. What a terrifying cultivation speed! Many people practiced cultivation their entire lives and never understood what celestial Dao was. However, Lin Feng had done it in a very short time. Daimon from the World Clan is a saint. The whole crowd was astonished. Only saints could compete with other saints. No wonder you're so arrogant. You're a saint now. But so what? Even if you're a saint, you think you can come to the Void Phoenix clan and cause trouble here? Ridiculous. There are level differences between saints as well, said the father, smiling icily. He flashed forwards, his whole body filled with celestial Dao. He stretched out his fingers and pointed at Lin Feng. An illusionary black fire fused together with the earth and sky and moved towards Lin Feng. Suddenly, a phoenix called out. The middle-aged man's fingers turned into phoenixes, trails appearing behind them. The energies were overwhelming. Oh wow, the attack is intensifying, thought the crowd as they retreated. Lin Feng slapped out, and a dauntless earth shield appeared, then moved towards the black fire phoenix and blocked it. The father's attacks couldn't pierce through Lin Feng's shield. How strong! Daimon is a saint? How come he looks so relaxed? I have the impression his attacks contain deployment strength. That shield contains a special kind of strength, but there's definitely deployment strength inside. The crowd now realized that Daimon was really strong. The girl's father released a mighty flame, and a black hole made of fire appeared. It started absorbing celestial Dao greedily, blazing furiously. That attack was really powerful, like he was trying to absorb the whole strength of the world. Saints' attacks are terrifying. The leader of the Void Phoenix clan frowned. That Daimon could fight against the girl's father? Daimon was really incredible. The father landed in front of Lin Feng. The black hole filled with phoenix fire crashed onto Lin Feng's shield. The vortex absorbed the shield and started to burn it. Lin Feng was in danger. How strong! The vortex was 100 meters high and contained a terrifying black phoenix fire. Lin Feng seemed like he could be overwhelmed any time. He's just become a saint. He obviously can't compete with a cultivator who has been a saint for a long time whose cultivation is stable. Daimon's opponent has been a half-saint for a long time already, and he's a disciple of the fire shrine as well, so he controls incredible fire attacks. Daimon could hold on so far, it's already a miracle. The crowd murmured. They already considered Daimon a dead man. At that moment, Lin Feng's eyes went pitch black, and suddenly, the middle-aged man had the impression the world around him was changing. He was now in a cave, in an empty world of darkness. How is this possible? He frowned. How could he end up in another world after a single glance? "You're not strong enough," said a voice indifferently. The middle-aged man's head started pounding. He sensed Celestial Tao move towards him, and the air was vibrating madly. He didn't know where the energies were coming from. Boom! A peerless strength smashed into him. His body trembled. In the outside world, his body was slammed away and he coughed up blood. How is this possible? The man couldn't believe his eyes. Daimon was in front of him and said indifferently, "If you weren't Jing's father, I would have killed you. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 2355, If anyone dares stop me, I'll kill them. Chapter 2355, If anyone dares stop me, I'll kill them. Editor, read. Daimon had easily defeated a man who had been a saint for a very long time. He was a saint of the Void Phoenix clan, and if he weren't Jing's father, Daimon would have killed him. When the crowd heard that, they were speechless. The World Clan had disappeared for a very long time. Now they were back in the imperial court of the continent of the Nine Clouds, and they had such a genius with them. They had heard about his battle against Huashan when they were just saint emperors. Only a few years had passed, and Daimon had completely changed. He could now crush some saints. What a beast! Jing's father looked at Lin Feng, visibly stunned. He had been a saint for so many years, his cultivation was stable, he understood Celestial Tao quite well, he had good fighting skill, and yet, someone who hadn't been a saint for a very long time had defeated him so easily. He felt humiliated. If it wasn't for his daughter, he would be dead already. Because of Miss Jing, I decided to let you live. However, even if you're her father, you can't force her to do anything. If she wants to join the Fire Shrine and get married to one of their cultivators, fine, but nobody can force her. I'm her friend and I really don't understand how her clan could sell her to the Fire Shrine. Are the members of the Void Phoenix clan the Fire Shrine slaves? Wondered Lin Feng calmly. Many people who had been invited looked amused. Even though they were from the northwest area like the Void Phoenix clan, they had come to give them face, not because they were excited to party with them. But now something interesting and funny was finally happening, they hadn't come for nothing. Daimon was humiliating them, awesome. The members of the Void Phoenix clan looked at him icily, especially the leader. This little boy had just defeated a saint of the Void Phoenix clan. He slowly turned around and looked at the strong cultivators of the Fire Shrine. However, some of the members of the Fire Shrine were laughing, others were smiling, some others looked calm, as if all this had nothing to do with them. It infuriated him. Did he have to solve this issue himself? Did the Fire Shrine want to see how strong they were? I'll take Qing Feng and Jing back to the Fire Shrine first. You can solve the issue appropriately, said Bei Shan Wang to the leader of the Void Phoenix clan calmly. The leader of the Void Phoenix clan was furious. How humiliating! Lin Feng had embarrassed them, and now the Fire Shrine wasn't helping at all. Shrines are shrines. They're proud. They don't care about the Void Phoenix clan, thought the leader of the Void Phoenix clan. He was disappointed. However, he couldn't tell anyone how he felt. He had to keep it to himself. The Fire Shrine didn't care about the Void Phoenix clan's face. All right, said the leader of the Void Phoenix clan. Take them away. He sounded furious. He wanted to insult Bei Shan Wang, but he couldn't. Bei Shan Wang smiled coldly. The Void Phoenix clan couldn't know that the Fire Shrine hadn't come for Qing Feng and Jing, they had come for Daimon. They hoped that the Void Phoenix clan would kill Lin Feng. That way, they wouldn't need to do anything. Nobody would be able to say that the shrines bullied younger people. Of course, if the Void Phoenix clan didn't manage to kill him and he escaped, the Fire Shrine would have an excuse to kill him. How shameless. The Void Phoenix clan is just watching their women get kidnapped. They really have no sense of honor and integrity, said Lin Feng icily. Shut up! Shouted the leader of the Void Phoenix clan, throwing himself at Lin Feng. The crowd heard a sonic boom. Lin Feng sensed a terrifying phoenix strength oppress him, despite the distance. Lin Feng stretched out his hands and his shield appeared again. Everyone heard it starting to crack, and his shield broke when the phoenix wings crashed against it. Dazzling wings moved towards him. Flames appeared around Lin Feng and he was driven backwards violently. He suddenly disappeared and reappeared far away in the distance, his heart pounding. Lin Feng touched his forehead. There was blood there, but he recovered almost instantly. He raised his head and smiled at the leader of the Void Phoenix clan. No wonder you're the leader of the Void Phoenix clan, you're only a low-level saint. You're a tiny little insect compared to the saints of the shrines. You can't contradict them if they say anything. You can only submit to them, and now you're releasing your anger on me, but... Daimon sounded like a real demon. He raised his hands and his great demon halberd of desolation appeared, demon strength surging out like a tide. The crowd all around was trembling. Demons were wailing furiously all around them. Lin Feng walked forwards. The Void Phoenix clan's leader looked at Daimon and saw only an evil smile and a terrifying weapon. It looked like the weapon of a demon king. Demons kept wailing mournfully. It wasn't very loud, but it was scary, and those mournful cries contained cursing strength. Empty space energy surrounded Lin Feng. He disappeared and a millisecond later, reappeared in front of the leader of the Void Phoenix clan. He raised his great demon halberd of desolation, which swept forwards as fast as lightning. A demon king roared in primal rage. Demon lights appeared all around. The crowd saw demons surround the leader of the Void Phoenix clan, even as cursing strength swarmed towards him. The face of the Void Phoenix clan's leader changed drastically. He felt he was in a demon ghost town. He could see rivers of blood all around him. He had the impression his mind was going to explode. Piss off! Shouted the leader of the Void Phoenix clan. At the same time, he withdrew, a phoenix's wings surrounding him. He tried to expel the demon strength from his mind, but the demon king continued roaring and the cursing strength contained a weird essence which made it hard to control his celestial Tao anymore. Break! A terrifying chi kept bombarded him. A fire sword appeared, even more dazzling than the sun. It hacked forwards, there was an explosion, and the fire sword broke apart. He was driven backwards violently. The crowd just saw the leader of the Void Phoenix clan crash back into a wall, and then shattering sounds followed. How strong! That demon halberd is overwhelming! Muttered the crowd. They were trembling. The leader of the Void Phoenix clan kept getting smacked around. Their attacks don't even influence their surroundings, they have a perfect control over their strength. Saint's strength is terrifying! Whispered the crowd. The figure of the Void Phoenix clan's leader flickered. Even those who were trying to take Jing and Ching Feng away were astonished. You dare bully me, a young cultivator? You think the Void Phoenix clan is imposing and awe-inspiring? Today, I will take Jing and Ching Feng, and we'll see who dares stop me. Said Lin Feng, holding his great demon halberd of desolation and walking forwards. Demon strength kept surging out. Daimon looked like a demon king, his eyes pitch black and dreadful. If anyone dares stop me, I'll kill them. Said Lin Feng, walking towards Jing and Ching Feng. He had come to take them away, he didn't want them to stay in the Void Phoenix clan. There was nothing good for them here. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2356, Mysterious Demon Skill. Chapter 2356, Mysterious Demon Skill. Editor, read. Qing Feng knew that Daimon was Lin Feng, so she was very happy and smiled. She didn't like the Void Phoenix clan. She had gone to the Void Phoenix clan only for Lin Feng. She was happy yet nervous, even if Lin Feng was extremely strong. Jing was confused. She didn't know that Daimon was Lin Feng, so she didn't understand why someone she had seen only a few times in her life would help her like this. But she was like Cheng Feng, she didn't want to stay in the Void Phoenix clan anymore. She felt angry and disappointed. She had never thought the Void Phoenix clan would treat Qing Feng and her like bartered goods. The clan didn't care about what they wanted, and her father had even decided to ignore her mother. Lin Feng stepped forwards. The leader of the Void Phoenix clan could only grimace. He had just been overwhelmed by Daimon. This guy had a great demon halberd of desolation and looked like a demon king with it. The members of the fire shrine continued remaining silent, as if all this had nothing to do with them. Everyone was looking at Daimon. He was so strong. The leader of the Void Phoenix clan, a low-level saint, had been defeated. Even if Lin Feng's saint's weapon was very powerful, the crowd knew that if he hadn't been strong, he wouldn't have been able to use it properly either. Even a low-level saint could have killed him. The leader of the Void Phoenix clan was growing more and more furious. The members of the fire shrine still said nothing. Nobody could help them. He had been attacked by Lin Feng, and if he had been a half-saint, he would have been killed. Lin Feng hadn't even used a saint's weapon against Jing's father and could have easily killed him. How humiliating, the Void Phoenix clan couldn't do anything against someone so young. Such a thing had never happened to them before. "If you don't piss off, I'll kill you," said the leader of the Void Phoenix clan icily, releasing phoenix fire energies which filled the air. A phoenix Taoist robe made of feathers appeared on his body. The leader hoped Daimon would leave. He didn't want to kill Daimon. "Empty words," said Lin Feng, glancing at him with his pitch-black eyes. He continued walking towards Jing and Qing Feng, the strong cultivators around them suddenly turning black. "Release them!" shouted Lin Feng furiously. The two strong cultivators there started trembling and sensed death invading their bodies. They saw illusions of death gods in their minds. Rivers of blood appeared in their minds, and they started transforming into demons before the two powerful saint emperors abruptly disappeared. In front of a saint emperor was nothing. Daimon could shout and kill them. Many people were dazedly wondering how long Daimon had practiced cultivation to become a saint. Insolent! The leader of the Void Phoenix clan was bathing in flames. A dazzling flame dashed to the skies. Fire was everywhere inside the Void Phoenix clan. In the distance, a phoenix-like curtain appeared and enveloped the whole clan. "What's that?" someone blurted out. A gigantic phoenix looked down at them, making them shiver. Was it a trump card of the Void Phoenix clan? What a terrifying chi! Lin Feng raised his head and looked at the leader of the Void Phoenix clan, unconcerned as he mused, "A saint's weapon which contains real phoenix blood? You want to die, so I will kill you," said the leader of the Void Phoenix clan. He stretched out his hand and a sharp phoenix sword appeared. It absorbed the strength of the earth and sky greedily. The sword became even more dazzling. The air began to hum strongly. The sword floated above the leader, containing a terrifying strength. How strong! That weapon is a saint's weapon of the Void Phoenix clan. It must have been absorbing phoenix strength for thousands of years. Daimon is doomed this time, thought the crowd. People started running away. They didn't dare stay too close. "Throw your saint's weapon away and cripple your own cultivation. I won't kill you," the leader of the Void Phoenix clan said to Daimon. How could Daimon possibly obey him, though? He stopped walking towards Jing and Qing Feng. He knew that he had to take care of the leader if he wanted to take Jing and Qing Feng away. "So you really want to see how powerful my great demon halberd of desolation is? A short time ago, I realized a terrifying peerless demon skill was inside it. If you want to continue fighting, we'll fight," replied Lin Feng. A black demon armor appeared around him. He grew to several times his former size, still holding the great demon halberd of desolation, which seemed to be keening in anticipation. People could sense that the weapon had been used to kill billions of people. It was filled with demon blood. That saint's weapon is the great demon halberd of desolation. Who was the initial owner? Why does Daimon have it? Wondered those who saw the ancient demon weapon. Did it really contain a terrifying demon skill? Since you're a peerless demon cultivator now, please, let's exchange views on cultivation, said the leader of the Void Phoenix clan icily. He raised his head and shouted, "Void Phoenix, lacerate!" An incredible number of sharp phoenix swords shot towards Lin Feng. The leader wanted to contain him and kill him. This attack could easily kill a half-saint. That saint's weapon is not bad, Lin Feng said dismissively. A strong wind filled with strength was blowing, surrounding Lin Feng and the great demon halberd of desolation. Lin Feng attacked with his great demon halberd of desolation, moving like the wind. Demons surrounded him and lunged towards the incoming phoenix swords. Die! The leader of the Void Phoenix clan jumped forwards and shouted loudly. A dazzling phoenix suddenly appeared in front of Lin Feng. Go! Lin Feng threw his great demon halberd of desolation, shaking the earth and sky. It rose up into the air and tore apart the phoenix in front of him. All the sharp swords around Lin Feng shattered like glass. The leader of the Void Phoenix clan suddenly threw himself at Lin Feng. A gigantic phoenix appeared behind him. Die! He punched out and an ancient phoenix moved towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng recalled his great demon halberd of desolation and walked forwards. He vanished. The great demon halberd of desolation created a terrifying wind around itself. Humph! The clan leader smiled icily. Many phoenixes appeared, but the great demon halberd of desolation destroyed them all, before the great demon halberd of desolation drove into his body. The crowd gaped. The great demon halberd of desolation had been driven into the leader's body? The leader of the Void Phoenix clan smiled icily and said, "Phoenixes are immortal, I have a phoenix body now, but..." He let the great demon halberd of desolation pierce right through him, and continued moving towards Daimon. Phoenixes fell upon the younger man. Die! A terrifying fireball smashed into Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng recalled his great demon halberd of desolation, and was driven backwards, coughing blood, paling a bit. A mighty life strength surrounded him. The leader of the Void Phoenix clan was stunned. He had barely injured Daimon with his attack. Lin Feng used his great demon halberd of desolation like a pole to rise up in the air and said icily, "Immortal, huh? I forgot to tell you that I had an immortal body. We'll see who's more immortal." He threw himself at his opponent again. Everybody was shaking. Their fighting abilities were terrifying, but their defenses were too. Did they both really have immortal bodies? Let's see if your immortal body can resist my great demon halberd of desolation skill, snarled Lin Feng as he lashed out in front of him with the great demon halberd of desolation. Everybody heard a berserk demon song. "Enjoy it," said Lin Feng. He disappeared and the great demon halberd of desolation moved forwards. Millions of demons appeared. Everybody started hallucinating. They saw corpses and blood everywhere. The terrifying demon song made everyone hallucinate. Countless demons. The great demon halberd of desolation contains a song, the Demogorgon Seriatim Symphony. Underscore 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 underscore. Note: before you Google it like I did, a seriatim is a music piece made for a small group of people. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2357, Taking Control. Chapter 2357, Taking Control. Editor, read. The Demogorgon Seriatim Symphony. The crowd was astonished. One of the 9 famous songs, a demon song, and the great demon halberd of desolation contained it, so it was even more terrifying. Everything turned into demon strength around them and absorbed the fire energy. Real demons appeared in the sky and chanted together in unison. It was overwhelming. The Demogorgon Seriatim Symphony summons real demons to fight, and the great demon halberd of desolation activated the song. Fought the panicking crowd. A terrifying demon holding a steel fork threw himself at a gigantic phoenix and cut it apart instantly. The other demons then all started ripping into the phoenixes with their steel forks. As expected, it's like when I fought against the 9 Netherworld's emperor back then. The great demon halberd of desolation contains the Demogorgon Seriatim Symphony. Did the great demon halberd of desolation already contain the Demogorgon Seriatim Symphony, or did the cultivator who created it put it inside? Lin Feng wondered. He didn't know. He cut apart everything around him while walking towards the leader of the Void Phoenix clan. The Void Phoenix clan's leader grimaced. That great demon halberd of desolation was too powerful, and it contained the Demogorgon Seriatim Symphony. A gigantic dazzling light appeared in the sky and illuminated the fire phoenix, which looked even more dazzling that way. Die, said Lin Feng icily. His demons moved in all directions, sweeping away everything. 4 demons charged towards the leader of the Void Phoenix clan. Golden lights surrounded the demons, and the air shrieked with them. The 4 demons attacked with the momentum of an avalanche, and at the same time, Lin Feng carried out a powerful attack with his great demon halberd of desolation. Millions of steel forks chimed in mad harmony. The Void Phoenix clan's leader's phoenixes broke apart. He shouted furiously and released more fire celestial Dao. The leader of the Void Phoenix clan was staring at Lin Feng. He really wanted to kill him. He flashed forwards, ignoring the demons. He wanted to kill Lin Feng. If he did, the demons would disappear and the great demon halberd of desolation would be his. A terrifying demon steel fork stabbed into his phoenix body, but he continued walking forwards. Was he really indestructible? Lin Feng was surprised. He looked at the phoenix on his opponent's body. Was it indestructible? Humph. Lin Feng grunted icily, and assaulted the phoenix silhouette around his opponent's body with his great demon halberd of desolation as he rose up in the air. You'll die. The phoenix instantly shot towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng was startled. His great demon halberd of desolation thrummed wildly. It crashed onto his opponent's head, but the man's head looked like an illusion and didn't break apart, bathed in phoenix flames. At the same time, a phoenix landed in front of Lin Feng and fire penetrated into Lin Feng's body. He had the impression he was going to burn to death. He released as much life strength as he could. Nobody could destroy him. He was the god of his own body. He controlled the vitality of his own body. Those 2 really have immortal-type bodies, swore the shaken crowd. This battle transcended worldliness already. It was awe-inspiring. Destroy! Shouted the leader of the Void Phoenix clan. He could sense that Lin Feng's body contained a special kind of strength. It was difficult to destroy his inner power. Lin Feng pulled a long face. Even with his own world's strength, he could recover quickly, but there were limits. If his opponent's celestial Dao was too powerful in the outside world, he couldn't do much. A demon attacked the phoenix. The phoenix became dimly discernible and weaker. I'll definitely kill you now, no matter what, said Lin Feng icily. He waved his hand and the great demon halberd of desolation turned into a light beam. There was a peal of thunder, and the phoenix exploded. The leader of the Void Phoenix clan was hurled away. Lin Feng moved towards him, his great demon halberd of desolation crashing onto his opponent's third eye. The leader instantly disappeared. He's dead? The crowd was astonished. The leader of the Void Phoenix clan was dead? On the day when the Fire Shrine had come to make their marriage alliance official, killed by a young man. If Daimon doesn't die, the World Clan will become a dazzling group, thought the onlookers. That fight just now had been just breathtaking. Who could stop Daimon and the Void Phoenix Clan? The demons turned into demon strength and flowed back into the Great Demon Halberd of Desolation. The Great Demon Halberd of Desolation disappeared. Many people were impressed. What an amazing weapon! How audacious! Said someone icily. The crowd was stupefied. They turned around and saw a strong cultivator of the fire shrine. It was Bei Shan Wang. He stood up and stared at Lin Feng while releasing chi. Daimon from the World Clan, you came today to cause trouble on the day of the marriage alliance between our shrine and the Void Phoenix Clan. We don't like bullying younger people, so we didn't attack you, but you're too insolent. You even killed the leader of the Void Phoenix Clan, and now you want to kidnap our women, said Bei Shan Wang icily. The members of the Void Phoenix Clan were all shaking with fury. Daimon had fought against them, the two duels had been tragic for them, and the fire shrine hadn't done anything. Now their leader was dead, and finally the fire shrine was intervening? Marriage alliance? The fire shrine wanted good relations with the Void Phoenix Clan? How ridiculous! The shrine had let their leader die. If they had helped and killed Daimon, that would have been fine. Everybody would have said Daimon wasn't strong enough. Brother, from now on, you're the leader of the Void Phoenix Clan, said Bei Shan Wang to Jing's father. He was surprised, but nodded. Everybody was even more shaken. Jing's father was a disciple of the Fire Shrine and just a son-in-law to the Void Phoenix Clan. He wasn't from the same bloodline. He was very close to the Fire Shrine, closer to the Fire Shrine than to the Void Phoenix Clan. And now Bei Shan Wang from the Fire Shrine said that? Just a few minutes after the leader's death? Two people appeared next to Jing and Feng. Those people looked ordinary, they had no chi, and actually had been there the whole time. Those people had regained a natural state, they have transcended worldliness and attained holiness? The crowd was astonished. Those people were definitely from the Fire Shrine. Daimon was furious. Had the Fire Shrine organized everything? Lin Feng looked at Bei Shan Wang, then he looked at Jing and Feng again. He looked furious. Finally, the Fire Shrine was going to act. First, why would you get involved in the relations between the Void Phoenix Clan and me? Second, when did Miss Jing and Miss Feng agree to become women of the Fire Shrine? Bei Shan Wang laughed and retorted, mind your own business, will you? I killed Xiong Haya. I even killed Xiong Jiutian, who had just become a saint. If you want to fight against me, continue sending people to me, no need to hide. I despise people like you, said Lin Feng smiling icily. Xiong Jiutian had become a saint and Daimon from the World Clan had killed him? No wonder. Bei Shan Wang ignored Lin Feng and said, take them away. After that, the strong cultivators of the Fire Shrine grabbed Feng and Jing. Lin Feng frowned. The Fire Shrine was going to attack? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2358, Lin Feng crushes saints. Chapter 2358, Lin Feng crushes saints. Editor, read. He waved his hands and his great demon halberd of desolation streaked across the sky. Lin Feng looked at Bei Shan Wang icily. A terrifyingly explosive chi emerged from his body and surrounded the great demon halberd of desolation. The great demon halberd of desolation was like the king of weapons. I told you, those who dare stop me will die, said Lin Feng. Terrifying lights flashed around him. It felt like the atmosphere had been about to explode. The great demon halberd of desolation streaked across the sky and pressed forward with an indomitable will. Bei Shan Wang was astonished. If Lin Feng didn't take Feng and Jing now, he would leave the matter at that. How arrogant. Since it's that way, I'll respond to your request, said Bei Shan Wang in a cold and detached way. Instantly, more silhouettes flickered. All those people were saints. The crowd trembled. The world was gigantic, but it was extremely rare to see so many saints at the same time. Only the shrines and the supreme animal world had that many saints. The other groups usually only had a few. At that cultivation level, battles were incredible. Those people were usually quite old, too. They stood at the very top of the continent of the 9 clouds. Lin Feng looked at the saints, startled. Those people's celestial Tao was incredible. The stronger people were, the deepest their connection to nature was. One saint was already incredible, but several. Very good. Let's see how strong the fire shrine is, said Lin Feng icily. Dazzling golden empty space lights flashed under his feet. Very quickly, a dazzling golden world appeared and enveloped everyone. Millions of dazzling threads of consciousness emerged from his third eye. Deployment spells, 1 millisecond and so many deployment spells, the crowd was trembling. At the beginning, they had sensed that Lin Feng's attacks contained deployment strength, now they could see it. Great Deployment Master's strength, 1 millisecond, and he can cast such terrifying deployment spells. He's not only a saint, he's also a great deployment master. Deployment lights surrounded everybody, the world became golden. Everybody was in a golden world, including the crowd. What a powerful deployment spell! The crowd was astonished. Someone touched the golden wall. It was extremely hard, like a golden rock or fortress. That person condensed strength and attacked the wall, but nothing happened. It can't be broken. I'm a cultivator at the top of the Shengdi layer, and I can't break it. I'm so weak compared to a saint, mumbled that person, astonished. Everybody around was astonished. That deployment spell was one of the 3,000 great deployment spells Lin Feng had learned, called the Great Atmosphere Sealing Imprint Deployment Spell. He had modified it with God's strength. It was even more resistant. Obviously, a saint emperor couldn't break it. Bei Shanwang was stupefied. He realized how scary that deployment spell was. He raised his hand and put a finger on the golden wall, and a strand of golden strength broke apart. He ran towards Lin Feng, but when he started running, he realized that the golden strand had reappeared. Oh no! He suddenly thought of something. He looked at Jing and Changfeng, but Lin Feng had already reacted. Right after having cast the deployment spell, he had taken them into his small world. He was the only one who could see inside that deployment spell, the others were blind in there. The man who was initially next to Qing Feng pulled a long face. He attacked a golden line, and it exploded, but when it disappeared, his face turned deathly pale. The great demon Halberd of Desolation was there, waiting for him. The great demon Halberd of Desolation beheaded him, then demon strength bombarded him and his body vanished. The great demon Halberd of Desolation continued releasing demon strength. Lin Feng looked like a demon god. He recalled the great demon Halberd of Desolation and looked at another saint, the one who had oppressed Jing. The fire shrine forced me to do that, said Lin Feng flatly. His great demon Halberd of Desolation continued moving forwards, piercing through a golden pillar and punching through that cultivator's head like the hook of a fishing rod. The saint didn't have time to dodge, he died instantly. Lin Feng realized that Bei Shanwang was also getting involved, charging forwards to kill him. However, Lin Feng just smiled icily. Bei Shanwang was a low-level emperor. The fire shrine had underestimated him, and the consequences were going to be tragic. Lin Feng pierced through a golden pillar. It was his own deployment spell. It didn't stop him. He could do as he wished here. When Bei Shanwang arrived where Qing Feng was supposed to be, he realized that she had already disappeared. Daimon had already taken her away. He turned around and looked at the sky. The best choice was to escape from there. Bei Shanwang rose up into the air. However, at that moment, a terrifying strength surrounded him, and a gigantic fire shield appeared to protect him. The fire shield broke apart. The great demon Halberd of Desolation continued moving towards him. Bei Shanwang turned around, shattered a pillar, and flew up again. He had been so startled that he was covered with cold sweat. How scary! There was a rumble and eruption as he broke through the deployment spell and flew higher up. Bei Shan Wang looked at the ground, seeing the gigantic golden deployment spell. If he hadn't come out, he would have died, because he couldn't see anything inside dash. Oh no, the others, Bei Shan Wang hissed. He was soaked with cold sweat. Other saints had come besides him. He was the only low-level saint in the group, but they had thought that he alone would be able to kill Lin Feng. Nobody had thought things would turn out this way. A terrifying fire gathered in the sky. Bei Shan Wang condensed celestial Dao. A gigantic black hand appeared and descended from the sky. Destroy! Shouted Bei Shan Wang furiously. The gigantic black hand smashed into the deployment spell from outside to help the others escape. At that moment, terrifying golden empty space strength swept everything away, and the sealed empty space deployment spell turned into illusionary empty space strength. It was as if it didn't exist. No, screamed Bei Shan Wang. He saw the terrifying great demon halberd of desolation streak across the sky. The others weren't as lucky. The gigantic black hand smashed down on so many people and killed them instantly. That was where Lin Feng was a moment before, but he had moved. People from the Fire Shrine and the Void Phoenix clan were there, so that gigantic black hand killed many of them. The destructive clouds slowly dispersed. However, another great deployment spell appeared. Bei Shan Wang looked at it, his mouth twitching. Lin Feng looked at him provokingly before disappearing into the great deployment spell. He could cast deployment spells in the blink of an eye. Bei Shan Wang felt powerless. Uncle Bei Shan, said a saint, arriving next to Bei Shan Wang, one of his arms missing. Bei Shan Wang had done it with his gigantic black hand. Bei Shan Wang looked at him and said, "I'm so sorry for you. I feel so sorry I made you all come today." "Uncle, we must destroy him and the World Clan," said the saint. His eyes were filled with murder. At the same time, some chi rose in the distance. Maybe that the Fire Shrine had realized there was a terrifying cultivator here, so they had decided to send some backup? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2359, Ancient World's Hidden Strength. Chapter 2359, Ancient World's Hidden Strength. Editor, read. Bei Shan Wang and the saints of the Fire Shrine turned around and watched three people arrive. Bei Shan Wang pulled a long face. Those three people were his fellow disciples. All of them were extremely strong. They had probably seen saints' talismans break apart and rushed over. Even though they were here, Bei Shan Wang didn't look happy at all. Saints had died, and the worst thing was that he had killed them accidentally. It was a tragedy. If he went back to the Fire Shrine, he'd be reprimanded severely. "What's going on?" the three people asked. They were staring at Bei Shan Wang. He felt pressured, not physically, but on the inside. What to say? That a young man who had become a saint a short time ago was difficult to deal with? Uncle, Daimon from the World Clan is a great deployment master. His deployment spells are terrifying and he can cast them within seconds. He put us in a cage and started chasing us to kill us. When I was inside, I couldn't see anything anymore. Uncle Bei Shan saved me, said the other saint. Bei Shan Wang glanced at him. This little boy didn't disappoint him. Great deployment master? The few people said icily, is there anyone else? They're all dead, replied Bei Shan Wang. He pulled a long face. So, let's destroy the deployment spell, said that person icily. Bei Shan Wang nodded. That's what I was thinking. We break the deployment spell and we kill Daimon. Then, we can go to the World Clan and destroy them as well. Otherwise, the consequences could be severe. Lin Feng could hear them perfectly. He was still holding the great demon halberd of desolation. The situation was getting dangerous. The strong cultivators of the fire shrine had arrived too quickly. They were all low-level saints, no weaker than Bei Shan Wang, especially the one who had just talked. His chi seemed more powerful than the others. Even Bei Shan Wang seemed to respect him. He couldn't do much against a group of people like that, even with the great demon halberd of desolation. Besides, the members of the fire shrine were shameless. They had caused trouble, they had prevented him from leaving, then he had protected himself, and now they wanted to destroy the World Clan. Lin Feng turned around and looked at someone in the deployment spell. It was Jing's father. Even though Lin Feng wanted to get rid of him, he was Jing's father, and if he died, she'd blame him. He landed in front of the man. You? Her father looked furious, but Lin Feng said, "If you don't want to die, don't attack me, go now." Then, he grabbed him and rose up in the air. The middle-aged man was stunned. He saw some strong cultivators from the fire shrine. They were about to attack. "Daimon, let me go," said the middle-aged man in relief. He almost felt grateful. "Over there!" shouted someone. The middle-aged man's silhouette flickered. He moved back. He saw a gigantic hand which moved towards the deployment spell and crushed it. After the deployment spell broke apart, the attack continued pressing down. People in the deployment spell saw a terrifying destructive hand descending, their faces turning deathly pale. They were going to die. "No!" shouted people desperately, but it was too late. A low-level saint was too strong for them. People who weren't saints died instantly. They all died, one after another. Many people from the Void Phoenix clan perished. When the middle-aged man saw that, his face turned deathly pale and he pulled a long face. So many people from the Void Phoenix clan died, just because the strong cultivators of the fire shrine wanted to kill Daimon from the World Clan? Was it worth it? A gigantic great demon halberd of desolation streaked across the sky. When all the destructive strength dispersed, Demon Shi rose up. Lin Feng raised his head and stared at the saints of the fire shrine icily. "Not bad, it's such a pity that you're from the World Clan though," said the strong cultivator next to Bei Shan Wang, sighing. It was such a pity this guy was from the World Clan. They were enemies with the fire shrine, and he had killed people whose family name was Cheong. Such a genius was going to die. Lin Feng smiled coldly. Did they think they were going to kill him now? I think it's even worse to be from the fire shrine. So many people from the fire shrine died today, you think it's awesome to be from the fire shrine? Replied Lin Feng mockingly. His interlocutor remained composed and replied, "Their deaths will lead to your death and the destruction of the World Clan." "How arrogant," said a voice at that moment. The strong cultivators of the fire shrine were startled and spun around. They saw someone arrive slowly. His chi was terrifying and filled the air. The strong cultivators of the fire shrine were stupefied. The atmosphere around the new arrival seemed to be sealed. World strength? The Shriner's expressions changed suddenly. Someone from the World Clan had come? Did they think they could compete with the fire shrine? The air hummed and wavered. Strong cultivators arrived out of nowhere. The expressions of the fire shrine's members changed drastically, frowning and staring at all those people. Lin Feng was astonished, too. Those people were from the World Clan? Since when did the World Clan have so many saints? How strong is the World Clan? Last time, when I killed Xiang Jiutian, I was in danger, and the World Clan didn't send anyone. Now they're showing their real strength because the fire shrine is threatening me. Lin Feng was astonished. He hadn't thought the World Clan had become so strong. How strong is the World Clan? One of the fire shriners asked icily. You really consider yourselves unexcelled in the world? You despise the World Clan, said a strong cultivator flatly. The members of the fire shrine had to admit that it was the truth. So what do you intend to do now? Asked the one next to Bei Shan Wang coldly. The fire shrine said they wanted to destroy the World Clan, what do you think we want to do? The members of the fire shrine were even more astonished. Was the World Clan saying they wanted to destroy the fire shrine? The World Clan dares act that arrogantly? We have to be intransigent. You just said you wanted to destroy the World Clan, what should we do? TSK, said the strong cultivator of the World Clan, smiling coldly. Even if the World Clan gets destroyed, you guys won't see it. The World Saints moved towards the Fire Saints together. Their world strength blotted out the sky. The Fire Saints were stupefied. One of them looked at Lin Feng and blurted out, said, "Capture him." The air hummed. All the saints of the fire shrine threw themselves at Lin Feng. They wanted to capture him to threaten the World Clan. How cold! Lin Feng's great demon halberd of desolation swept out, and a demon doubt trail appeared in the sky. A terrifying fire hand imprint bombarded his demon strength and destroyed it. The fire saints flashed towards him as fast as lightning. "Stay here," said the fire saints. Celestial Tao surrounded Lin Feng. Lin Feng couldn't escape anymore. "Be careful." World lights encircled the fire saints. The strong cultivators of the World Clan flashed in and surrounded those people, but the members of the fire shrine were very fast. "Go in." A cage of darkness emerged from Lin Feng's eyes and the fire saints ended up in a cage, but they destroyed it instantly. "Die." A light beam dashed to the skies. Lin Feng released empty space and wind strength, then he condensed it in his great demon halberd of desolation and then his weapon hacked towards Bei Shan Wang. "Piss off!" shouted Bei Shan Wang furiously. A shield appeared. He wanted to block Lin Feng's attack, while at the same time, fire dragons appeared in his eyes. Lin Feng's soul shook and fire energies appeared inside him. A terrifying destructive strength surrounded Lin Feng. Bei Shan Wang's fellow disciples were too strong. That great empty space technique. Lin Feng released empty space strength and threw his great demon halberd of desolation at the same time towards Bei Shan Wang's shield. Bei Shan Wang moved back, but someone appeared just above him, attacking him from above. The great demon halberd of desolation pierced through his body, and his face went blank. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2360, Enigmatic and Unfathomable. Chapter 2360, Enigmatic and Unfathomable. Editor, read. Bei Shan Wang was attacked by a strong cultivator of the World Clan and Lin Feng together, and died. But Lin Feng was still in danger. He recalled his great demon halberd of desolation, and two more cultivators of the fire shrine attacked him. He used his great demon halberd of desolation again, but they destroyed the attack quickly. Lin Feng was already coughing blood as he was attacked repeatedly, his face turned deathly pale. If he hadn't had an immortal body, he would have died instantly. The saints of the World Clan arrived close enough to attack, their world lights surrounding the fire saints. The latter ended up in another world. The strong cultivators of the World Clan have a similar strength to mine. They use their worlds to deal with opponents. I can't even see anything with my godly awareness, he thought, impressed. The saints of the World Clan had completely disappeared into the world lights, which were flaring and surging. The battles inside were probably crazy. "Come back!" shouted Lin Feng to the great demon halberd of desolation. The great demon halberd of desolation came back into his hand. There were world lights where Bei Shan Wang was a minute before, so Lin Feng jumped into that ancient world. A world in a world. Lin Feng raised his head. It was a world in a strong cultivator's world, and they were fighting inside. The strong cultivators of the World Clan were incredible. Lin Feng didn't really understand them, but it seemed the strongest cultivator of the group of people from the World Clan had nothing to do, he was just blocking the members of the fire shrine. Seems like I underestimated the World Clan, he mused. No wonder that they had let Lin Feng walk around in the imperial court of the continent of the Nine Clouds as a member of the World Clan. They had been prepared already. The battle lasted for a long time before finally, the world lights flared a last time, dispersed, and the saints of the World Clan reappeared. "Daimon, let's go," said a strong cultivator of the World Clan. World lights surrounded Lin Feng and they disappeared. Inside the other world, Lin Feng asked, "Did you kill all the saints of the fire shrine?" "Yes, we avoided killing just one or two, we killed them all at the same time. That way, when the fire shrine found out about it, it was already too late to come," replied the saint. Lin Feng was impressed. What a great strategy and result! It was difficult to kill everyone at the same time. The strong cultivators of the World Clan were enigmatic and unfathomable. "But the fire shrine will know the World Clan killed their people, right?" asked Lin Feng. "The issue is solved. Our strength resides in our hiding abilities. If we want to hide, even shrines can't find us," said the saint with a confident smile. Lin Feng agreed. World strength was incredible. They could indeed hide easily. Before they even arrived, they had already gotten ready to kill saints, otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to plan everything. "The World Clan hid for such a long time, I didn't think you'd be so well prepared," Lin Feng grinned. Someone behind smiled at Lin Feng and said, "The World Clan had been hiding for such a long time, but what about the cultivators of the World Clan? Maybe they were in the outside world, but didn't say they were from the World Clan." Lin Feng nodded, "Maybe. Maybe you are famous. Maybe if you told people your names, they'd know you. But nobody understands the details and nobody knows your real social status. They just consider you members of the World Clan. The World Clan has been waiting for an opportunity for such a long time. I initially wanted to wait for Lang Yi to become strong enough, but then you showed up, so we didn't wait for him. And it's better, this way, he doesn't have so much pressure. He'll need more time to become like us and catch up." What happened in the Void Phoenix clan spread throughout the imperial court of the continent of the Nine Clouds quickly. People used jade talismans to communicate, so the news spread quickly. In a few days, many people received messages about it. It had been a very long time since something like that had happened in the imperial court of the continent of the Nine Clouds. The fire shrine had lost a dozen saints, including 4 low-level saints. It was a disaster for them. Some people started casting greedy eyes on the Void Phoenix clan, since their leader had been killed. And surprisingly, all of this had happened because of a young man who had shown up a few years before, Daimon from the World Clan. Back then, he had defeated Xiong by the Emojia's battle stage. A few years had passed, and then he had become much stronger than Xiong. Some people also said that he could kill half-saints alone, because he wasn't only a saint, he was also a great deployment master. The fire shrine was furious. They sent some high-level saints to the World Clan, but the World Clan had vanished. They were prepared, and the fire shrine couldn't find them anymore. This time, not only the fire shrine was astonished, but the other shrines, too. In a hall of the Ice and Snow Shrine, someone wearing a snow robe said to someone else, "What do you think about the World Clan?" The fire shrine and the others forgot how the World Clan disappeared back then during their golden age. They all despised the World Clan, and the consequences were tragic. So many years have passed, people from that era have all died, so people don't know how strong the World Clan was during the Golden Era. The fire shrine seems to have completely forgotten about it," said the other one, laughing. So many years had passed and the World Clan was starting to take their revenge. They wanted to destroy the fire shrine someday, too. I don't think the World Clan can be that strong. They might be able to compete with some shrines, but they can't destroy a shrine, someone countered. Who knows? Everything is possible in this world. Daimon was a big surprise. Besides, there are geniuses in every generation, including the World Clan. 1,000 years ago, where did that demon go? The mysterious 3 lives? Who was he? How strong was he? Asked another strong cultivator in his snow robe casually. Everybody remained silent and nodded. Anything was possible in the imperial court of the continent of the 9 clouds. I have the feeling that the imperial court won't be calm for much longer, murmured a cultivator in a snowy robe. The destiny wheel rotated, the forbidden person disappeared. Shu Chen Xiu is in the supreme animal world. Daimon went to the supreme ancient pit of hell, came out alive and obtained the great demon halberd of desolation. The world clan reappeared. How much longer will the continent be calm? The world clan didn't know about what was going on there. They were in a dimly discernible mountain range surrounded by fog. It was a world in a world. The whole world clan had moved there. The imperial court of the continent of the 9 clouds was boundless. They had just chosen a random place. It was so vast, even the shrines couldn't find them easily. Lin Feng was in a world within a world. Next to him were 2 beautiful women, Jing and Qing Feng. Jing knew that Daimon was Lin Feng now, and was astonished. No wonder that Qing Feng was drawn to him, he was so strong. How is the Void Phoenix clan now? Asked Jing. It was her clan. Even if they were cruel to her, she would miss them. The leader has been killed, many people died. But I released your father. The Void Phoenix clan is going to go through many hardships. The fire shrine might take control over it, replied Lin Feng. Jing remained silent. Indeed, the Void Phoenix clan had accepted an alliance with a shrine. It was a mistake. Daimon, said someone at that moment. Lin Feng turned around. This time, the fire shrine won't let the world clan off. Do you intend to hide again? Asked Lin Feng. The other smiled and shook his head. No. We came out, and we won't continue hiding. When Lin Feng saw that smile, his heart twitched. He was amazed. How strong was the world clan? And he didn't understand, if the world clan could really compete with the shrines, why did they do things slowly? Why did they do things that way at all? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2361, Godly Weapon Master. Chapter 2361, Godly Weapon Master. On that day, a guest came to the World Clan, and the old man of the World Clan brought him to see Lin Feng. That young man was wearing clean white clothes with complex patterns that looked like constellations. His chi made him look extraordinary. I've heard that Daimon has slaughtered saints from the fire shrine recently. You must be Daimon. The young man smiled at Lin Feng, without waiting for the old man to introduce them. He looked like a respected scholar. I didn't slaughter saints. I just managed to kill some people who had just become saints, and it wasn't easy. Who are you? Asked Lin Feng. He was very curious. Behind that young man were some of the saints from the World Clan who had helped him kill the remaining saints of the fire shrine. They seemed to respect the young man a lot, which made Lin Feng even more curious. Daimon, you've spent some time in the imperial court of the continent of the 9 clouds already. You must have heard about His Holiness Aotian. The old man of the World Clan smiled. Lin Feng was startled. He had read many books in the Fortune Shrine, and had obviously read about His Holiness Aotian. This person had really reached the very, very top of cultivation. He was really a peerless saint, a king of kings, a sage of sages. But he didn't like wealth and fame, and he rarely appeared in the continent of the 9 clouds. If he wanted to, he could easily create a shrine. And His Holiness Aotian had a nickname, the Godly Weapon Master. He was the only person in the whole world called that. He was the best weapon maker in the world. The Godly Weapon Master? Murmured Lin Feng, looking at the old man. Indeed, His Holiness Aotian, the Godly Weapon Master. The old man beamed. The young man said to Lin Feng, Master Aotian has 3 main disciples. They're all weapon makers and they're really good at it. They can make incredible and powerful high-level saints' weapons. This young man is Weapon Master Kong's disciple, Huai. Weapon Master Kong is one of Master Ao Tian's 3 disciples. Weapon Master Kong, Lin Feng had heard that name before. Kong had an extremely advanced knowledge of empty space strength. He could make incredible saints' weapons using empty space strength. His Holiness Ao Tian, the godly weapon master, was almost considered a god, and his disciples had received all his teachings. They also didn't appear often in the outside world. They all had an incredible prestige and influence, and could easily create an influential group, but the godly weapon master didn't want to. He preferred focusing on weapons. He wanted to surpass himself all the time, and create even more powerful weapons. Lin Feng was surprised. What was this young man doing here? If he was here in the World Clan today, it proved one thing: the World Clan had never really disappeared. Their members had just been traveling the world with different identities, not as members of the World Clan. I've heard great things of the godly weapon master. If I have the opportunity, I'd love to meet him in person, said Lin Feng, express his respect. But Huai shook his head and smiled wryly. To tell you the truth, even I, as one of his disciples' disciple, I've only seen him once. Seeing him is almost impossible. The godly weapon master wants to make the most powerful weapons in the world, so he is in constant need of the best materials in the world and is constantly traveling. Seeing him is not easy, said the Saint of the World Clan. Weapon Master Kong had Huai come to the World Clan to bring us weapons. It's already an incredible honor. You're too polite. And I'm just doing as my master asked me, Huai replied calmly. Even though he was a saint and had an extraordinary social status, he wasn't proud and arrogant at all, but rather easygoing. The godly weapon master and all his disciples are very reliable. Everybody knows that, said the Saint of the World Clan. That was also one of the reasons why they had so much prestige and influence, because many people ordered saints' weapons from them. It was mutually beneficial. When doing business, being reliable was essential. Therefore, even the most talented people in the world often gave the godly weapon master their best materials as gifts. In return, he made weapons for them. They didn't have to worry about him being greedy or anything. Come, let's walk and chat at the same time. The group of people began a tour of the World Clan. Huai said to Lin Feng, Daimon, I've heard that when you killed the saints of the Fire Shrine, you used some incredible deployment spells. You must be a great deployment master already. There are many extremely strong cultivators in the world, but there are very few great deployment masters, and deployment spells are necessary to make weapons. I'm sure you could make great weapons. I am not a weapon maker. If I tried, it would have a negative impact on my cultivation, Lin Feng demurred. The only time I met my teacher's teacher, he said that on the path of cultivation, everything has the same root, and if you can return to the source, then you can do anything. Unfortunately, I'm not smart enough. I didn't manage to grasp what he meant. Nobody can compete with the godly weapon master in the world. He's a peerless cultivator, and incredibly strong, sighed the Saint of the World Clan. I suppose he means that weapon fabrication and cultivation are the same thing. Unfortunately, I am not talented enough. Maybe, said Huai smiled. At that moment, the ground started trembling, as if an incredible strength was destroying the sky. The Saints of the World Clan raised their heads, not surprised at all. The members of the Fire Shrine are faster than we thought. Fire Shrine? Repeated Lin Feng, the World Clan has incredible hiding abilities. How did the Fire Shrine find us? If we didn't want them to find us, we would have naturally hidden better, said the Saint, smiling meaningfully. Lin Feng was surprised. The World Clan had done that on purpose? Let's go. It's perfect timing anyway. The Saint's weapons Huai brought us today were precisely in prediction of the Fire Shrine's arrival. We'll try them out, said the Saint of the World Clan. Fissures appeared in the sky. A group of people passed through and arrived in the foggy and misty world of mountains. The Saints of the Fire Shrine released a terrifying chi, one of them prominently. It was like he could burn the whole world within seconds with the power of his mind. The members of the fire shrine were shocked to see there was a Saint of the World clan in front of them, looking quite calm. He was holding an empty space picture scroll. It seemed that the empty space picture scroll contained a world, with mountains and rivers inside. The most startling thing was that there was a strong cultivator inside, trying to destroy that world. "What kind of weapon is that?" asked a strong cultivator of the fire shrine coldly. "You want to have a look?" The Saint of the World clan smiled. He released world lights, which surrounded him. He immediately disappeared, as mountains and rivers appeared and turned into a world. "Back!" shouted the intruders explosively. However, the Saint of the World clan was standing at the top of a mountain and asked, "Where do you want to go?" The area finished turning into a world, and world strength spread out quickly. The world turned into a gigantic black hole. The strong cultivators of the fire shrine kept fleeing, but even with their speed, they could not escape, they could only tread space. "Go in," said the Saint of the World clan coldly. World lights surrounded that cultivator. He was struggling to escape, but he was already in that picture scroll. He didn't know he was inside that terrifying saint's weapon already. "Let's go," said the other members of the fire shrine. They all released fireballs. "Since you came here, why would you want to leave?" asked the Saint of the World clan with a cold smile. The world stretched across the sky and moved towards them faster than they could run. The strong cultivators of the fire shrine all pulled a long face. The World clan is already so strong, and they have such terrifying saint's weapons. How fearsome, thought that saint. He continued running away while releasing fire strength around him. His fire was black and raged into the distance, and he finally managed to break free of the world lights. The others wanted to escape, but the Saint of the World clan wasn't going to let them go, as his hand descended from the sky. He was a saint, he was incredibly strong. The intruders couldn't do anything but let go and let themselves get absorbed by the world of the saint's weapon. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2362, 3 Great Disciples. Chapter 2362, 3 Great Disciples. The members of the fire shrine had come, and once again, it was a tragedy for them. Only one person managed to escape, a terrifyingly strong high-level saint. A breach slowly appeared in the world in front of him, and the Saint of the fire shrine didn't dare to get close. He kept releasing fire strength. What a terrifying saint's weapon! He was staring at the world. That saint's weapon was dreadful, especially when a high-level saint used its full power. The fire shrine had lost once again. Their defeats were getting more and more tragic. Not many people from the fire shrine could actually compete with such a terrifying enemy. Besides, was he the strongest cultivator of the World clan? The World clan had disappeared for so long. How come they were so strong? "What do you intend to do with them?" demanded the Saint of the fire shrine, staring at the weapon. The saints were still attacking. They didn't know they were in another world. "So, this time, I just wanted to tell the fire shrine that even if you're strong and are considered extremely strong, you keep provoking the World clan. You don't respect us, you even despise us. But, can you destroy us?" The Saint of the World clan calmly. "Your shrine lost some saints, you lost face, you can't forget about it, so now you want to destroy us. But let me tell you, if the fire shrine continues trying to destroy the World clan, they'll just bring about their own destruction. I'm going to send those people back, but I hope that in the future, you'll remember that." The Saint of the World clan waved his hand, and suddenly, he flung the strong cultivators of the fire shrine who were stuck in the weapons world away. They were all stunned, but as soon as they came out, they released a terrifying fire, turning the sky red. "Stop!" shouted the high-level saint sharply. He glanced at them and said, "You're shameless. Let's go back." The saints all pulled a long face. They were all incredible saints, The World Clan had just humiliated and captured them. Now, they had to understand that if they continued provoking the World Clan, things would get worse. "I hope we'll meet again," said the high-level saint to the saint of the World Clan. He rolled up his sleeves, and the fire shriners turned around and left. Lin Feng watched all that. Only a short time passed. Among the saints of the World Clan who were next to him, one of them stepped forwards and smiled. "Teacher, will the fire shrine continue provoking us after what happened today?" "I don't know," said the saint, shaking his head. "However, I am convinced that unless they know how strong the World Clan really is, they won't try anything risky. They already lost twice, they won't lose thrice. Indeed, they won't offend us easily, I guess. We relied on Saint's weapons this time." "Huai, please tell Weapon Master Kong that we're very grateful," said the saint, smiling at Huai. He was very satisfied with that saint weapon. "We used your soul and vitality to make that weapon, that's why it's perfect for you. Besides, you also used World Tao, so the effects are perfect." "Anyways, no need to mention it again," replied Huai affably. Alright, thank you. Also, tell him that when he makes the sword, we'll come personally as a sign of gratitude. No need for you to come to us, but it's alright, he doesn't like agitation, he prefers tranquility. "I'll tell you when we have finished," said Huai. No. Weapon Master Bing is a perfectionist. Only weapons can make him happy. "I remember last time, when your teacher and I went to see his friend, I waited there for 6 months before he talked to me. He was too busy making a weapon," said the high-level saint of the World Clan. Everybody understood he admired Weapon Master Bing. "You know how he is. My teacher is the same." "Was my teacher annoyed?" said Huai. The saint grinned. "Indeed, your teacher was angry for a long time." My teacher mentioned it a few days ago again in front of his friend," said Huai, shaking his head. "Alright, we're good for now. I'll go back and tell my teacher everything. But you should stay in the World Clan for a few days, we're happy to have you around." "It's alright. I don't know what kind of schedule my teacher prepared for me, so I better go back," demurred Huai. "Alright, next time then," conceded the saint of the World Clan politely. "Yes, we shall meet again soon," said Huai with a wave. He smiled at Lin Feng and said, "Brother Daimon, when my teacher's colleague makes the weapon, you'll come too." "If I can, I will," Lin Feng agreed. Huai rose up in the air and departed. The high-level saint watched him leave and whispered, "The godly weapon master's grand disciples are all so free and unrestrained." "Master, is Weapon Master Bing going to make weapons in front of everybody?" Lin Feng asked. That was what he had just heard. Weapon Master Bing was one of the godly weapon master's disciples, and if he made weapons in public, many people would want to attend. Weapon Master Bing is the weakest of the 3 disciples, but he's also the most attentive one. He only thinks about weapons in life. He is very focused and meticulous, a perfectionist. He prefers making swords, spears, and halberds above all, sharp weapons. Weapon Master Kong is the second elder, he controls empty space energy, he's very strong. The third one is Weapon Master Ling, he chose the path of spirituality. He's the most talented of the 3. Initially, the godly Weapon Master just wanted 2 disciples, but after having recruited Weapon Master Bing and Weapon Master Kong, he realized that Weapon Master Ling was extraordinarily talented, so he recruited him as well. At the top of the hierarchy, it's not a secret that he's going to make weapons in public. People from the lower tiers of society will never know about it, though. Lin Feng nodded. He had heard of the 3 disciples, too. Weapon Master Bing was an insane weapon maker, indeed. His spears were extremely sharp and quick. He was a perfectionist, and couldn't stand it if his weapons had a single flaw. Many people had to be perfectionists to reach such levels. "I'm a bit surprised," mused Lin Feng. He didn't know about it because he wasn't high enough in terms of social status. Very few people knew about it in the continent of the 9 clouds. He has his own reasons. We'll see. In the world, there are many strong cultivators, and not just enemies, there are friends too, so it makes life a bit easier, said the high-level saint to Lin Feng. Indeed, Lin Feng had a forbidden body, the shrines couldn't learn about that. Even though the shrines have a very high social status in this world, it doesn't mean that they're invincible and that they can do whatever they want. They're also cautious. There are some people they don't dare offend. If you could appear in public with the people the shrines don't dare offend, then they wouldn't dare do anything to you, either. But I understand, Lin Feng nodded. The saint was teaching him the social codes of the highest parts of society, and the godly weapon master was probably someone the shrines all feared. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2363, Provocation. Chapter 2363, Provocation. As the World Clan expected, the fire shrine calmed down. The different groups of the imperial court of the continent of the Nine Clouds finally realized that the World Clan was truly rising again. They had fought a few times, and amazed everyone. But the World Clan remained indifferent, as if their achievements were normal. Two people left the World Clan and traveled east. In the eastern part of the imperial court of the continent of the Nine Clouds, there was a city called Qingming City. It stood alone in a boundless area, and even though their territory was gigantic, there wasn't many people there, and few people traveled there. However, many strong cultivators of the imperial court of the continent of the Nine Clouds admired the city because there was a very famous person there, Weapon Master Feng, the godly weapon master's disciple. Weapon Master Feng was the symbol of that city. Many people were traveling to Qingming City. They were all extremely strong and extraordinary. They wanted to see Weapon Master Feng fabricate saints' weapons. When ordinary weapon makers made weapons, people weren't interested in watching, but Weapon Master Feng was the godly weapon master's disciple. He was very famous. He had made a few famous weapons, Supreme Upek, Kasayapa, Celestial Mythia, and so on. They were all famous and terrifying cultivators wielded them. He was a truly legendary weapon maker. In the imperial court of the continent of the Nine Clouds, many high-level saints ordered weapons from him. The godly weapon master's three disciples were all experts in their field, at the very top. There was a dimly discernible qi in one of Qingming City's districts. There were many restaurants, tea houses, and bars here, however, it was very calm. This place was near the weapon master Feng's territory. Lin Feng was seated in a tea house with the high-level saint of the World Clan, Gu Zhu. Only Gu Zhu and Lin Feng had come from the World Clan. Lin Feng glanced around, noting everybody around looked extraordinary. Those people usually never appeared in the outside world. When seeing them, one wouldn't know who they were, but when hearing their names, one knew. For example, Gu Zhu, he wasn't unknown in the imperial court of the continent of the Nine Clouds, he was actually very famous. Many people had heard of Mr. Gu Zhu Shui, but very few people had seen him. Gu Zhu had been famous for a long time on the continent of the Nine Clouds, but because he hadn't appeared for a long time, many people didn't recognize him anymore. Even when he fought against the strong cultivators of the fire shrine, they didn't recognize him. "Brother Gu!" someone called out. Lin Feng and Gu Zhu turned around and saw a few people. The leader of the group was wearing a robe similar to the one Hua Yi was wearing when he paid them a visit. Next to him was a sword cultivator, and Hua Yi was there, too. "Brother Kong," responded Gu Zhu, standing up and smiling. This was Weapon Master Kong, the godly weapon master's second disciple. In the distance, many people put their teacups down and stood up as a sign of respect. "No need to be so polite, everybody. I also came to watch my fellow disciple today." "Make yourself at home," said Weapon Master Kong to the crowd. "Being able to see Weapon Master Feng and Weapon Master Kong today is an incredible honor," spoke up someone, smiling before sitting down again. Lin Feng had the biggest smile when he saw the crowd. This weapon maker was incredible. Weapon Master Kong sat down next to Guju and smiled. I don't know what he wants to do this, why he invited people to come and watch. Weapon Master Bing must have an idea, Guju smiled. Then, he raised his head and looked at the sword cultivator next to Weapon Master Kong. He smiled and said, if I'm not mistaken, this must be Master Kasayapa's disciple. Indeed, Kasayapa's descendant. Not many people know about Brother Tian Rua, he seldom appears in the outside world, confirmed Weapon Master Kong. Lin Feng was astonished. That sword cultivator was extremely young, and Weapon Master Kong called him brother. It meant that he had a social status equivalent to Guju's. Of course, he looked young, but he might be thousands of years old. Kasayapa's sword. Lin Feng suddenly remembered the ancient remains in Chi Tian Holy Town. He had found Qin Shan there back then. Master Tian Rua, I've heard of a Kasayapa's sword in dark clouds, is it related to you? Asked Lin Feng. He was curious. That was my elder fellow disciple. I've never seen him, but our teacher said he was incredible, a very good sword cultivator. Unfortunately, he didn't do things properly. He left, he wanted to create his own group, and in the end, he died abroad. When Lin Feng heard that reply, he was astonished. It meant that the real Kasayapa was their teacher and was extremely old. It also meant that Weapon Master Bing knew him a long time before since he had made a sword for him. It also meant that Weapon Master Bing was very old. Your teacher, old Master Kasayapa, didn't send anyone to investigate his death? Asked Lin Feng. Why would he? Everybody can choose their own path, they just have to bear the responsibilities, replied Tian Ruojian. Lin Feng sighed. At such cultivation levels, people were different. How lively. So many strong cultivators, said someone at that moment. Lin Feng was stupefied, he slowly turned around and frowned. A few people had arrived, one of them was a young man who looked valiant and heroic. His chi was extraordinary. Jatian. Lin Feng was astonished. Jatian was there in Qingming City? He was there to watch Weapon Master Bing? That little boy is becoming incredibly strong really quickly. He's already a Saint Emperor. Wow, thought Lin Feng. He was satisfied, though. Jatian was progressing faster than he had. Lin Feng looked at the people next to Jatian. They were all saints, but Lin Feng didn't know where they were from and why Jatian was with them. Of course, little brother Jatian, Weapon Master Bing is the godly Weapon Master's disciple. He's a symbol in this world. The occasions to see them at work are rare, said someone next to Jatian with a smile. Indeed, said Jatian. He looked happy. It was great to be able to experience such things. Let's find a place to sit, said the strong cultivator next to Jatian. They went to a table. They were about to sit when someone said aggressively, saints can come here, people who aren't saints yet should piss off. We don't have unlimited seats. Jatian looked over at him and smiled. He had been traveling a lot these years and he had gone through a lot. He didn't get angry as easily as back in the days, especially on Weapon Master Bing's territory. I came because I admire Weapon Master Bing. I came with some masters. If there is another place for me to sit, I'll go and sit there, replied Jatian neither haughtily nor humbly. I told you to piss off, said that person suddenly. The saint's chi was terrifying. Lin Feng frowned. Saints had to be controlled, few people were like that. Why was he provoking Jatian? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2364, Revelation. Chapter 2364, Revelation. The person next to Jatian grunted coldly and said, Your Excellency, you're going a bit too far, it's not your territory here. Watch your words, said that person coldly. A terrifying saint's strength oppressed Jetian, which made him groan. He released chi to protect himself, a golden armor appearing around him. That saint released empty space strength to surround Jetian. Jetian was stupefied, the strength took his away very quickly. The two saints with Jetian turned around and said, "Jetian, since they don't welcome you, you can leave, but..." "All right," said Lin Jetian, nodding. Then, he left quickly. He wasn't strong enough to be there, and he knew it. "Go!" said that person, releasing celestial Tao, a hand descending from the sky. Jetian pulled a long face. He hadn't thought a saint would bully him like this. Jetian condensed cosmic energies and a dazzling pure light appeared in his hand and streaked across the sky, ending in an explosion. The gigantic empty space hand broke apart and bombarded Jetian. He crashed onto the ground and coughed up blood, but he was still standing steadily. He was just a celestial emperor, but he has a particular strength which makes him look like a saint emperor. "Not bad at all, that young man," murmured Weapon Master Kong, "even I thought he was a saint emperor." "But even if he isn't, he resisted a saint's attack, impressive. He's definitely as strong as a saint emperor." Lin Feng nodded. He didn't intervene because he wanted to see how strong his son was, but Jetian had to be quite strong anyway, he was Lin Feng's child, after all. At that moment, the saint who had just attacked walked towards Jetian, looking at him coldly. Jetian raised his head and looked back at him in a cold way. "It's Weapon Master Bing's territory here, so I can't kill you. But since you dare defend me, I will cripple your cultivation," said the man coldly. Lin Feng stood up and walked towards Jetian, glancing at the two saints who had come with Jetian. They acted as if all this had nothing to do with them, which infuriated him. "Since you know that it's Weapon Master Bing's territory here, why do you provoke people who didn't do anything to you? Why do you want to cripple his cultivation?" Lin Feng interjected calmly. The saint glanced at him and smiled thinly. "Daimon from the World Clan, all this has nothing to do with you. Don't get involved." "I don't think Weapon Master Bing likes being disturbed," said Lin Feng, ignoring him. "I told you, it has nothing to do with you," repeated that guy. Lin Feng's eyes suddenly turned pitch black, a cage appeared and that saint appeared inside. "Die," said Lin Feng. A destructive death celestial Tao emerged from the cage of darkness. The saint suddenly felt confused and panic-stricken. Why was Daimon so aggressive? Daimon was trying to kill him. "Stop!" shouted a few people coldly. A few figures flickered. Empty space chi surrounded Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng took a step forwards, a pitch-black vortex appeared, waves swept out and carried everything away. Lin Feng detonated the vortex and explosions rent the air. The saint inside the cage exploded, but his soul was allowed to survive. Arg! That saint's body had been easily destroyed, and he was furious. But Lin Feng said calmly, "Since you don't care about disturbing Weapon Master Bing's cultivation, I am convinced nobody minds me getting involved." Lin Feng saw some people moving towards him. Many saints surrounded Lin Feng. Lin Feng frowned. Those who had come with Jetian smiled coldly. Eh? Lin Feng had a bad premonition. He heard one of the people who encircled him say, as expected, "Like father, like son." Us members of the fire shrine knew it. Lin Feng was astonished. The man then said, "Lin Feng, you're great at hiding and you progressed very quickly." Lin Feng? Many people looked astonished and excited. Even if those people were saints, they had all heard about Lin Feng, because back then, the fire shrine was looking for him everywhere since people suspected that he was a forbidden person. But they were still stunned. Lin Feng was Daimon from the World Clan? So he was the one who had finished first at the meeting of the continent of the Nine Clouds back then? To ordinary people, a long time had passed since the meeting of the continent of the Nine Clouds. For these saints, it felt like a few seconds only. Now that guy had already transcended worldliness and attained holiness? He was the one who had slaughtered saints in the Void Phoenix clan? How fearsome! Father! Jetian looked at Lin Feng. Lin Feng's chi changed, his face changed as he reverted back to Lin Feng. The shrines had joined hands to attack Jetian, which meant they had already guessed the truth. Lin Feng said to Jetian, Jetian, people's minds are unfathomable. In the future, be careful before trusting people. I understand, Father, Jetian nodded. Then, he looked at the people with whom he had come and said, You got close to me on purpose, to use me. Who are you? Empty space shrine, said one of them coldly. Jetian said coldly, You're from a shrine and you resort to such despicable methods? If he hadn't been my father, you would have crippled my cultivation groundlessly? Don't you have families? You're not qualified to speak with me, said one of them. Then, he looked at Guzhu and said, The World Clan and Lin Feng have established connections. We don't mind, we are also willing to be friends with the World Clan and forget our tensions. However, you can't get involved in Lin Feng and the Fire Shrine's issues. He feared Guzhu, especially since Weapon Master Kong was next to Guzhu at that moment. Guzhu looked at Weapon Master Kong. Weapon Master Kong said indifferently, You can do whatever you wish outside, but here is my fellow disciples' cultivation territory, we will not tolerate such behavior here. So please stop for now. What you do outside has nothing to do with me. The members of the shrines were stunned. Weapon Master Kong didn't give them any room to maneuver by saying that. They had to stop now, and give him face. Weapon Master Kong, the issue with Lin Feng is of utter importance, please allow us some latitude, said a strong cultivator. Weapon Master Kong frowned and said, You didn't understand what I just said? That person looked angry and said, Since it's that way, we'll stop for now. When Weapon Master Bing is done making the weapon, we'll take care of him, . They all left and went to different places in town. They didn't intend to let Lin Feng off, so they were watching the exits. Both Lin Feng and Daimon were supposed to die. In the end, they were one person, even better. It'd be easier to kill him. Lin Feng and Jetian walked back to Weapon Master Kong. Lin Feng nodded at Weapon Master Kong and said, Thank you very much, Master. I don't know many people in the continent of the Nine Clouds, especially younger people. But I've heard about Lin Feng and Daimon. I never thought you were the same person, and your son is surprisingly strong. Maybe you will both become very powerful and influential in the continent of the Nine Clouds, said Weapon Master Kong. I really don't deserve so much praise, Master, but... It's just the truth, said Weapon Master Kong, shaking his head. Tian Ruojian spoke up, Indeed, it's very possible. I'm sure you have a forbidden body now, so it's not surprising that everybody wants to kill you. You're in danger. Tian Ruojian talked straightforwardly. Lin Feng really was in danger, the shrines wanted to kill him. I understand, Lin Feng nodded. Now that the shrines had recognized him, he was really in danger. Even with the World Clan, he had too many enemies. You should stay here for a while, Weapon Master Kong smiled. Lin Feng was startled at the offer. He looked at Weapon Master Kong's smile and nodded. Weapon Master Kong wanted to help him. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2365, Gathering of Strong Cultivators. Chapter 2365, Gathering of Strong Cultivators. Lin Feng and Weapon Master Kong were together. The shrines couldn't attack him, but they didn't intend to let him leave alive. Everybody was extraordinary there. They knew that if Lin Feng was a forbidden person, he could pose a threat to them. He would definitely destroy some shrines. More and more people arrived and sat down calmly. They just chatted. At that moment, in the distance, a figure appeared. The members of a specific shrine all stood up and looked at that person respectfully. Weapon Master Kong slowly turned around and looked at that person. That person looked at them and smiled. Weapon Master Kong, Tianruojian, Gushu. Wu Ming. Weapon Master Kong and the others seemed surprised. The empty space shrine had made him come personally. Wu Ming from the empty space shrine, repeated many people around. They were all astonished, their hearts pounding. There were so many extremely strong people here. Weapon Master Kong, Wu Ming, and Tianruojian were very famous among saints. People who weren't saints never had the opportunity to see them. Wu Ming smiled at those people and nodded. He looked at Lin Feng and smiled sharply. Back then, when all the shrines wanted to kill you, they should have done it. Trying to see if you were determined, if you were really the forbidden person, etc. is boring. Killing you directly would have been much easier. Now it's getting more and more complicated. Lin Feng was grim. This man was referring to the first time when they had surrounded the Fortune Shrine. The Fire Shrine's leader could have easily killed him back then, but he hadn't because the leader of the Fortune Shrine had said that he would kill their geniuses, too. So, at that moment, the shrines had decided to establish a strategy first. Of course, if the leader of the Fire Shrine had known that Lin Feng would become so strong so quickly, he would have done much more to deal with Lin Feng earlier. He would have put the lives of the Fire Shrine's geniuses at stake without hesitation to get rid of Lin Feng. Now, Lin Feng was a genius difficult to get rid of. He was a saint, and he was started to make connections at that level. The geniuses the Fire Shrine could have been sacrificed to get rid of Lin Feng were much weaker than him, so they would have been worth sacrificing. Wu Ming, you better not act blindly without thinking, said Gu Zhu. His figure flickered, and he was in front of Lin Feng. Lin Feng was startled. Gu Zhu was cautious, he had anticipated something could happen. If Wu Ming was as strong as Gu Zhu, he could indeed kill Lin Feng easily. Gu Zhu, you know I want to kill him, and nobody can prevent me from doing so, said Wu Ming in a cold and detached way. He took another step forward, but at that moment, sword strength suddenly surrounded him. Wu Ming looked over at Tianruojian, who was still seated there. Ruojian said icily, "We're near Weapon Master Bing's cultivation territory. Weapon Master Bing doesn't want to be disturbed. He was disturbed a moment ago, it's not going to happen a second time." Tianruojian's teacher was the old Cassiopeia. Cassiopeia and Weapon Master Bing used to have excellent relations, as he had made Cassiopeia's weapons. Many years had passed and Cassiopeia had become a peerless saint. Weapon Master Bing was a high-level saint and focused on weapon fabrication, but even if it was that way, Tianruojian was a high-level saint and had an immense respect for him, he even called him master. When Weapon Master Bing became famous, many of the people who were present here weren't even born, including him. Weapon Master Bing had been stuck at that cultivation level for a very long time already. Wu Ming looked at Tianruojian and released energy that filled the air. But at the same time, his energies were being oppressed by Tianruojian's sword energies. The atmosphere became oppressive. Suddenly, the ground shook and a terrifying fire intent filled the air as a figure descended from the sky. Xiong Lin. Everybody looked at Xiong Lin, he was from the Fire Shrine. Initially, those people had come to watch Weapon Master Bing make a sword. They hadn't thought the situation would change because of Lin Feng's presence. Even if you're Cassiopeia's disciple, you can't act arrogantly in front of Shrine's members, stated Xiong Lin indifferently. Even though he was releasing fire strength, his voice sounded ice-cold. Tianruojian didn't say anything, he put his hand on the handle of his sword. Actions were more important than words. The Fire Shrine continues acting that arrogantly? Someone laughed. That person appeared halfway up in the air. Xiong Lin and the others didn't seem surprised. The Diviner. Lin Feng had met the Diviner in the small world long ago. The Diviner had given Lin Feng the impression he was enigmatic and unfathomable. He had never shown how strong he was. But if he was as strong as Gu Zhu and the others, back then, he would have probably arrived much faster when the Fire Shrine was chasing him. However, when Xiong Lin and the others saw him, Lin Feng noticed, from their facial expressions, that they were very cautious in his presence. Maradeva, your real body is done practicing cultivation? You're not qualified to stand before me, am I wrong? Said Xiong Lin indifferently. Lin Feng was astonished. Real body? Had the diviner practiced a cloning technique as well? Had Lin Feng always met the diviner's clones? What do you think? Asked the diviner calmly. Xiong Lin frowned and stared at him as if he were trying to see through him. Interesting. Wait until Weapon Master Bing is done making the weapon. We'll check that out, said Wu Ming indifferently. He looked at Lin Feng again, who had the impression he was going to be absorbed into an empty space. Indeed, the atmosphere was dividing. His body was being ripped apart as well. Sword strength suddenly filled the air. Come on, I was just joking, said Wu Ming, bursting into laughter. Then, he turned around and glanced at the members of the empty space shrine. He walked towards them and sat down as if nothing had happened. Lin Feng felt normal again, except he was now actually covered with cold sweat. High-level saints were terrifyingly strong. Like Gu Zhu, Wu Ming had become famous a long time before. Wu Ming's power is disintegration. He can create another space using empty space strength and make half of someone's body appear in that space while leaving the other part in the current world. That way, he rips people apart and kills them. What a terrifying power, thought Lin Feng. Wu Ming could kill low-level saints in a millisecond with the power of his mind. Saints were already powerful cultivators, but still, there were huge differences between them, too. How noisy. After my fellow disciple is done making the sword, it seems like there will be battles, said Weapon Master Kong with a smile. 2 high-level saints from 2 shrines wanted to kill Lin Feng, and some people who were on Lin Feng's side, such as Maradeva from the Fortune Shrine, were there. More people from shrines were going to arrive. It was definitely an incredible meeting. Many friends are here already, said Tian Ruojian indifferently. He smiled and said, Weapon Master Bing is going to make a sword, even the Supreme Animal World wanted to see it. Great! Everybody gazed into the distance when he said that. They saw 2 people. They were wearing dragon robes with dragon patterns on them. The dragons on the patterns were actually spitting out smoke. Their chi was extraordinary and aggressive. People from the Dragon Clan? Whispered Weapon Master Kong. Tian Ruojin smiled, Dragon Clan and if I'm not mistaken, Rock Clan. The crowd looked higher up in the sky. There was someone wearing a golden robe, his expression sharp. Everything about that rock was sharp. A king amongst rocks, a great oriental greenfinch rock. They want my fellow disciple to make a sword for them, but he never agreed, said Weapon Master Bing indifferently. Lin Feng was amazed. The great oriental greenfinch rock wanted a sword? Interesting. Weapon Master Bing is here, said Tian Ruojian at that moment, looking off into the distance. There was an white-haired old man there, his hair was messy. He looked like an ordinary old man who didn't take care of himself. It was difficult to imagine that he was Weapon Master Bing, the one who had made Cassiopeia's sword, a terrifying saint's weapon. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2366, Making a Sword. Chapter 2366, Making a Sword. Tian Ruojian always called Weapon Master Bing Master. He respected him a lot. Lin Feng knew that old man had lived for a very long time, since he had made Cassiopeia's sword. Most people who were here were juniors for Weapon Master Bing. Weapon Master Bing looked ordinary, but it was the kind of ordinary which left people speechless and captivated. He looked like nature itself. Nobody had any doubts about his strength. He was an expert at making weapons, but he was also an incredible fighter, even though he rarely spent time with cultivators. And even if he wasn't a strong fighter, he could crush almost any high-level saint with his weapons. Weapon Master Bing walked over and stopped in front of the crowd. he looked at them and in particular at Weapon Master Kong. "Fellow disciple," said Weapon Master Kong, nodding at Weapon Master Bing. "Master," said Tian Ruojian respectfully. "How's your teacher?" Weapon Master Bing asked Tian Ruojian. "He's fine. He couldn't come, so he told me to say hello," replied Tian Ruojian. Weapon Master Bing nodded. At a certain cultivation level, when you thought you'd reached the end, you have the impression you're starting all over again. Tian Ruojian was surprised and smiled. "My teacher says cultivation never ends, and each day is a fresh new start." "Right, he's a cultivation maniac," agreed Weapon Master Bing. He looked around at the crowd and said, "In the last few years, a friend brought me some materials. I've been gathering other materials too. Now, I finally have everything I need to make a sword. I'm happy that you all came to watch me make it." "We are the ones who are happy. It is an incredible honor to be able to watch you make weapons," said someone. Everybody nodded, agreed. They all felt incredibly honored. It was a rare opportunity. "If anything happens during the process, if I make any mistake or if I don't do well enough, I hope that everybody will help me," said Weapon Master Bing. The crowd frowned. If he made a mistake or didn't do well enough? His teacher was the best weapon maker in the world, and he was incredibly good at it too. How could he say such a thing? Maybe Weapon Master Bing wants to try and make a weapon he's never made before. He's worried and feels pressured, thought the crowd. Weapon Master Bing is worried. What kind of material could his friend have brought to him? And what kind of sword does he want to make? Maybe he wants to break his record. The crowd was impatient to see what kind of weapon Weapon Master Bing would make. "Everybody, please move back, I want to start," said Weapon Master Bing. Everybody stood up and withdrew to a safe distance. Weapon Master Bing was alone in the middle very quickly. Weapon Master Kong said, "His chi has become even more incredible. It's the first time I have seen him like that. He has probably been getting prepared for a very long time." "Master, does he want to break his record?" asked Tian Ruojian. Weapon Master Kong nodded, "Yes, and it's probably related to the materials he has." Weapon Master Bing took a step forwards and a terrifying fire appeared, an incredible celestial Tao filling the air. It was very oppressive. A terrifying fireball appeared in the sky and descended rapidly. A crater which was several hundreds of meters wide appeared, celestial fires burning inside. The deep pit became dark, the fire became black, black smoke appeared. Incredible, he makes weapons alone. He's also a great deployment master, without a doubt, whispered Lin Feng. Weapon Master Bing had also cast a mighty deployment spell. He was getting ready. "How strong?" "Father, that guy is terrifying," said Jitian. An incredible oppressive energy kept appearing in the sky. It was breathtaking. "Of course, he's famous everywhere in the world," Lin Feng replied. Weapon Master Bing was standing before the fire celestial Tao, composing himself. He had to do everything perfectly to make a perfect weapon. His fire, the materials, and his deployment spell had to be perfect. Nobody was flighty and impetuous in the crowd, they all watched calmly. He prepared the fire for 3 days straight. After that, the atmosphere went completely dark. The crowd looked at the sky, and were astonished to see it was on fire. Weapon Master Bing finally started moving. He took a step forwards and stretched out his hands. In the blink of an eye, terrifying corpses appeared above the deep pit of flames. "Those are saints' bodies." The crowd was astonished, so many saints' bodies. The corpses were roaring in a thundering rage, they still contained will. "Those corpses are Weapon Master Bing's materials, who gave them to him?" The crowd was shaking. Weapon Master Bing created many fire chains above the deep pit, catching the corpses. The bodies roared angrily. Some people's heads started aching. They had the impression they were carrying the whole world on their shoulders. their heads felt heavy. In order to use those bodies to make a sword, he needs to oppress their wills. How difficult. No wonder he's very cautious, thought Weapon Master Kong. He hadn't thought of this. Weapon Master Bing took another step forward and an object appeared in his hand. He threw it into the fire, and the fire went into a frenzy. Weapon Master Bing jumped into the fire, raising a hammer and pounding the object. Clanging sounds echoed in the air. How resistant! The crowd was shaking. He kept hammering the object unceasingly and quickly for 49 days. The crowd finally started seeing the rudiments of a sword. It looked illusionary. A sword embryon. Lin Feng was calmly watching. Weapon Master Bing's way of making weapons was different from the Gold Fire Tower's way. He looked more relaxed, but his movements were all extremely precise. At that moment, he was using his fingers to carve marks on the sword. Notches appeared on the sword. "Go in!" shouted Weapon Master Bing, raising his hand. Instantly, the shackles brought the corpses above the sword's embryo, and the corpses fused together with it. The saints' bodies melted completely. He's even making their wills fuse together with the sword. Drops of wool fell onto the sword's embryo. The embryo was trembling with every drop. Weapon Master Bing was standing there, his soul left his body and went into the sword's embryo. He used his soul to oppress the wills. His corporeal body was just standing there motionlessly. What an incredible guy! If someone attacked his body with surprise, it would be tragic for him. Weapon Master Bing was in a trance. After melting the bodies and putting them into the sword's embryo, the embryo disappeared in the fire. It shook more and more violently. Weapon Master Bing's soul reappeared. When his soul came out, an endless number of chains surrounded the sword and lifted it up into the air. Did the sword want to leave? "Where are you going?" shouted Weapon Master Bing coldly. Everything suddenly stopped, his body shook, and he grabbed the sword with his fingers. Blood splashed and penetrated into the sword. This time, he used his own blood to carve marks on the sword. At the same time, the chains were still constricting it. "Stop!" shouted Weapon Master Bing. He sealed something in the sword with his blood. Stars appeared in the space around. He made some hand seals with his hands, and they penetrated into the sword. The flames continued refining it. Weapon Master Bing raised his head and took a deep breath, then spat out celestial Tao strength towards the sword, penetrating into it. After a long time, the sword, which had calmed down a little, shook again. It was going insane, but at that moment, terrifying Culpa lights descended from the sky. The crowd was trembling. How powerful was that celestial Culpa strength going to be? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2367, Tianruojian. Chapter 2367, Tianruojian. An explosive pitch-black strength rolled out, and a dark red color appeared, hurting people's eyes. What a powerful Culpa cloud! It contains an overwhelming strength, thought the crowd, watching the violent windstorm in the sky. They were all wary. If that tornado reached them, their souls could explode. Weapon Master Bing raised his head and looked at the sky, retreating quickly. A dark red Culpa cloud appeared, seemingly ready to explode. It descended from the sky in a flash and struck the sword violently. The sword hummed. However, the cloud didn't stop moving. It released more destructive strength and continued attacking the sword. 9 times 9, Culpa, which consumes yang energy, intoned Weapon Master Kong. The terrifying dark red Culpa strength turned into 81 parts. Terrifying deep pits appeared, bright meter-long tips appearing at the top of it. They absorbed and spat out dazzling lights, which contained an intense will. "Medium-level weapon, what is he doing?" whispered Weapon Master Kong, looking astonished. Weapon Master Bing called out to the crowd, the sword contains all those saints' wills, I can't handle it alone, everybody, help me. Put your strength inside. Let's see if we can control the will. Weapon Master Bing immediately started helping. The crowd was startled, but started released a terrifying chi. Celestial Tao rolled out and roared. Now that they had released energies onto that sword, they could sense its movements even better. Lin Feng released God's strength and forced it into the sword. However, when his God's strength penetrated into the sword, it seemed tiny. The will wouldn't submit to his God's strength. No wonder Weapon Master Bing couldn't control it. That sword was supposed to be terrifyingly strong. Weapon Master Bing wanted to make the best sword possible. The Supreme Yupek was made to attack souls, the Kasayapa was supposed to attack using speed strength, making people lose awareness of space and time. Now, he wanted to make a sword which contained all those saints' will, so he tried to make a pure weapon, and not a sword which contained all sorts of strength in a chaotic manner. He wanted to use the will of all those saints in the best way. Lin Feng's God strength was made of millions of sorts of intent. It was good, but the problem was that it was too weak. If Weapon Master Bing used it, he still wouldn't be able to control the sword. At that moment, Weapon Master Bing sensed something. His strength was also in the sword and he was paying attention to all the strengths penetrating into the sword. He noticed that a few terrifying kinds of intent could suppress the intents of others, or even destroy them, but Weapon Master Bing didn't want to see that. He also found out there was a relatively weak intent inside which had been created using myriad sorts of intent, but it was just too weak. Weapon Master Bing put his own strength around that power, and looked for the owner. Lin Feng frowned, someone was chasing him. He recalled his God strength and sensed a strength surround and constrict him. Who? Said Lin Feng coldly. He turned around and noticed that Weapon Master Bing was looking at him. He was surprised, the one who was chasing him was Weapon Master Bing? Weapon Master Bing nodded at Lin Feng and recalled his strength, putting it back in the sword. He wanted to find someone strong enough. After a short time, he looked disappointed, as nobody was left. Those people could only oppress the strength, but that's not what he wanted. He didn't want to oppress it, he wanted to modify it. He wanted to use that strength and turn it into a terrifying and explosive strength. Unfortunately, these people didn't understand much about that. Only Weapon Master Kong could understand Weapon Master Bing. After all, they were both incredible weapon manufacturers. That's why it's only a medium-level item. He hasn't made the sword take shape, thought Weapon Master Kong. Weapon Master Bing said, "Alright, everybody, recall your strength." The people recalled their power. The sword started trembling again, he couldn't control it anymore. The crowd looked at Weapon Master Bing, not knowing what he was thinking. Weapon Master Bing released a terrifying strength which surrounded the sword and constricted it before dragging it towards himself. "Little boy, come here." Weapon Master Bing said to Lin Feng. Lin Feng was stunned. Weapon Master Khan looked at Lin Feng and smiled. "Lin Feng, he thinks highly of you, it's a very good sign." "It's fate." "Lin Feng, not bad, Master Bing chose you," said Tian Ruojian, smiling and slapping Lin Feng's shoulder. Indeed, everyone here was much older than Lin Feng. When they became famous, Lin Feng wasn't even born yet. Gushu smiled, his eyes twinkling. It was a sign of destiny. Weapon Master Bing had chosen Lin Feng. "Hurry up and go," said Gushu, smiling at Lin Feng. Lin Feng nodded and flashed forwards. At that moment, Wu Ming's figure flickered and he moved towards Lin Feng, shouting, "Weapon Master Bing, Lin Feng is someone my shrine wants to kill, leave him." Weapon Master Bing glanced at Wu Ming. He didn't look angry, but said in a cold way, "So what? It has nothing to do with me. Little boy, come here." "All right," said Lin Feng, and he continued moving forwards. Wu Ming said, "Since you insist, don't blame me for attacking." He continued moving towards Lin Feng, who sensed a terrifying celestial douse around him. Weapon Master Bing frowned. A deadly sword strength suddenly filled the air. Tianruo Jian was holding a thrumming sword. Insolent! Tianruo Jian's figure flickered and he appeared directly in front of Lin Feng. An invisible and intangible sword moved forwards, space started breaking apart, including the empty space strength moving towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng must die! Shouted Wu Ming, charging forwards. Empty space strength surrounded Lin Feng. Destroy! Said Wu Ming. Lin Feng had the impression his body was going to be ripped apart. Swords glittered and penetrated into his body. However, they didn't injure him, they just broke the empty space strength around him. At the same time, Tianruo Jin threw himself at Wu Ming. He hadn't even unsheathed a real sword yet. You want to die? Sword intent filled the air, and sword lights appeared. Tianruo Jin finally unsheathed his sword. At that moment, it was like space and time had stopped. Only a dazzling sword cut towards Wu Ming. Wu Ming released empty space strength, but he was much slower than before. He was moving in slow motion. Suddenly, he had the impression time had stopped, seconds lasted forever. Time strength? Lin Feng frowned. He had seen such a sword on the battlefield of Qi Tian Holy Town during the War of the Ancient Days. Piss off! Shouted Wu Ming furiously. He released even more empty space strength. Clear and musical breaking and snapping notes went off, but Tianruo Jian's sword continued slicing towards his third eye. Wu Ming bit his lips and blood dripped down. A terrifying empty space cage surrounded him, but the sword appeared in front of him, piercing through the empty space strength, like it had been about to teleport, but the teleportation was slowed down, too. The sword finally moved forwards and drove into his chest. At that moment, Wu Ming also moved and disappeared into another empty space. However, he looked down and saw wounds on his body, and blood dripping down. Tianruo Jian is so strong. The crowd was astonished. That sword was incredible. He had nearly killed Wu Ming. You dare act disrespectfully in front of our master? Tianruo Jian said to Wu Ming coldly. Wu Ming pulled a long face. Tianruo Jian was so strong, but he continued calling Weapon Master Bing Master. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2368, Joining Hands to Finish the Sword. Chapter 2368, Joining Hands to Finish the Sword. Wu Ming pulled a long face. He had never fought against Tianruo Jian before. Tianruo Jian was like the legendary Cassiopeia. His Cassiopeia sword could mess with time and space. One sword sufficed to kill all enemies. Fighting against such people was too terrifying. It wasn't about winning or losing, it was about remaining alive. One small mistake and one could die against Cassiopeia sword attacks, and everything happened too fast. A moment before, if the sword hadn't reached his chest but his third eye, Wu Ming would be dead already. Tianruo Jian, are you sure you want to protect Lin Feng? Wu Ming asked coldly. He was a high-level saint from the empty space shrine. He wanted to kill Lin Feng, and he wasn't the only one. Many of the shrines definitely wanted to kill Lin Feng. They couldn't let him escape, he had to die. As long as the master is here, nobody can attack him, or they'll have to fight against me first, replied Tianruo Jian sharply, firmly holding his sword. Nobody could compete with his sword attacks there, so killing Lin Feng would be extremely difficult. Little boy, come here, ignore them, said Weapon Master Bing to Lin Feng. Tianruo Jian looked at Lin Feng and smiled. It's an opportunity for you, go and focus. Leave the rest to me. All right. Lin Feng nodded. Master, please help me with my son, too. Don't worry, if they dare touch your family members, I'll slaughter them, replied Tianruo Jian. Lin Feng walked over to Weapon Master Bing. Weapon Master Bing looked at Lin Feng and turned around. After a breath or two, an illusion appeared around them, the air became very calm, and only the two of them were there. Weapon Master Bing was firmly holding the sword with chains of fire. He said, "A moment ago, everybody put strength in the sword, but your strength is different from other people. You don't just oppress it, you also try to keep it under control and to fuse together with it. Your strength is very special. If I give you an opportunity, can you fully control the will and strengthen the sword?" "Master, my strength is God's strength. I can control things better than other people. However, I'm not strong enough. The will and strength in that sword is terrifyingly powerful. I'm too weak. I can't control it with my own power," said Lin Feng. Weapon Master Bing nodded and said, "I know. This strength is much more powerful than most people's strength here. Nobody can control it entirely. After all, the strength of those saints' bodies surprised me, too. I have an idea. There are many kinds of strength and will in that sword. If you could slowly take control, you might be able to divide into several sorts of strength and sort them. We could proceed systematically, make all the sorts of speed-related strengths fuse together to create extremely quick attacks, then make all the soul-related strengths fuse together to create terrifying soul attacks, and so on and so on." Incredible idea! Lin Feng was amazed. This guy was really an expert. He understood all the mechanisms of the process. He wanted to create a sword with multiple types of attacks. Of course, Weapon Master Bing had that idea because the saints' bodies contained different sorts of strengths. He was an extraordinary weapon maker. The sword would be extremely resistant to crafting because the materials were perfect. He had decided to make the sword publicly to see if anyone could help him make his idea come true, and in the end, he had chosen Lin Feng. Unfortunately, Lin Feng was a bit too weak. Weapon Master Bing wanted to break his record, too. "I would like to try," said Lin Feng. Weapon Master Bing just nodded. "All right, come and try." Lin Feng slowly rose up into the air in front of the sword. A powerful strength filled the air. He released his God strength and his own world strength, wanting to have it his own way. To control that sword, he needed to make the empty space in that sword become his own world, and then he needed to create his own celestial Tao inside. His strength infiltrated the sword. Weapon Master Bing's eyes twinkled. Suddenly, his strength was expelled from the sword. He wanted to help Lin Feng oppress the strength, but Lin Feng pushed him out. He was satisfied. If Lin Feng did that, it meant he had an idea, and as long as it worked, everything was fine. Weapon Master Bing was more than experienced enough to keep things under control, just in case. Lin Feng created his own world in the sword. Wind intent. That's speed intent there, and there's light intent. Lin Feng sensed the different sorts of intent in the sword. When saints died, there will remained, and will make things seem alive. When I find different threads of intent which belong to the same category or which are similar, I can make them fuse together with God's strength. That's exactly what Weapon Master Bing wants me to do, thought Lin Feng. His God strength surrounded all the sorts of intent which were related to speed, then he modified them and made them fuse together with God intent. However, Lin Feng sensed something was resisting. The independent sorts of intent didn't just let him proceed. They didn't want to submit. "Since you're in my world, you should submit," thought Lin Feng, his intent becoming even more powerful. A massive celestial Tao strength surrounded the independent sorts of intent. He fused them together with God intent. "I can do it," he thought. Even though some sorts of intent were resisting, his God celestial Tao helped him force the different sorts of intent to submit. However, a few ones which were too powerful didn't submit. Those different sorts of intent could be compared with cultivators. If he brought cultivators who were much stronger than him into his own world, they could also break free easily. Lin Feng made a few sorts of intent fuse together and then he took his strength out of the sword. He only left intent related to speed with his God strength inside. "Master, look," he said to Weapon Master Bing. Weapon Master Bing nodded and put his strength inside the sword. He looked pleasantly surprised and said, as expected, they fused together. They also contain some of your own intent. Other people can't control it, but that way, when we finish making the sword, it'll have to be yours. It will be perfect for you, but not for other people. Lin Feng smiled. That's all I could do. But even if you didn't want to give me that sword, that's still all I could have done. Don't worry. All I'm concerned about is how powerful the sword is. I don't care about who the owner is. Otherwise, I wouldn't have given the Cassiope's sword in the Supreme Upec away, said Weapon Master Bing indifferently. If you want it, you can have it. Thank you very much, Master, said Lin Feng. He hadn't expected that, but he knew Weapon Master Bing did it wholeheartedly. He made weapons out of passion, not greed. But there's a problem because your intent is limited, therefore, I can't make a sword which is too powerful. I'll make it so that it adapts to your strength as you become stronger. We can join hands to make it adapt, said Weapon Master Bing to Lin Feng. He looked sharp. After having seen how strong Lin Feng was, he had an idea. As you wish, Master. Lin Feng was touched. With Weapon Master Bing's help, they could make a sword which would adapt to his strength. Lin Feng was excited now and couldn't wait to use it someday. Stay here for a time, we'll work on the sword, Weapon Master Bing said to Lin Feng. Lin Feng nodded. In the outside world, days passed. The people outside didn't leave, though. A few days wasn't much for them. Their lives could last thousands, tens of thousands and even more years. A few days were like an eye blink. Also, they really wanted to know why Weapon Master Bing had chosen Lin Feng. Did he want to make a sword for Lin Feng? Of course, for the members of the shrines, the most important thing remained to kill Lin Feng. Therefore, the number of people outside didn't decrease. On the contrary, it gradually increased because more and more people from shrines arrived. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2369, Weapon Master Bing's Strength. Chapter 2369, Weapon Master Bing's Strength. Time passed. Lin Feng and Weapon Master Bing had already been working on the sword for 3 months. Lin Feng was seated cross-legged. There was a humming sword in suspension in the air above him. Lin Feng kept releasing God's strength into it. He was keeping it under control. Phew, Lin Feng took deep breaths, opened his eyes and smiled. How do you feel? Asked Weapon Master Bing, also opening his eyes. Lin Feng nodded and said to Weapon Master Bing, I feel like I can control some of its strength, but I can only use my own strength to control one sort of fused intent. Not bad already. When you become stronger, you'll manage to control more and more sorts of intent. The sword will become more and more powerful. Besides, you're the person that sword listens to now, Weapon Master Bing said. Lin Feng smiled. This sword was a bit like the Tianji sword. Back then, he had modified the Tianji sword, fusing together with it. Now, he had fused together with this sword and actually, it was similar to the Tianji sword because it contained different sorts of strength, 5 types. Back then, the Tianji sword contained different sorts of abstruse energies. But Lin Feng's God strength wasn't powerful enough yet, he could only control one sort of intent at a time. Of course, there were still many sorts of intent Lin Feng couldn't control inside that sword. He had to become stronger. There were 5 sorts of strength in that sword, and Lin Feng had made them fuse together with his own God strength. Weapon Master Bing had also included some of his power to enhance Lin Feng's understanding, speed strength, heavy strength which made that each attack felt like billions of tons, soul strength to attack people's souls, illusion strength, and absorbing strength. The sword was like 5 swords, like 5 different saints' weapons. It was the result of Lin Feng and Weapon Master Bing's fruitful cooperation. Speed, power, soul, illusion, absorbing. Master, what should we call this sword? he asked Weapon Master Bing. He had just helped, and by a stroke of luck, he had become its master. But the one who had done most of the work was Weapon Master Bing. Supreme Upek and Kasayapa have already been taken. Even though this sword is not as powerful as Supreme Upek and Kasayapa yet, I hope it'll surpass them. You control God's strength, let's call this sword God's sword, said Weapon Master Bing calmly. Lin Feng nodded and grabbed the sword. God's sword, I hope you'll meet Master Bing's expectations, whispered Lin Feng. The sword contained 5 sorts of strength, and even though it was not as powerful as the great demon halberd of desolation or other saints' weapons yet, it was much more suitable for Lin Feng than the great demon halberd of desolation because it contained his own god strength. He was the only one who could control it perfectly. With your talent in that sword, you'll be fine, said Weapon Master Bing to Lin Feng. Alright, we're done. You can leave. Thank you very much, Master. That sword is fit for a god. I won't tarnish your reputation, said Lin Feng, bowing before Weapon Master Bing. His figure flickered as he left that place. The crowd outside hadn't left though. When they saw Lin Feng come out, they stared at him. Besides, Weapon Master Bing had given Lin Feng a sword. When Lin Feng had gone in, he didn't have a sword. Now, he had come out, and he had a sword. The sword Weapon Master Bing had made was now his. That little boy is lucky. Weapon Master Bing gave him a sword, thought some people. The members of the shrines looked at him coldly, especially Wu Ming. That one's eyes were filled with murder, and his energies surged towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng was alert, and looked at them coldly. The shrines didn't intend to let him off. They wanted to kill him as soon as possible. Weapon Master Kong, Gu Zhu, and Tian Ruojian hadn't left either. At that moment, they sensed all those deadly energies move towards Lin Feng. Tian Ruojian groaned coldly and said, "Shrines, you're really reckless. Today, Lin Feng will definitely die," said someone calmly. It was the high-level saint of the fire shrine. He flashed forwards. Lin Feng had the impression he was going to burn alive. "Nobody can touch him here," said Tian Ruojian. His figure flickered, but all around him, everybody moved, encircling Lin Feng and releasing qi. They were all terrifying cultivators. This time, they wanted to kill Lin Feng, no matter what. Insolent, said Weapon Master Kong, coldly glancing at the crowd. The shrines had a very high social position. They considered everybody and everything beneath their notice. They were like gods in the imperial court of the continent of the 9 clouds. Weapon Master Kong also had a very high position in the imperial court of the continent of the 9 clouds. Usually, they never attacked one another. They wanted to kill Lin Feng because he was a forbidden person. But could they kill him here? Especially since he had received a sword from Weapon Master Bing? The shrines are too arrogant, said someone at that moment. He was wearing a dragon robe, and sounded furious. The saints were all astonished. What was going on? Why did the Dragon Clan get involved? If anyone tries to prevent us from doing what we have to do, we'll consider them enemies, returned Wu Ming coldly. She drove towards Lin Feng. He really had the impression he was going to die. At that moment, energies appeared in the vault of heaven and came crashing down. A terrifying oppressive strength descended from the sky. It was celestial Dao power, and it was awesome. Who? Snarled Wu Ming, suddenly raising his head. A terrifying empty space strength rose up in the air, golden lights blotted out the sky. You're really disrespectful, said a voice. A gigantic figure appeared in the sky. Weapon Master Bing? Wu Ming frowned in astonishment. What an ominous strength! Weapon Master Bing had turned into Celestial Dao? He was Celestial Dao itself? How incredible! Last time, Tianrua didn't kill you, but since you want to die, you will now, said Weapon Master Bing coldly. He crashed down from the sky. Wu Ming released as much empty space strength as he could, but the celestial Tao surrounded him. He felt petrified, and his body stiffened. He couldn't move anymore. That's empty space strength celestial Tao. Weapon Master Bing was extremely strong. He was using empty space strength against Wu Ming. Wu Ming struggled, but he felt paralyzed. A celestial Tao hand descended from the sky, and there was an explosion of energies meeting. The crowd saw Wu Ming's face disappear, turning into empty space lights. Wu Ming! The crowd was astonished and petrified. Was Wu Ming dead? He hadn't withstood a single attack from Weapon Master Bing. Who else wants to act arrogantly here? I'll kill them now, said Weapon Master Bing coldly. Everybody was frozen. Weapon Master Bing had remained silent the whole time before. Nobody knew how powerful he really was. At that moment, the atmosphere was completely silent. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2370, Stealing the Sword. Chapter 2370, Stealing the Sword. Lin Feng raised his head. He looked at that figure, and shivered. How strong, how incredible! Wu Ming was as strong as Gu Zhu, who was also extraordinarily strong, but Weapon Master Bing had defeated him in one strike. What a difference! Those two people belonged to two different worlds. Gu Zhu can easily scare the lower-level saints of the Fire Shrine, but Weapon Master Bing can easily kill people who are as strong as Wu Ming and Gu Zhu. He's also a high-level saint, and there's a huge difference between them, thought Lin Feng. He realized that the more he progressed on the path of cultivation, the bigger the difference was between people of the same level. It all depended on people's talent, and their understanding of time and celestial Tao. Saints had returned to the source, they had transcended worldliness. Many people thought that he was just a weapon maker, they hadn't thought that he had such an extraordinary strength too. The air was eerily quiet, their hearts were pounding. They were furious at Weapon Master Bing, but what could they say? He was the godly Weapon Master's disciple, they couldn't offend him. In the imperial court of the continent of the Nine Clouds, the godly Weapon Master was too powerful and influential. Why did you get involved? It has nothing to do with you, said someone indifferently. People turned to look, it was a saint of the Fire Shrine. You are not allowed to act recklessly here, it's not your territory, snarled Weapon Master Bing angrily. Since it's that way, we're off, said that person, but at that moment, there was a howl of flames. Jatian! Lin Feng suddenly turned around and saw a gigantic fire hand shooting towards Jatian. He couldn't protect himself, and was caught instantly. Xiong Lin, said Lin Feng coldly. It was Xiong Lin, a high-level saint from the Fire Shrine. Since nobody was paying attention to him, he had decided to attack Jatian. But Jatian was just a celestial emperor, there was a huge level difference between them. If Xiong Lin wanted, he could kill Jatian very, very easily. How shameless! Shouted Weapon Master Kong, his expression changing drastically. The Fire Shrine has gone too far, shouted Gu Zhu. Don't worry, I won't kill him, said Xiong Lin indifferently. I'm a member of the Fire Shrine, I won't harm a little boy. The problem is Weapon Master Bing is getting involved in our things, and we don't want to be enemies with him. We're taking the little boy to Tianyan City. Lin Feng, if you want to see him, you can come to Tianyan City, Everybody, we're off, said Xiong Lin. The gigantic fire hand grabbed Jatian, and they left as quickly as possible. Where are you doing? Shouted Weapon Master Bing furiously. She rolled in waves. Fireballs exploded and Xiong Lin disappeared from their field of vision. Weapon Master Bing was startled and spat, deployment talisman. Lin Feng watched Jatian's figure disappear with a long face. The Fire Shrine was truly shameless. Tianyan City was the capital city of the fire shrine. They had their headquarters there. If he went there, he'd definitely never leave. But if he didn't go, they'd keep Zhetian there forever. Goodbye. All the members of the shrines left. In the blink of an eye, everybody was gone. The shrines had already achieved part of their goal. Lin Feng clenched his fists hard enough to make his bones pop. The shrines wanted to kill him, and now they were even lashing out at his family members. The shrines are really great. Lin Feng was furious, his eyes were filled with murder. The shrines were at the top of the continent of the 9 clouds, and they dared do such things? Lin Feng. Guzhu said to Lin Feng, "Don't worry. The fire shrine wants you. They won't kill Zhetian. They just want to use him to threaten you." "I know," replied Lin Feng coldly. The fire shrine had gone too far, though. They've gone too far. "From now on, if I meet people from those shrines, I'll kill them instantly," said Lin Feng. His eyes were filled with murder. Guzhu was surprised, convinced Lin Feng would do just that. He was furious. The fire shrine has gone too far, indeed. "We can't leave the matter at that," said Tian Ruojian coldly. His eyes looked as sharp as swords. He was a sword cultivator, he had learned from the old Kasayapa. He was fearless, and had been merciless against Wu Ming, nearly killing him. He didn't care. At such a cultivation level, he didn't care about much anymore. But now, the shrines had gone too far. Tianyan City is the capital city of the fire shrine. If I go there, they'll kill us. Even though Lin Feng was furious, he tried to keep calm. Tianyan City was the fire shrine's capital city. It was like Fortune City for the fortune shrine. The only solution there to save Zhetian would be to sacrifice himself. "They won't release him unless I die," muttered Lin Feng to himself. "Indeed, the situation is very annoying." "They have the advantage now," said Tian Ruojian, frowning. "The fortune shrine won't just stand there and watch," said the diviner at that moment. He gazed into the distance. He looked calm and composed, but on the inside, he was furious. The fire shrine had gone too far. "The fire shrine has been chasing our disciple for a long time. That's already way beyond what one can conceive." "Lin Feng, I'll go to the fortune shrine. Wait for my message," said the diviner to Lin Feng. Lin Feng nodded, "Thank you for your help." "We're off," said the diviner. It wasn't about Lin Feng anymore, it was between the shrines now. So many years have passed and the situation was peaceful. The outside world was tranquil and calm. There was a balance of power. The shrines forgot about the past. It's time for a good war. "The Imperial Court of the Continent of the 9 Clouds is going to be shaken again," said Weapon Master Bing, sighing. The Imperial Court of the Continent of the 9 Clouds had been too peaceful for too long. "Let's go back to the World Clan," said Guzhu to Lin Feng. "I'll come with you," said Tian Ruojian. Guzhu nodded happily. "Great, perfect. Tell me if you have news," said Weapon Master Kong. Lin Feng looked at those people and felt moved. "Go." Suddenly, Lin Feng and the others rose up into the air. They had to go back to the World Clan to discuss things. The situation was critical, their enemies were shrines. They started flying away, but Guzhu and Tian Ruojian glanced at one another and stopped. "Someone is hiding. Come out." A strong wind started blowing. Dazzling golden lights flashed. A figure in golden clothes appeared, staring at Lin Feng coldly. "Supreme Animal World, Rock Clan, Zone Gone," said Tian Ruojian, looking at that person coldly. He looked as sharp as a sword, like he was trying to lacerate that person with his eyes. "I want that sword," said Zone Gone. He was staring at Lin Feng's sword. Lin Feng was stunned. The members of the Rock Clan from the Supreme Animal World had always hoped Weapon Master Bing would make a sword for them, but he had never accepted. They hadn't forgotten about it, and now they wanted to steal Lin Feng's sword. "It's not suitable for you," said Lin Feng. "You don't know that." "Give me the sword," said Zhonggan firmly. He was determined to steal the sword. "Zhonggan, don't be too reckless. Weapon Master Bing made that sword for Lin Feng. Why would he give it to you?" said Tian Ruojian coldly. "So what? Weapon Master Bing doesn't know how to recognize friends. He didn't want to cooperate with us." "All I can do is steal that sword," said Zhonggan coldly. He was a beast, and beasts were aggressive and straightforward, especially Zhonggan. He was a great oriental greenfinch rock, a king among rocks. "Shut up," said Tian Ruojian coldly. Sword intent filled the air. At the same time, there was a shrill cry and golden lights flashed as Zhonggan turned into a great oriental greenfinch rock, and then into 3. Rock Clan's cloning technique. Tian Ruojian was grim. Zhonggan would be a terrifying opponent. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2371, Blood Great Imperial City. Chapter 2371, Blood Great Imperial City. Editor, Red. The Rock Clan were speed experts, especially great oriental greenfinch rocks, who were the kings of the species. They had no competitor in terms of speed. Zhonggan had imperial rock blood and he was a great oriental greenfinch rock, so he was incredible in terms of speed. On top of that, he had a special technique which only the Rock Clan had, a rock cloning technique. When using it, his chi didn't change at all, so it was impossible to recognize which one was his real body. Of course, the clone's attacks weren't as powerful as his real ones, or it would have been even more terrifying. Now there were 3 rocks, which one was the real one? It was difficult to come up with a plan knowing how fast they were. Tian Ruojian and Gu Zhu remained vigilant. Tian Ruojian, who was already holding his sword, said, "Lin Feng, you stay behind. You have to be very careful. Zhonggan is extremely fast. When he reaches a certain speed, he can break free from the laws of space and time using the celestial space and time breaking rock technique." Gu Zhu also took out his world scroll. Saints' energies emerged from their saints' weapons. Gu Zhu and Tian Ruojian were extremely strong, but there were 3 Zhonggans facing them. They had to be extremely careful. "Give me the sword," said Zhonggan's 3 bodies at the same time. All his eyes looked extremely sharp. "Ha, you little filthy bird, you shamelessly try to steal other people's weapons?" said a voice in the distance. Zhonggan was stupefied. Little filthy bird? He was a great oriental greenfinch rock, who dared talk to him that way? He gazed into the distance and saw someone wearing a dragon robe arrive. He wore an incredible helmet. He looked dignified and majestic, imposing and awe-inspiring. "Ao Tsung Hai!" shrilled Zhonggan's 3 bodies at the same time. "Longhorn snake, mind your own business, will you?" "What if I don't, little filthy bird?" said Ao Tsung Hai. He was from the Dragon Clan in the Supreme Animal World. Ao Tsung Hai took a step forwards and looked at Lin Feng. "So you're Daimon, and initially you were Lin Feng. No wonder that Alma follows you everywhere. Initially, people said Alma was your slave. I wanted to teach you a good lesson. I didn't know it was you." Lin Feng was surprised. Ao Tsung Hai had initially come to teach Lin Feng a good lesson and take Alma back. But now he knew Daimon was Lin Feng, and Lin Feng, back in the days, had asked Daoshu to bring Alma to the Dragon Clan. This little filthy bird is not strong enough, but he's really quick. If he does anything fishy, we're 3, so we can destroy his 3 bodies, Ao Tsung Hai said to Tian Ruojian and Gu Zhu. Even though he was talking about the great oriental greenfinch rock in a denigrating way, he knew perfectly well that Zhonggan was extremely fast and strong. If Zhonggan managed to find a way to reach Lin Feng, he'd be able to crush him. Ao Tsung Hai, swore Zong Gon coldly. Now that Ao Songhai was there, he had no chance anymore, even with his clones. Be careful, last descendant of the Dragon King, called Zong Gon. Then, his 3 bodies collapsed into 2, and then into 1, before he shot up into the sky and disappeared. How fast? Lin Feng was amazed. That was pure speed. With such a speed, he could attack enemies really quickly. It wasn't easy to fight against people like that. Last descendant of the Dragon King? Lin Feng was surprised. Was Ao Songhai the last descendant of a Dragon King? He did have an imperial helmet. I wouldn't have thought the Dragon Prince would help, Guzhu said to Ao Songhai. As Lin Feng had guessed, Ao Songhai was a Dragon Prince. It's a slight effort. Dragons of darkness are rare, and Lin Feng brought one back to the Dragon Clan. We are very grateful, said Ao Songhai. He looked at Lin Feng. You helped me once, I'll help you now. Is the young man the fire shrine kidnapped your son? Indeed, he is my son. Lin Feng confirmed. It'll be difficult to get him back from Tianyin City, even for the fortune shrine, unless they start a real war. You need another plan, said Ao Songhai. What plan? Asked Lin Feng. A tooth for a tooth. He captured your kid, you must do the same to one of his family members, someone the fire shrine cares about a lot. Any idea who? Asked Lin Feng to Ao Songhai. I know that he attaches great importance to someone called Xiangyu, who has a very special position in the fire shrine. If you capture him, he won't kill your son. Xiangyu, I've never heard of him, whispered Tian Ruojian. It's because you don't know much about shrines. I'm from the Dragon Clan, we know a lot about the shrines of the Imperial Court of the Continent of the 9 Clouds, Ao Songhai smiled. What is his cultivation level, and where is he? Asked Guzhu to Ao Songhai. Dozens of years ago, he became a saint. He's much stronger now. Considering his talent, I'd say he must be a low-level saint now. His fighting abilities must be terrifying. I've heard that he was about to go to one of the 7 forbidden territories, the Godly Grave. If you hurry, you can still catch up with him. Replied Ao Songhai. Guzhu and Tian Ruojian were startled. Xiongyu wanted to go a forbidden territory, they had to act fast. Xiongyu wants to go to the Godly Grave. Lin Feng's eyes gleamed. Ao Songhai continued, we could do it like this. I take Lin Feng with me, we look for Xiongyu, but I can't help, because the relationship between the shrines and the Dragon Clan would deteriorate, and that would make things worse. You can send someone else with us. Of course, you can also go to Tianyin City. We can act on all sides. Lin Feng understood him. The relations between some clans of the Supreme Animal World and the Imperial Court of the Continent of the 9 Clouds were complex. Xiongyu was a very important member of the Fire Shrine and Ao Songhai was a prince. If he did anything to Xiongyu, then a war would start between the Fire Shrine and the Dragon Clan. Also, Lin Feng, you must think carefully, if you do anything to Xiongyu, it will be a point of no return. Warned Ao Songhai. Point of no return? Lin Feng's eyes shone. The Fire Shrine had been trying to kill him for a while because he had a forbidden body. They had tried all they could to kill him, as if he didn't matter, but now they had kidnapped Jitian. He just wanted to slaughter them all. The shrines wanted to kill him, so he wouldn't hesitate and kill all the members of those shrines who wanted to kill him. He wanted to do that until he died, or until he stood upon their ruins. Since Xiongyu is so important to the shrines, there might some extremely strong cultivators on his side, so I'll stay with you and Lin Feng. Guzhu, go back to the World Clan, and talk to the Fortune Shrine. See what you can do together, said Tian Ruojian. They had to do things carefully, failure was no option this time. All right, Guzhu agreed. He looked grave and solemn now. This time, their opponent was a shrine. Since it's that way, let's separate now. Tianruojian, Lin Feng, and I were going to the godly grave, said Aotsang. They all departed hastily. The godly grave was one of the 7 famous forbidden territories. However, the godly grave was the most visited forbidden territory. It was said that that place was truly the grave of a god. It was in the imperial court of the continent of the 9 clouds, and apparently similar to the pit of hell. The entrance to the godly grave was in Blood Great Imperial City, situated in a blood-red demon ocean. The city was chaotic, but it was the only entrance. Lin Feng and the others arrived in the sky above the blood-red demon ocean. The water surged and seemed to roar with anger as they struck the shore. Lin Feng and the others shivered. There were all sorts of places in the imperial court of the continent of the 9 clouds. Where did this blood ocean come from? According to legends, it was made of the blood of billions of powerful cultivators, but most people didn't believe in that story. Most people believed in another story, that it was the condensed blood of some spiritual beings. Why is there lightning? Asked Lin Feng. There was blood-red lightning flashing in the vault of heaven. It made the blood roar even more fiercely. It was a terrifying place. I don't know. It's a strange world. There are many mysteries, murmured Tianruojian. No matter how strong people were, there were always things they didn't know, or maybe the strongest cultivators in the world were omniscient? We're here, said Aotsang. He gazed into the distance. Above the blood ocean was a vast and boundless city. It looked spectacular. Blood Great Imperial City. I hope we'll find Xiangyu, and the fire shrine will release my son, thought Lin Feng. His eyes glittered as the 3 of them moved forwards. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2372, Dragon Clan's King Clan. Chapter 2372, Dragon Clan's King Clan. Editor, read. Lin Feng and the others swiftly drew closer to Blood Great Imperial City. From time to time, the 3 of them saw some strong cultivators come out of that blood-red city. Their chi was terrifying, but saints were discreet. Blood Great Imperial City is a chaotic city. People who come here usually want to go to the godly grave, which means they are extremely strong. There are traces of ancient saints everywhere in this city. There are saints traces almost everywhere in the world, but especially in places like this, because people who go to forbidden territories are mostly saints, said Aotsang. Extremely strong cultivators of the supreme animal world regularly come here to go to the godly grave. Are there spiritual beings in the godly grave? Asked Lin Feng. He was curious. Aotsang was a prince of the Dragon Clan. He knew many things most people didn't. I went inside the godly grave a few thousand years ago. You will see some godly figures. However, I'm not sure about real spiritual beings, Aotsang smiled. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. Godly figures? He would see some godly figures? The forbidden territories are extremely dangerous. That's why they're called forbidden territories. The death rates inside are extremely high. You've already been inside, how dangerous was it? The godly grave is different from other forbidden territories. It is the most visited forbidden territory. It is similar to the supreme ancient pit of hell. Most people who go to the supreme ancient pit of hell don't come out alive, they either die or turn into Demon King's puppets. Ganji's time is very mysterious. It's misty, strange, and spiritual. The biggest danger in there comes from the other cultivators who go inside. They are terrifyingly strong. In the godly grave, there are God's traces, and many battlefields. They try to pull you in. But there are also opportunities in there. Last time I went there, I wasn't lucky, and I nearly died, Aotsang related calmly. Lin Feng could imagine. Aotsang was extremely strong, and yet had nearly died in there. So great emperors can't go in, right? asked Lin Feng. Ao Sunhai smiled, not necessarily. I've heard about a weak fellow who found some god's historical remains. 100 years later, he came out and had become terrifyingly strong. Such things happen? Lin Feng was startled, but he laughed and shook his head. Nothing was impossible in the world. If there were really spiritual beings' historical remains, it could change some people's destinies. All right, let's go in. I hope we'll find Xiongyu in time, said Ao Sunhai neutrally. He continued moving. They entered Blood Great Imperial City, and made their way through the city. The blood qi there was extremely thick and rich. From time to time, some people looked at them, but they could see that it was better not to offend such people, so nobody dared. As expected, it's a chaotic city, thought Lin Feng, glancing around. People were fighting everywhere. He was speechless. Many people were there just to steal from other people. Of course. Only strength matters in Blood Great Imperial City, replied someone. Then, some people appeared in front of Lin Feng. The leader of the group was extremely strong. Surprisingly, he was a saint. His eyes were filled with bloodlights. He stared at Lin Feng and his allies. Not bad. You've returned to your true selves. You have already transcended worldliness and attained holiness. Good, we actually needed some people to go to the godly grave. Come with us. Kidnappers? Lin Feng was astonished. Those people weren't stealing treasures, they kidnapped people? Which group are you from? Are you even qualified to talk to us that way? Asked Ao Sunhai. Oh, you people, trust me, the blood-based alliance is really strong, replied that person. Ao Sunhai's eyes glittered. Oh, you? I see. He surprisingly came here to become a king and built the blood-based alliance. All right, we'll come with you. Oh, you is an extraordinarily famous high-level saint. He disappeared 1,000 years ago. People in the outside world don't know much about him. I never thought he'd form a group in Blood Great Imperial City. It's probably because he wants to solve the mysteries of the godly grave. He wants to become stronger and eventually break through, Tian Ruojian told Lin Feng. Lin Feng was surprised again. Oh, you was another monstrously strong cultivator. The leader of the group was startled that Lin Feng and the others talked about Oyu in such a flattering way. He smiled and said, Don't worry, we won't disappoint you. They moved off. Lin Feng and the others followed. After a short time, they arrived in front of a blood-red palace. It was gigantic, with a flight of stairs with 99 steps in front of them. There were 2 lofty blood dragons there, looking powerful and mighty. We're here. Come. The group of people landed on the ground. They turned around and said to Lin Feng and the others, Let's go. Come on. However, they found out that Lin Feng and the 2 others didn't move. They just stood there calmly. Have you come out, said Ao Sunhai indifferently. The leader frowned and said, Your Excellency, it's the blood-based alliance here. You didn't come because you wanted to, right? You came for another reason? You're right, said Tian Ruojian indifferently. He was completely composed. The saint suddenly released his qi. Who are you? Asked the saint. He realized that these people were different. Have him come out and you'll know. Ao Sunhai laughed. The saint frowned and said coldly, We'll first see how strong you are, then, but... He rose up into the air, blood-red clouds appeared in the sky and thundered loudly. They turned into a blood-red spear. I'll give it a try, said Lin Feng indifferently. Then, he jumped forwards and disappeared. Then, he reappeared in front of his enemy. He was extremely fast. Die! Shouted that guy explosively. The blood-red spear streaked across the sky towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng stretched out his hands and terrifying hand imprints grabbed the spear. The saint's face paled. Lin Feng was the youngest of these three people, looked totally unflustered, but he was already dangerous. So, the two others were probably even more terrifying. "You can't compete with us. Have you come out?" said Lin Feng dismissively. The other's face stiffened. He looked at Lin Feng's hands imprints holding the blood spear speechlessly. He released more qi, which filled the air. A few saints appeared. Lin Feng was surprised. The blood-based alliance wasn't a clan, it was an alliance, and impressively they could compete with a clan. "Who wants to see me?" demanded someone at that moment. The voice came from the vault of heaven. Lin Feng and the others raised their heads and saw a figure appear above them. "You're Oyu?" asked Aotsun Hai, standing there with his hands clasped behind his back. "Who are you?" asked Oyu. When he saw Aotsun Hai's clothes and helmet, he frowned. He had never seen those clothes, but they looked like the clothes the members of the Dragon Clan wore. "It doesn't matter. I need you to do something," said Aotsun Hai calmly. The reason why he had decided to come was to ask the Blood-Base Alliance for help finding Qiongyu. It would be much easier that way. "How audacious," said Oyu coldly. He released a terrifying King Qi. Moons appeared in the sky and shone down on Aotsun Hai. "Insolent," said Aotsun Hai, looking at the moons. He flew up and roared out, striking a moon with his hands, his dragon chants spreading out. There was a thunderous boom as the moon exploded. "Dragon Clan?" Oyu frowned and said coldly, "You're from the King Clan of the Dragon Clan?" "Humph." Aotsun Hai grunted coldly in response. Golden dragons appeared, all with 5 claws. They started ripping apart all the moons, which exploded one after another. Oyu pulled a long face. As expected, King Clan from the Dragon Clan, golden dragons with 5 claws. His attacks were extremely powerful. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2373, Celestial Assassins Alliance. Chapter 2373, Celestial Assassins Alliance. Editor, read. "Which prince are you?" asked Oyu after he saw his moons get destroyed, staring at Aotsun Hai. "Let's finish the battle and we'll talk," said Aotsun Hai coldly. He continued rising up in the air. Even though he wasn't as fast as a great oriental greenfinch rock, the 5-clawed golden dragon were also extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, his hand appeared in front of Oyu. Dragons were experts in terms of strength, especially 5-clawed golden dragons from the King Clan of the Dragon Clan. That attack seemed like it could destroy the earth and sky. The atmosphere distorted around it. Oyu's figure exploded. However, Aotsun Hai's expression didn't change. He saw a moon appear and then Oyu appeared inside. A moment before, it was only a shadow. Moon shadow. Aotsun Hai was impressed. Moons reappeared, shining brightly. Aotsun Hai smiled coldly. He opened his mouth and roared, his dragons roared furiously and made the earth and sky tremble. "Go," said Tianrua Jian, taking Lin Feng backwards. A 5-clawed golden dragon appeared behind Aotsun Hai. At the same time, in the sky, more 5-clawed golden dragons appeared and roared out. They tore apart all the moons on their path. He was forcing Oyu to show himself. Die. Oyu borrowed the strength of the sky to release more moons. The sky cracked. Lin Feng was amazed as he watched the fight. It felt like the sky was about to collapse. Aotsun Hai shouted furiously. He rose up and raised his fist. Time seemed to stop. The moonlights and the fist collided. The lights were scattered explosively. However, blood appeared on Aotsun Hai's fist. The moon attacks were powerful. Where are you going? Said Ao Songhai, rising higher up in the air. He raised his fist again. The space was trembling. Lin Feng was shaking, too. This fight was just astonishing. Yu's figure appeared. He coughed up blood, his face pale. However, he still looked at Ao Songhai coldly. I'm the fourth prince of the dragon clan, Ao Songhai. No need to fight against me. I can easily destroy the blood-based alliance. Also, Tianrua Jian is behind me, you've probably heard of him, said Ao Songhai. Yu was astonished. The fourth prince of the dragon clan and Cassiope's disciple, Tianrua Jian. What do you want? Yu asked Ao Songhai. Let's go in to talk, said Ao Songhai. He walked forwards. Tianrua Jian and Lin Feng followed him, and entered the blood-based alliance as if they owned it. In the main hall, Ao Songhai sat down on the leader's throne and said to Yu, have you heard of Xiongyu? No, said Yu, shaking his head. Ao Songhai was not surprised. He's a very core disciple of the Fire Shrine. He's discreet. If you don't know about him, you can use your network to learn about him. He's here with some other strong cultivators of the Fire Shrine, so it shouldn't be difficult to learn about him. Just try and find members of the Fire Shrine. It should be easy. Even though the members of the Fire Shrine were discreet, they didn't hide either, as it wasn't necessary. If someone wanted to find them, it would not be difficult. Alright, and then you leave? Yu asked Ao Songhai. He looked angry. Even though he wasn't as strong as Ao Songhai, he was a saint too, and he didn't want to be submissive in front of other people. Just do what I told you. Don't worry. We're not interested in the blood-based alliance, . Alright, wait for my message, said Yu. He turned around and left Ao Songhai, Tianrua Jian, and Lin Feng alone in the main hall. If Xiongyu is in the city, Yu will definitely find him. If there are extremely strong cultivators with Xiongyu, then things will be troublesome, said Ao Songhai. After all, he couldn't get involved. He was a member of the Dragon Clan. The cultivators with Xiongyu were probably extremely strong. It would definitely be very difficult for Lin Feng and Tianrua Jian to capture Xiongyu. All we can do is wait, murmured Lin Feng. The blood-based alliance didn't disappoint them. 2 days later, Yu found them. So, any news? Asked Ao Songhai to Yu. Yes, you're looking for Xiongyu, a low-level saint, right? Indeed, where is he? Smiled Ao Songhai. Xiongyu is probably still in Blood Great Imperial City. Why are you looking for him? Asked Yu. It's none of your business, replied Ao Songhai. I just want to warn you, if you want to cause trouble or even kill him, you have to know that Xiongyu and a group of people from the Fire Shrine are in the Celestial Assassins Alliance right now. You must have heard of the Celestial Assassins Alliance. Even if the members of the Fire Shrine and Xiongyu were alone, you wouldn't be able to harm them. Celestial Assassins Alliance. Ao Songhai was displeased. Then, he looked at Lin Feng and said, the Celestial Assassins Alliance is an influential group which has existed for a very long time in Blood Great Imperial City. They're quite strong, in the top 3 groups of the city. The group was formed after people from many places who wanted to go to the godly grave gathered. When Lin Feng heard that, he frowned. Celestial Assassins Alliance? Xiongyu was in the Celestial Assassins Alliance? And he was with terrifying cultivators? So, I have to go to the Celestial Assassins Alliance, thought Lin Feng. Jetian was in the Fire Shrine, even though some people were trying to solve the situation there, getting Jetian back from Tianyin City was impossible. Lin Feng had only 2 solutions, capturing Xiongyu, or handing himself over. He couldn't go to the Celestial Assassins Alliance as Lin Feng, but he could use another identity. I have my own world, I can easily imprison Xiongyu. The difficult part is to kidnap him and then escape safely, thought Lin Feng. Then, he looked at Ao Songhai and Tian Ruojian. Masters, I intend to change my identity and go to the Celestial Assassins Alliance to see whether I can kidnap Xiongyu or not. It's too dangerous and difficult. And Xionyu's fighting abilities are terrifying. You can't do it alone, replied Ao Songhai telepathically. Lin Feng was brave, but it was a big risk. Indeed. You can't take that risk, said Tian Ruojian. Oh, you guessed that these three people were talking telepathically, so he just stood there calmly. Lin Feng looked at Ao Songhai and Tian Ruojian. He said telepathically, I have to try. There is no other option. Ao Songhai and Tian Ruojian glanced at one another. Since you want to do that, we won't stop you. I'll stay in the Blood Base Alliance. If you need anything or if they kidnap you, get in touch with me and I will do my best to save you, said Ao Songhai, but you must be extremely careful. No matter what, they must not learn who you are. I'll be outside of the Celestial Assassins Alliance waiting for you, said Tian Ruojian. They both accepted Lin Feng's decision. Even though it was very dangerous, they also thought that it was what any strong cultivator would have done. All right, good, said Lin Feng. He looked at Oyu and said, please give me a map of the Blood Great Imperial City and the Celestial Assassins Alliance. All right, Oyu nodded. He transmitted maps to Lin Feng using his godly awareness. Thank you, said Lin Feng, standing up. Tian Ruojian followed him and they left the main hall. Ao Songhai stayed there and said to Oyu, I want to stay here for a few days, I hope you don't mind. Lin Feng and Tian Ruojian separated on the way. Lin Feng changed his face. He still looked young but sick, his face was very pale. His hair was hanging to one side like horsehair. He arrived outside of the Celestial Assassins Alliance quickly. The Celestial Assassins Alliance was one of the most powerful groups of the city. Their buildings were much more spectacular than the Blood Base Alliance's buildings. A gigantic horizontal structure appeared in Lin Feng's field of vision. Behind Lin Feng was a gate on which was written Celestial Assassins Alliance. Lin Feng had already crossed the main gate of the Celestial Assassins Alliance. What do you want here? Asked one of the guards coldly. They were all cultivators of the Di-Chi layer. Lin Feng released absolutely no Qi, and it was impossible to know what his cultivation level was. I want to join the Celestial Assassins Alliance, said Lin Feng. If you can cross the 9 Celestial Assassins gates, you'll be able to join the Celestial Assassins Alliance, said his questioner. Lin Feng glanced at him and walked forwards. A powerful Qi surrounded him. However, Lin Feng waved his hands and those people ended up in an illusion. They were all astonished to suddenly find there was nothing around them. What a powerful illusion! He just waved his hands to create such a terrifying illusion, said one of them, pulling a long face. By the time the illusion disappeared, they turned around and Lin Feng had already crossed 5 Celestial Assassins gates. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2374, Closely Following. Chapter 2374, Closely Following. Editor, read. The guards of the different gates grew more powerful. However, Lin Feng easily crossed 6 gates. When he arrived at the 7th one, the guards were already half-saints. The guards were 2 old men, their eyes bloodshot. They glanced at Lin Feng coldly. They flew up and waved their hands. Instantly, terrifying blood-red hands shot towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng's eyes became 2 black holes. He looked terrifying. Come in, said Lin Feng. Suddenly, the 2 guards couldn't see anything anymore, but darkness filled with death strength surrounded them. What a powerful attack! The 2 old men pulled long faces. This challenger's illusions were extremely powerful. They attacked the illusion together, and it exploded. But when they came back to their senses, they realized that Lin Feng had already crossed the 8th gate. How strong! The two old men looked at Lin Feng and took a deep breath. Another strong cultivator is going to join the alliance. I hope they'll be lucky in the godly grave this time. I hope they'll find some historical remains, said the other one. Lin Feng was already fighting against the guard of the 9th gate. There was only one, but he was extremely strong. He was also a half-saint, but his fighting abilities were impressive. His attacks were incredible. However, it wasn't enough to deal with Lin Feng, and he quickly lost. Lin Feng could easily pass that challenge as well. Not bad. Another saint is joining our organization. What's your name? Asked the guard, smiling at Lin Feng. Mu Feng, said Lin Feng. Brother Mu Feng. You're very strong. You probably want to go to the godly grave as well, that's why you came to the Celestial Assassins Alliance, right? Asked the guard with a smile. The Celestial Assassins Alliance existed because of the godly grave. Indeed. How many strong cultivators are there this time? Asked Lin Feng. The godly grave is like the other forbidden territories. It's easy to go in, but it's difficult to come back out alive. Therefore, it's better to be prepared. This time, the Celestial Assassins Alliance has started preparing an impressive army. You won't be disappointed, the Celestial Assassins Alliance prepared great materials and has gathered some great cultivators. Can you recommend me? Asked Lin Feng. No rush. We'll get you a place to rest first. Then, I'll recommend you and you'll get to know them, said the man. His figure flickered and Lin Feng followed him. He showed Lin Feng to a place where he could rest and told Lin Feng some more details, then left. Lin Feng sat down cross-legged in a courtyard. He released threads of godly awareness, which flew up and turned into a vast network, and Lin Feng could see almost everything in the Celestial Assassins Alliance. Many people raised their heads and smiled coldly. Observing a whole town with one's godly awareness wasn't polite. In the Celestial Assassins Alliance, many threads of godly awareness also flew up and looked back at Lin Feng. But Lin Feng didn't mind. Very quickly, he noticed a courtyard. There was a group of people there seated cross-legged calmly. Their chi was terrifying. They were wearing fire robes. They were probably members of the fire shrine. Who dares act so audaciously? Whispered someone raising their head. Piss off, said someone coldly. That terrifying voice shook everybody in the city. Lin Feng opened his eyes and recalled his godly awareness. His eyes were sharp. Those people were definitely members of the fire shrine, so Qiongyu had to be in the group. Lin Feng had noticed a young man in the group, looking quite composed. He might be Qiongyu. Where the members of the fire shrine were staying, someone asked, who was that? I don't know. A sick-looking young man. His cultivation is mysterious. I've never seen him. He must have just joined the Celestial Assassins Alliance, replied someone. That guy is audacious, daring to look at people with his godly awareness. Some people also laughed, they didn't mind. Lin Feng didn't move. Even if Qiongyu was there, he was surrounded by terrifyingly strong cultivators, it was impossible to capture him here. He had to wait for an opportunity. During the following days, Lin Feng inspected the city with his godly awareness every day as if he were sun-gazing. Some people were annoyed, but didn't say anything because he didn't go and inspect secret areas, and he didn't disturb people who were meditating either. Some people were annoyed, however. Why did he do that? Was he practicing cultivation? Time passed slowly. In Tianyan City, the atmosphere was lively too. Many strong cultivators were there, including strong cultivators from the Fortune Shrine and the World Clan. Of course, Lin Feng's clone was there too. Two of Lin Feng's clones were constantly in the Fortune Shrine. One of them stayed in the fortune shrine and did the things he did all the time: read books, spend time with Meng Qing, practice cultivation. But now that Jetian had been captured by the fire shrine, how could Meng Qing be happy? She was extremely worried every day. Lin Feng's clone had gone to Tianyan City. As long as he didn't use his full strength, nobody would notice it was just a clone. There was action on all sides. In a palace of Tianyan City, the diviner and Lin Feng were together. The diviner asked, "How are things there?" "I'm still in the Celestial Assassins Alliance. The date of the journey to the godly grave hasn't been planned yet." "All right. Wait for me, I'll be there soon." "If they want to go to the godly grave, find a way to prevent them from going," said the diviner. Lin Feng nodded. Lin Feng knew that the diviner who was with him was actually a clone too. Lin Feng's real body was in the Celestial Assassins Alliance, and his clone was in Tianyan City. The diviner's clone was in Tianyan City too, and he was going to the Celestial Assassins Alliance with his real body. Lin Feng didn't know what the diviner was doing the whole time with his real body, but now he was going to see Maradeva's real body. "What do we do here?" asked Lin Feng. He had inspected the Celestial Assassins Alliance with his godly awareness. He was worried that Xiongyu would go to the godly grave and he would have no opportunity to catch him. Now that the diviner was going to help him there, it was much better that way. "I informed the fire shrine. They agreed to meet tomorrow. At that moment, I'll be in Blood Great Imperial City already," said the diviner indifferently. Lin Feng's eyes twinkled. One more day. The very next day, early in the morning, Lin Feng was awake as someone called him, "Brother Mu Feng, come out." When Lin Feng heard that, he went out. It was the guard of the 9th gate. He smiled, "Brother Mu Feng, let's go. We have a meeting. We'll get to know each other, and then we'll go to the godly grave." "Today?" Lin Feng was stupefied. How tense. The diviner needed half a day more to arrive. He was rushing over to Blood Great Imperial City. "Indeed. Let's go," that person smiled. He led the way as Lin Feng followed him. Even if he didn't want to go to the godly grave, he needed to prevent the others from going. After a short time, they arrived on a public field. There were dozens of people present. They were all extremely strong. When they saw Lin Feng, people were surprised. Someone laughed and said, "That's the guy who kept inspecting the city using his godly awareness. I wonder why he did that." "Sorry, I just joined the Celestial Assassins Alliance. I'm not familiar with the rules," said Lin Feng, smiling mirthlessly. He glanced at the crowd and saw the members of the fire shrine. In the middle of their group was a young man, probably Xiongyu. Lin Feng was now sure that it was him. Lin Feng didn't say anything, he just clenched his fists. Everybody was there, so he couldn't kidnap Xiongyu. He hoped the diviner would arrive quickly, then Tian Ruojian would be able to help them, too. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2375, Arriving on Time. Chapter 2375, Arriving on Time. Editor, read. The morning sun shone upon Tianyan City. It was very hot there. There was a gigantic palace, and in the sunlight, it looked like it was on fire. It was the fire shrine's palace. Many people gathered on a public field. On one side, everybody was wearing a fire robe. They all had an extraordinary chi and were extremely strong. In the middle of them, there was one cultivator much weaker than everybody else. It was Jetian. "Father!" shouted Jetian when he saw Lin Feng. He didn't look good. He said to Lin Feng, telepathically, "Father, I'm all right, don't worry about me. They're well prepared, you can't do anything." Lin Feng said nothing. He glanced at the members of the fire shrine and finally looked at Xiong Lin. you're a shrine and you stand at the very top of the continent of the 9 clouds. You dare take a young man as a hostage. How shameless. No need to tell me that. I told you, we're not going to harm him. Come here and we'll release him, said Xiong Lin indifferently. He looked quite composed. It's not the first time the fire shrine has done something like this. If you don't release him, the fortune shrine will lose patience, said the diviner plainly. Lose patience? So, what will you do then? Said Xiong Lin, smiling coldly. The diviner closed his eyes and didn't say anything. The atmosphere became eerily silent. Nobody said anything, both sides waited. In the Celestial Assassins Alliance, everybody was getting familiar with each other. When the Fire Shrine's members introduced themselves, the crowd paid more attention. This time, some members of the Fire Shrine are with us. Therefore, we'll choose the fire entry. We'll see if we're lucky and bump into some spiritual beings, said someone at that moment sternly. The 9 spiritual beings' graves are real battlefields. We have to help each other inside, and we should separate. All right. The crowd nodded. Everybody understands. Good, let's go, said the cultivator of the Celestial Assassins Alliance. They were ready to go to the godly grave. Wait, said Lin Feng suddenly. Everybody looked at him. Yes, what? Asked the cultivator. I have a friend who wants to come. He's extremely strong. We should wait, said Lin Feng. The strong cultivator's eyes twinkled. How strong? A high-level saint, he's at the very top of that level. His fighting abilities are incredible. He's not really a friend, he's more like an elder I have affection for, a mentor. He had to do something on his way, so he's a bit late, said Lin Feng. The leader was astonished. A high-level saint who had terrifying fighting abilities? That person was definitely worth waiting for, but... Since it's that way, let's wait for him, said the cultivator. Everybody agreed readily. Lin Feng was a bit relieved. However, 1 hour later, many people frowned. He's not here yet? Just wait, he'll be here soon, replied Lin Feng. You have no notion of time. Let's forget it. Let's go, said that person. Right, one more isn't necessary. We don't even know if he told the truth. Let's go to the godly grave. If he can catch up, then we'll see, said someone. Let's go, said the members of the fire shrine. They didn't feel like waiting around either. Lin Feng watched the crowd leave, unable to keep them waiting longer. He followed the crowd and at the same time, his clone told the diviner the way and hoped he'd manage to catch up. There were 9 entrances to the godly grave in the city. Back in the ancient times, there were only 9 shrines, and 9 spiritual beings controlled the continent. Time had passed, some shrines had disappeared, some had risen, but there were still only 9 entrances. Each entrance led to a spiritual being. The crowd was at the fire entrance. In front of them was an ocean of blood, and above that ocean, there was a gigantic fire. That was the fire grave, and according to legends, there were the historical remains of a fire spiritual being there. Lin Feng had read as many books as possible in the Fortune Shrine, and he had read a lot about the Forbidden Territories. He knew the basics about them, but at that moment, he didn't really care about the Forbidden Territories. The diviner was almost there, but one more step and they'd be in the godly grave, though. These days, Xiongnu had spent all his time with the strong cultivators of the fire shrine. Lin Feng hadn't had any opportunity to catch him. In the godly grave, it'd be even more dangerous. Let's go, said someone. Wait, said Lin Feng suddenly. His figure flickered and he landed in front the entrance. He had his back turned to the entrance. He said to the crowd, "Everybody, please wait. He'll be here soon." Many people frowned and lost patience. We've already waited for a long time, but he has not come. We can't waste time because of one person. Move, said someone indifferently. Mu Feng, don't be annoying, said the cultivator of the Celestial Assassins Alliance. The time needed to burn a joss stick will be enough, said Lin Feng to the crowd. Move! Shouted someone explosively. If he comes and we're inside, you can tell him where we are. Insolent! Said someone, releasing energy which oppressed Lin Feng. Lin Feng said, everybody, this is serious. I must prevent you from going in, otherwise, the consequences will be dramatic. Eh? The crowd looked furious. Some people made steps forwards and someone said coldly, you're trying to scare us? What is serious? What consequences? Please stop, everybody, said someone at that moment. A figure appeared in the sky, his voice reverberating. The crowd frowned as the man's voice resonated in their souls. Who are you, Your Excellency? Asked someone. It's about the shrines. Everybody, stop moving, said the voice. The crowd was startled. The shrines? About the shrines? The members of the fire shrine looked angry. They stepped forwards and said, ignore him, everybody. I'd be curious to see which shrine he's from, anyway. Insolent! Are all the members of the fire shrine that arrogant? Asked the voice aggressively. The members of the fire shrine gazed into the distance and said coldly, you're insolent. If you dare stay, you'll see who's insolent, said the voice. The members of the fire shrine pulled a long face. That person dared threaten them? I'd like to see who dares act that insolently as well, said some people. They had decided to wait. At that moment, someone appeared in the distance. He looked at the crowd and said, it's not me. I'm just someone who wants to go to the godly grave. It was Tian Ruojian. Many people knew his name, but not what he looked like. The continent of the 9 clouds was too big. The crowd didn't enter the godly grave. They wanted to see the person who dared threaten the fire shrine. In the distance, clouds appeared and a strong wind started blowing. A terrifying aura filled the air. Very quickly, the crowd saw a figure, their robe fluttering in the wind. He looked furious. He's here. Lin Feng frowned. That was Maradeva. The crowd frowned. That person looked familiar, but they didn't know where they had seen him. It's Maradeva, said someone suddenly. The members of the fire shrine frowned when they saw it was Maradeva. He hadn't appeared for a very long time. He always appeared as the diviner. Most people had forgotten about Maradeva. Xiongyu, go to the godly grave first, said the members of the fire shrine to Xiongyu and the others. They understood something unusual was going on. What did Maradeva want to do? At that moment, a terrifying sword strength arose with a hum. The crowd shook and looked at Tian Ruojian. They hadn't thought this guy was so strong, and they were together. Bastard! Shouted Maradeva explosively. The atmosphere became illusionary. Maradeva, what is this supposed to mean? Swore a strong cultivator of the fire shrine. I've told you, the fortune shrine has lost patience, said Maradeva coldly. A gigantic hand descended from the sky. At the same time, Tian Ruojian released terrifying sword energies. Lin Feng took out a dazzling sword. It was time to capture Xiongyu, finally. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2376, Chasing. Chapter 2376, Chasing. Editor, read. Maradeva, formerly the Fiend, now Fortune Shrine's diviner, is here. Blurted out the crowd when they saw this. The Fortune Shrine and the Fire Shrine were directly confronting one another. Mu Feng had been wasting time for Maradeva to arrive. You dare act that arrogantly here? Shouted someone loudly. Maradeva and the strong cultivators of the Fire Shrine collided, explosions rent in the air. A strong cultivator of the fire shrine groaned and released even more energies, his eyes filled with killer intent. No wonder Maradeva wasn't worried about infuriating the fire shrine, the fortune and the fire shrines were not friendly at all. "I've told you, the fortune shrine has lost patience," said Maradeva coldly. He was staring at Xiongnu. Xiongnu's face stiffened. "Xiongnu, go into the godly grave. You're their target," said a strong cultivator. Xiongnu and two others nodded and flew towards the fire entrance. A peerless sword energy surrounded Xiongnu and constricted him. It felt like that sword was coming from heaven. Xiongnu had the impression he was hallucinating. No matter what, he couldn't escape its killing power. He wanted to move away, but he realized he was extremely slow. Kasayapa sword technique. He's Tian Ruojian. Xiongnu and the two other people's faces changed drastically. They had never seen Tian Ruojian, but they could guess who he was considering his attack. Many people from the shrines had had the opportunity to sense Kasayapa's sword intent. It was impossible to forget. "Explode!" shouted one of them loudly. The atmosphere turned into a fireball. The deceleration energy broke apart. Another man flashed forwards, lights emerging from his fingers and moving towards Tian Ruojian. "Go!" shouted the two cultivators in front of Xiongnu. The other strong cultivators confronted Maradeva. Since Maradeva's target was Xiongnu, they had to go into the godly grave. Inside were other strong cultivators from the fire shrine. Xiongnu felt relaxed with the help of those two. He flashed towards the fire entrance, but found Lin Feng standing there. His sword emitted whistling sounds. A terrifying energy filled the air. He didn't move, but the atmosphere around him stiffened. That sword attack was dangerous. Xiongnu stopped and released an explosive fire. He shouted furiously, "Die!" A fire spear appeared in Xiongnu's hand. It rotated rapidly, releasing a black fire which formed a vortex. Lin Feng was still standing there as if the outside world had nothing to do with him. He released God's strength and condensed it into his sword. A wave of heat rolled towards Lin Feng. His skin suddenly felt extremely sore, as if he were being roasted. He waved his hands and finally moved invisibly fast. However, he still didn't move his sword. He flew towards the spear. Finally, Lin Feng's sword moved. It was extremely fast as light. Xiongnu couldn't even see it clearly. How fast? He couldn't believe it. "Piss off!" he shouted. His spear continued moving forwards, a fire trail appearing behind it, and flames howled around it. But the sword was already in front of him. He moved back quickly and terrifying lights emerged from his third eye. Lin Feng's sword cut through the lights, and the sword intent disappeared. He was surprised. Xiongnu was already far away. Xiongnu released more light beams, but then he realized they were shattering. "They're broken." What a terrifying attack! Xiongnu's face stiffened. He noticed that Lin Feng was also surprised. He had been too careless a moment before, deciding to throw himself at Lin Feng just now. He hadn't thought Lin Feng's speed was so terrifying. "Xiongnu, go into the godly grave!" shouted someone, landing in front of Xiongnu. They had to get Xiongnu into the godly grave to protect him. "All right, get ready to disperse," said Xiongnu. However, Lin Feng looked at him coldly. Lights twinkled under his feet as he cast a deployment spell. "Go!" shouted the fire saint. He struck the ground with his fingers, and it shook violently. A terrifying fire struck the deployment marks, the ground shattered. Xiongnu moved towards the fire entrance as fast as possible. Maradeva and Tian Ruojian were terrifyingly strong, very dangerous, and if they had the opportunity, they'd be able to capture Xiongnu easily. Even if Xiongnu was strong, he couldn't compete with them. Lin Feng was grim. The enemy had managed to stop his deployment spell. He turned around and looked after Qiongyu. However, a fire saint threw himself at him, a scorching hot energy penetrating into his body. As he ran towards Lin Feng, his fire was becoming more and more powerful. Lin Feng's body stiffened. An oppressive black fire surrounded him. The attack was really strong. No, Lin Feng looked at Qiongyu, who was getting closer and closer to the entrance. He was about to succeed. Die! Shouted Lin Feng furiously. A death cage appeared and his sword moved towards the man quickly. This time, he didn't use the fast strength, he used the heavy strength. Even though the opponent was in his illusion, his attacks were terrifying and made Lin Feng tremble. What a powerful attack! Lin Feng grit his teeth. His god strength surged out, and his sword penetrated into the cage of darkness. It was a terrifying and aggressive attack, a heavy blow. Die! Shouted Lin Feng. That attack destroyed his opponent's saint's weapon and crashed onto his body and blew him apart. However, Lin Feng didn't look happy. He turned around again and saw that Qiongyu was already in the godly grave. Lin Feng pulled a long face. He glanced at Maradeva and Tian Ruojian and said, "I'm going in, but it's too dangerous inside," shouted Maradeva, as Lin Feng chased after Qiongyu. It was extremely dangerous, but Lin Feng didn't care. Maradeva and Tian Ruojian could deal with the members of the fire shrine who were still outside. That way, Lin Feng would be able to deal with Qiongyu without them. It was good enough. Lin Feng jumped into the entrance to the godly grave. He still had some flames on his body, there were some blisters which burst and bled. His previous opponent had been extremely strong. "I'll definitely catch Qiongyu," thought Lin Feng. His eyes gleamed. He had to capture Qiongyu to get Jitian back. This was an opportunity, and there weren't other people from shrines present, for once. Lin Feng jumped into the godly grave. The crowd around was astonished. How insane! He was chasing Qiongyu into the godly grave. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2377, Tear into Each Other. Chapter 2377, Tear into Each Other. Editor, read. When the crowd saw Lin Feng jump into the godly grave, they also got ready to go enter, but someone shouted coldly, "Stop!" Maradeva jumped and landed in front of the godly grave. He glanced at the crowd and said, "Everybody, before the issue is solved, stay here. If you disobey and try to enter the godly grave, don't blame me." When the crowd heard him, they frowned. How arrogant! However, what could they do? He was famous and extremely strong, all they could do was shut up. Going to the godly grave wasn't exactly urgent. The strong cultivators of the fire shrine looked at Maradeva and said coldly, "You can't stop us with just your arrogance, Maradeva." "Never mind. At the very least, none of you will enter the godly grave," said Maradeva mercilessly. Tian Ruojian landed next to him, and they blocked the entrance. "You think too highly of yourself," said a low-level saint to Maradeva coldly. Maradeva glanced at him coldly. He stretched out his hand, a light beam emerged and surrounded that man. The lights constricted his soul. He could die any time. "He's aiming at you. Escape!" shouted someone furiously next to him. That person's face stiffened and he retreated. "It's too late for him to escape," said Maradeva coldly. He closed his eyes, looking solemn and aloof. He said coldly, "Great destiny technique, heavenly laceration, die." Celestial Tao condensed into the light beam. That cultivator's face paled. His soul started shaking violently as a light beam descended from the sky. The low-level saint from the fire shrine trembled, and then he closed his eyes and collapsed softly. He was dead. "You're lucky I want Qiongyu alive, otherwise, you wouldn't have been able to do anything," said Maradeva, reopening his eyes. He glanced at the strong cultivators of the fire shrine. They remained silent and could only grimace. The Fortune Shrine had some terrifying Destiny Celestial Tao techniques. The heavenly laceration of the Great Destiny technique was nigh unstoppable. It was difficult to escape from the diviner. You dare kill people from the Fire Shrine, Maradeva, you want to start a war between the shrines? The high-level Fire Saint demanded of Maradeva. We've been enduring your provocations for such a long time, since you don't fear a war, why would the Fortune Shrine? Said Maradeva. A terrifying celestial Tao condensed in the sky and attacked another low-level saint. That person's face turned deathly pale. The Great Destiny technique's heavenly laceration was terrifying. The opponent had to have a powerful celestial Tao technique to resist it. Maradeva, you bastard! Shouted a strong cultivator of the Fire Shrine. He then threw himself at Maradeva. Tianruojian jumped forwards and a terrifying sword light beam appeared, like time had stopped. The strong cultivator withdrew and condensed a black fire in his hand, throwing it at the sword. Die! Maradeva's eyes were filled with murder. He used his heavenly laceration again. The crowd was shaking. Another low-level saint died. Everybody remained quiet. Maradeva's strength was terrifying. Saints were dying. The strong cultivators of the Fire Shrine were furious. Maradeva was killing low-level saints like insects. What would happen if he used it against high-level saints, though? Nobody knew because they hadn't sensed the real power of his heavenly laceration. Maradeva wanted to slaughter them all. It meant that the Fortune Shrine couldn't stand them anymore. The Fire Shrine had been chasing their disciple for such a long time, the Fortune Shrine was furious. The Fire Shrine will not let the matter drop, said the high-level saint coldly. I don't intend to leave the matter at this, either. Today, if we don't solve the issue in Tianyin City, the Fortune Shrine will start a war against the Fire Shrine. Are you ready for that? Said Maradeva indifferently. The strong cultivator of the Fire Shrine was astonished. The issue in Tianyin City? They didn't know what was going on in Tianyin City because they had left for the godly grave a while before. But apparently, the Fire Shrine had really offended the Fortune Shrine this time. Surprisingly, they were ready to start a war. When people heard about a war between the two shrines, they were stunned, and their hearts started pounding. If the Fire Shrine started a war against the Fortune Shrine, would they win? For both shrines, it would be a tragedy. Tianruojian, how did we offend you? And who was that young man a moment ago? Asked the strong cultivator of the Fire Shrine looking at Tianruojian. We can't stand you, said Tianruojian indifferently. He didn't say anything else. The strong cultivator of the Fire Shrine pulled a long face. On the other side, Lin Feng had entered the godly grave, a terrifying fire chi surrounded him. The fire grave was scorching hot there. However, Lin Feng wasn't interested in the place, he had just followed Xiangyu. He released his godly awareness and inspected the area. Very quickly, he sensed a powerful chi in the distance and flew in that direction. He was surrounded by empty space and wind strength to move faster. It was almost like he was teleporting himself. Xiangyu, fight! He shouted out. Xiangyu sensed that Lin Feng was chasing him and that he was alone. Lin Feng's chi wasn't very powerful, he was seemed weak. However, his saint's weapon was ancient and strange, terrifyingly powerful, and his strength was also strange. Xiangyu didn't stop, continuing to fly forwards. Even if he was going to fight against Lin Feng, he didn't want to fight next to the entrance. He wanted to get further in, otherwise, if Maradeva and Tianruojian entered, he'd be in danger, he couldn't compete with them. Besides, he didn't understand why Maradeva and Tianruojian wanted to capture him. Fortune Shrine. Xiangyu's eyes twinkled. The chi in this place was terrifying and desolate. They both continued moving, Lin Feng slowly catching up. At that moment, in Tianyin City, the members of the Fire Shrine and the Fortune Shrine were still silent. However, at that moment, on the Fire Shrine side, someone suddenly released an ice-cold chi. Suddenly, he looked at the diviner coldly. "Maradeva, you killed people from our shrine with your real body?" shouted that strong cultivator, breaking the silence. The crowd was stupefied, especially the members of the Fire Shrine. Maradeva's real body? Some old people knew that Maradeva had been practicing in seclusion with his real body. Was he out again? The diviner looked back at him calmly. "You're chasing Qiongyu to kill him?" That person's chi was becoming colder and colder. "Back in the days, during the meeting of the continent of the 9 clouds, you attacked my disciple. After that, you continued chasing him. Do you think the Fortune Shrine would let you do that forever patiently? You're ridiculous," said the diviner indifferently. "Release him now and we'll leave, and of course, we'll stop chasing Qiongyu." "Release him? Make him come here," said that cultivator coldly. "It seems that there's no space for negotiation," said the diviner indifferently. Everybody remained silent again. However, the members of the Fire Shrine felt pressured now. The Fortune Shrine was starting to kill their people. They were chasing Qiongyu, trying to threaten them by using Qiongyu as a hostage. The only thing they could do was wait and see if Qiongyu could escape. "Maradeva, if anything happens to Qiongyu, you'll pay the price for it," said the strong cultivator of the Fire Shrine coldly. The diviner looked back at him coldly and said, "You think we're desperate and taking huge risks? We've already started killing your people. If anything happens to Zhetian, the Fortune Shrine will start a real war against the Fire Shrine." When Maradeva said that, everybody remained silent. There were people from other shrines there, smiling coldly on the inside. If the Fire Shrine and the Fortune Shrine started a war, nobody would help them, the other shrines would be happy. The best thing would be if Lin Feng died, too. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2378, Great Battle Against Qiongyu. Chapter 2378, Great Battle Against Qiongyu. Editor, read. In the desolate, gloomy, and scorching hot cave, the two figures kept flickering. After a very long time, Qiongyu decided that they were far enough from the entrance and stopped. He turned around and looked at Lin Feng coldly as his fire spear appeared in his hand. Very quickly, Lin Feng landed in front of him, holding his god's sword. "Before fighting, could you please tell me who you are?" Qiongyu asked. He didn't underestimate or despise Lin Feng. He had seen how terrifying his sword attacks were. Lin Feng. Lin Feng didn't hide his real identity. It wasn't necessary anymore. The diviner had even started killing people from the Fire Shrine, and threatened to start a war. Either the Fortune Shrine or the Fire Shrine would collapse. Lin Feng, who ranked first at the meeting of the continent of the 9 clouds. Qiongyu was surprised. He wasn't surprised to learn that the person in front of him was Lin Feng, he was surprised to see how strong he had become. Qiongyu didn't know much about Lin Feng. Not all the members of the shrines knew everything about Lin Feng. Qiongyu had only heard that amongst the top 10 cultivators of the meeting of the continent of the 9 clouds, one of them might have a forbidden body and therefore the shrines wanted to kill him. However, Qiongyu didn't really believe in the legends related to the forbidden people. Could a forbidden person really trigger a shrine's dusk war? The shrines had already reached a certain level of strength, how come they hadn't managed to destroy someone who had a forbidden body? But now Qiongyu was facing Lin Feng, and felt some admiration for him. Not such a long time had passed since the meeting of the continent of the 9 clouds. Back then Lin Feng was only a cultivator of the top of the Huang Qi layer, and now he had become a saint. How impressive! Qionyu's qi was becoming more and more intense. He said coldly, "The godly grave will become your grave. You should feel honored." A light beam emerged from Qiangyu's hand, a drop of blood appeared and turned into a dazzling fire armor, fusing with Qiangyu's skin. Lin Feng was extremely strong, and Qiangyu preferred being cautious. Lin Feng had a terrifying saint's weapon, so with this armor, Qiangyu felt completely safe. I see. You're really important in the fire shrine, said Lin Feng to Qiangyu. He wasn't surprised that Qiangyu had several saint's weapons. The fire spear was for attacks and the armor was for defense, a complete set. Qiangyu moved towards Lin Feng. This time, he looked much more solemn and serious. Each time he took a step, celestial Tao flew up and he condensed it. He was going to use a saint's technique. Lin Feng looked unruffled. His robe was fluttering in the fiery wind. He didn't take Qiangyu into his own world immediately. Qiangyu couldn't escape anymore anyway, so why not have a real fight against him? Lin Feng wanted to try using his god's sword. Qiangyu lifted his spear and condensed even more celestial Tao. Around him, several vortexes appeared and turned into spears. Die! Shouted Qiangyu explosively. An endless number of black spears moved towards Lin Feng instantly, turning into fire tornadoes. Lin Feng took a step forwards and released God's strength. Lin Feng's sword thrust forwards and released absorbing strength, which turned into a vortex. It absorbed the spears one after another. Lin Feng's sword was like a black hole absorbing everything in its way. The sword had turned into a black hole which sucked in the spears. Lin Feng was trying out the absorbing strength of his sword. The spear Qiangyu was holding shook with his fury, and he shouted out. 3,000 spears appeared and condensed into a single gigantic spear. It shot straight towards the black hole. Small fire dragons appeared and danced around the spear as they roared out. The black hole started trembling. Lin Feng took a few steps backwards as he cast a deployment spell. The atmosphere became golden. Empty space strength started intertwining. Lin Feng could cast deployment spells instantly with the power of his mind. He also condensed God's strength into his deployment spells. Humph! Qiangyu grunted coldly. He stabbed his spear into the ground, and the deployment spell on the ground started cracking. He didn't want to give Lin Feng time to cast a deployment spell. However, the deployment spell reappeared instantly. He wasn't as fast as Lin Feng. Lin Feng slowly walked forwards, an illusion appeared, and everything became dark around his opponent. However, in the darkness, there was a deadly sword shooting towards him. He started to get a bit worried. Burn! Shouted Qiangyu. Flames of fury appeared in his eyes. Lin Feng's sword penetrated into the ocean of flames, piercing through and reappearing on the other side. Lin Feng frowned. It was as if his sword had pierced through nothing, through emptiness. It can't be. Suddenly, he felt danger. He saw a pair of eyes filled with flames and closed his eyes. His eyes had just started burning painfully. Xiangyu also reappeared, lights dispersing around him. He was having a hard time too. His armor had shattered, forcing him to use an illusion to become immaterial in his eyes to release fire to protect himself. Destroy! Said Xiangyu, pointing at Lin Feng. A terrifying saint's strength condensed and shot towards Lin Feng's third eye. Lin Feng countered with a terrifying death strength. They weren't that close to one another, but Lin Feng could sense how scary those energies were. At that moment, Lin Feng had the impression he could die instantly. However, he closed his eyes and remained completely calm. His sword was shooting forwards and he could not recall it, and he couldn't dodge either. He could only use one kind of strength to dodge. Great empty space technique. Lin Feng started entering an empty space. At the same time, he released qi towards Qiangyu's head. The invisible and intangible qi penetrated into Qiangyu's skull. At that moment, the only thing Qiangyu wanted to do was kill Lin Feng. It's over, he said, pointing at Lin Feng. He charged forwards and smiled coldly, as if he had found something. He had to kill this guy. Eh? Qiangyu frowned. He realized there was something wrong. Sword intent? How is that possible? Xiang Yu was astonished. Impossible. However, Xiang Yu retreated as quickly as he could, but it was too late. Lin Feng's hand suddenly moved towards his head, and he had no time to stop him. No, the destructive hand was becoming bigger and bigger in his field of vision. It was impossible, but the hand still reached him. His soul shook violently, and his body went numb. A terrifying strength hit him with the force of a landslide and the power of a tidal wave. Happily, Lin Feng didn't want to kill him, he wanted to make him unable to fight. Xiang Yu sensed his internal organs explode, and coughed blood. Finally, he couldn't hold on anymore, and collapsed. Was it an illusion? Whispered Xiang Yu, as if he had realized something. Lin Feng looked at Xiang Yu. How dangerous. A moment before, he had created a dream using illusion strength which corresponded to what Xiang Yu wanted to see. However, Xiang Yu wanted to kill him so badly, so it was difficult to resist. Lin Feng looked at his chest. There was blood, but it was worth it. Capturing Xiang Yu was the most important thing in the world, for his son, Zhetian. But now, Lin Feng looked around and remembered that he was in the godly grave, one of the 7 forbidden territories. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2379, Forbidden Territory, Godly Grave. Chapter 2379, Forbidden Territory, Godly Grave. Editor, read. In Tianyan City, when Lin Feng captured Xiang Yu, his clone whispered to the diviner, "I have captured Xiang Yu." "Good," said the diviner. He was happy. His real body was in Blood Great Imperial City slaughtering people. It was all worth it. He had helped Lin Feng seize an opportunity to capture Xiang Yu. That way, the fire shrine wouldn't act so recklessly, and Zhetian would be safe. "I captured Xiang Yu, will you release him now?" asked the diviner to the members of the fire shrine. The members of the fire shrine were stunned. They took out jade talismans and called Xiang Yu quickly. As expected, he wasn't reachable. Their expressions changed drastically. "Fortune Shrine, how sly. We're not as shameless as you, at least," the diviner replied pitilessly. "Well, you captured Xiang Yu in the grave, how do we exchange people now?" "Release him for me for now," said Lin Feng indifferently. He walked forwards and said to the members of the fire shrine, "I captured Xiang Yu. He's with my real body. You release Zhetian, I stay here. That way, you can keep things under control." "You? What if you give up your real body?" asked a strong cultivator of the fire shrine coldly, sounding skeptical. Lin Feng released qi into the air and then raised his fist, punching out. He said, "My clones are extremely powerful too, you think I'd give up one of my powerful clones just to kill Xiang Yu? I don't care about him at all." The members of the fire shrine frowned, trying to see if Lin Feng was telling the truth or not. Lin Feng said, "No need to think of a solution. If you act recklessly again, I won't trust you anymore. I'll give up my son and I'll kill Xiang Yu." The members of the fire shrine looked pensive. Was giving up a clone worth saving Zhetian? "Alright, let's do the exchange," said a saint of the fire shrine at that moment. Lin Feng looked at him and said, "Alright, I'm coming, release Zhetian." Lin Feng's clone walked towards the saint of the fire shrine. As long as his clone was there, the fire shrine would wait because his real body had Xiang Yu. The fire shrine released Zhetian. Zhetian slowly walked forwards. When they passed next to each other, Zhetian said to Lin Feng telepathically, "Father, let's escape together." "We're in Tianyan City," replied Lin Feng, "don't worry. It's only a clone. They won't do anything to me. You go back, go and see your mother." Zhetian's eyes were red, but he nodded and said, "Father, I will definitely become extremely strong." "Go!" said Lin Feng calmly. He slapped Jatian's shoulder. The fire shrine didn't do anything dodgy. When Jatian went back, the diviner said, "We're off." Their figures flickered. The saints of the fire shrine glanced after them coldly. The diviner sensed a terrifying chi surrounding him. A few people appeared in front of him in the sky, staring at him coldly. Something appeared in the diviner's hand, dazzling lights surrounded them and the vault of heaven absorbed them. They turned into illusions and disappeared, leaving Tianyan City. They had gotten prepared. After the diviner and the others left, the cultivator of the fire shrine said, as expected, he prepared a teleportation scepter. "Get ready to fight." "The fortune shrine doesn't fear a war, the fire shrine doesn't either," said an old man indifferently. Then they disappeared. That simple sentence could determine the fate of an entire generation. Lin Feng didn't control the situation. His strength was limited. There were many things he couldn't control. He knew that when he had entered the godly grave already. He didn't even know how to get out of the godly grave. Lin Feng's figure flickered. The landscapes were desolate because everything was burning there. Anything that could survive in there was a precious treasure. "There's someone." At that moment, Lin Feng saw a figure. The man was lying on the ground, injured. Lin Feng flashed forwards and landed next to the man. He was a saint emperor at the top of the Shangdi layer. In the outside world, apart from saints, such cultivators were already strong. Most of the time, only saints had the opportunity to meet other saints. Saints were too mysterious. A powerful life strength penetrated into the man's body as Lin Feng helped him recover. The person said, "Thank you very much, Master." "How long have you been in the godly grave?" asked Lin Feng. "How long?" That person looked confused. He was struggling to remember. "I forgot, hundreds of years, I guess," the man said sorrowfully. Back then, he was powerful and influential in the outside world, and now he had been stuck in there for hundreds of years. What had he gone through in there? "What is there in the godly grave?" asked Lin Feng. That person looked pensive. In the past, he used to think there were opportunities. He had thought he'd find historical remains. Then he had realized people were fighting everywhere inside. In the past he thought there weren't many saints, and only then he had realized he didn't know much about the world. He was at the top of the Shangdi layer and kept being humiliated in there. He could do nothing but drift and live without purpose. Nobody respected him. He looked at Lin Feng, he looked desperate and replied, "Battles." "Battles?" asked Lin Feng surprised. "What do you mean?" "I don't know either, people just wander around and fight." "There are 9 exits, all of them correspond to 9 ancient spiritual beings. There are battlefields and historical remains. The godly grave is a place to fight. And regarding the historical remains, I've never found any, and I've never heard of any." He lowered his head and finished hoarsely, "I want to leave this evil place." "Why haven't I seen anyone?" asked Lin Feng. "And what is this? The word fire is written on your third eye." The word was written on the man's forehead, dimly discernible and containing a particular chi. "Continue straight ahead, there's a battlefield. You'll understand." The word fire is the spiritual being's signature. Anyone who goes there get his third eye signed. "It proves you are one of the fire god's people," explained the man. Lin Feng frowned. "Signature? And what did he mean with battlefields? What kind of place was the godly grave?" Lin Feng had been to the supreme ancient pit of hell. It was an elaborate place with palaces, demon kings, demons, etc. Was the godly grave really only a grave for spiritual beings, or gods? Lin Feng guessed that the forbidden territories all had mysteries. To the people who controlled those places, they probably weren't mysterious, however. Lin Feng understood that in this world, when reaching a certain level, there were no problems anymore. The forbidden territories weren't mysteries in the eyes of such people. "Bring me there," said Lin Feng. The man shook his head quickly. "Master, I don't want to go back there." "I'll protect you," said Lin Feng. That cultivator forced himself to nod with a sigh. "All right." Straight away the whole time. Lin Feng took the man and flew in that direction. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2380, Have the Gods Really Vanished? Chapter 2380, Have the Gods Really Vanished? Editor, read. Lin Feng took the Saint Emperor forwards. They quickly arrived at the top of a mountain and stopped. Lin Feng gazed into the distance. There was a gigantic valley below, in which there was indeed a battlefield. Smoke kept rising up in the air, and there were caves and fortresses everywhere, with tents scattered between. Many people were sitting around, looking confused. There was an invisible and intangible chi around them which indicated they had been fighting for a very long time. In the sky was a gigantic curtain of fire. Lin Feng was still far from all this, but he could sense an enormous amount of strength. That strength wanted to pierce through his third eye, leaving him no choice. "How come there are so many Saint Emperors?" asked Lin Feng. "Those people all seem to be Saint Emperors. They're like me. After they came in, they weren't able to leave. Even though I've been here for a long time, many people have been here for much, much longer than me. Some of them have been here for 10,000 or even 100,000 years. The most incredible thing I've seen here was 7 generations of people who met in here. They were from the same clan and surprisingly they all met in here. You know, at our level, if we don't get killed, we almost never die," the man replied. It reminded him of the supreme ancient pit of hell, generations of people entering the forbidden territories and getting stuck inside. "Since it's a battlefield, it must be to death, right? Why are there so many people?" asked Lin Feng. The fire word in people's third eyes is a gift offered by the spiritual being to protect people before dying. Even if their body is destroyed, they can use body capture to come back to life. Saints have incredible healing abilities. I have personally died twice. Once I was saved and brought back to life, and once I stole a body using body capture. That person looked sad and devastated. He had no way to live. He had become a puppet, only death could save him. According to legends, there are spiritual beings' historical remains in the godly grave, but there's only a battlefield here? How come? What is the purpose? Lin Feng didn't understand. Lies. Everything is a lie in the continent of the 9 clouds, said the man firmly. I've heard many things I would have never dared believe in the past. For example, people who manage to leave usually find historical remains, and the spiritual beings allow them to leave. Many people who come here are strong fighters, and they can make the spiritual beings disappear, but do spiritual beings really disappear? The spiritual beings who made the shrines, are they alive or not? Are there only peerless saints who controlled shrines? You think that the spiritual beings still exist? Asked Lin Feng. I also used to think that the spiritual beings, or gods if you wish, had disappeared. But since I've been here, I'm sure that the 9 gods still exist. Otherwise the existence of the godly grave wouldn't be justified. Those people, or deities, despise us. They use us like chess pieces. They look down at us from the sky. The godly grave is a forbidden territory for us, for them, it's a game. He looked terrified, desperate, panic-stricken, and terrifyingly sad. He put his hands on his head and shouted furiously, No, no. What's going on? Asked Lin Feng frowning. His informer went into a frenzy, writhing in pain. The word in his third eye. Lin Feng was astonished. The word in his third eye started burning, then it grew large enough to surround his body. No, the cultivator screamed, and began to burn. Lin Feng pulled a long face and moved forwards. Ice surrounded the man, but it was useless. He burned down to ash and finally, only the gigantic word fire was left behind. He's dead. Lin Feng was grim. They were chatting about the gods, and suddenly that person had begun to burn. How mysterious. Lin Feng raised his head and looked up at the sky. Did gods really exist? According to legends, there had been a great war in the ancient times, and the gods had vanished. Was it all a lie? Was everything about the godly grave a lie, too? Lin Feng looked at the ashes and bowed. If I hadn't taken you back, you wouldn't have died. I just didn't know. Lin Feng turned around and gazed into the distance. Someone came out of a fortress. He had big eyes, but looked remarkably dignified. He sensed something and looked back at Lin Feng. However, he didn't look surprised, it was just another person who had come to the godly grave. It was normal. Many people came here. Since you're here, come down. There is no exit, said that person. Lin Feng's eyes twinkled. He had no option, he jumped forwards. Lin Feng walked slowly through the valley. However, when he landed on the ground, an invisible and intangible strength crashed onto his third eye. The word fire appeared there, just like the one on the man who had just died. Is it really a god's signature? Murmured Lin Feng. If there was no god, what was the explanation? No wonder the man had suspected they were still gods after having spent such a long time here. Lin Feng walked past a middle-aged man. The man looked at Lin Feng and said, "From now on, obey me. If you disobey, you'll die." That middle-aged man was a low-level saint. Lin Feng's cultivation level was always blurry in other people's eyes. He looked ordinary. "What do I need to do?" asked Lin Feng. He didn't show how strong he was. He needed to understand what kind of place the godly grave was, and he needed to get pieces of information from other people. Nothing. Just stay with them. If there's anything to do, I'll tell you, said the middle-aged man indifferently. In the distance was an army of cultivators. Lin Feng nodded and walked over to them. Those people looked at Lin Feng apathetically, totally expressionless. Another unlucky person, a woman sighed. Lin Feng turned around and looked at her. She was wearing black clothes. She didn't look beautiful, she looked just normal, clean, and simple. Lin Feng smiled and sat down next to her. She was a bit surprised, but she smiled and said, "Where are you from?" "Northwest area," said Lin Feng smiling. "Northwest area? You're from the imperial court of the continent of the 9 clouds then. It's not far from the fire shrine." "No wonder you came through the fire door," said the woman smiling. She stretched her hand and said, "Lin-y." Lin. Lin Feng's heart twitched, but he shook her hand and smiled, "Mu Feng." "By the way, Lin-y, you said I'm from the imperial court of the continent of the 9 clouds, but are there people here from other places, then?" asked Lin Feng. He was curious. "I don't know. I've only been here for a dozen years. I've talked to some people, but some of them are from places I've never heard of, and I don't know whether they were from the imperial court of the continent of the 9 clouds or not." "You've been here for a short time too, then. What's going on with the battles? Who are we fighting? And why?" asked Lin Feng. There had to be a reason to fight. The one who had died had told Lin Feng the gods were just playing a game. For merit and to open the gods' historical remains, but we are just cannon fodder, said Lin smiled sadly. People around looked at her, all looking devastated. What a tragedy to be there. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2381, Invasion. Chapter 2381, Invasion. Editor, read. Merit? Open the historical remains? Lin Feng didn't understand what Lin Yi meant. Were there really historical remains there? Did they even need to open them? What merit? And has anyone ever seen the historical remains? Asked Lin Feng to Lin Yi. When we enter the godly grave, depending on the entrance you use to enter, a different word is put into your third eye. When you enter through the fire entrance, the word fire appears in your third eye, which means we represent the fire spiritual being, or fire god. When people enter through the other entrances, the same happens to them. A word appears in their third eye and indicates which spiritual being they represent. When we kill people from other armies, we steal other spiritual beings' achievements, like points. Regarding the historical remains, I've heard some old people say that we'll never see them personally. Lin Yi smiled sadly. She had already resigned herself. There was nothing else to do, anyway. Cultivators of the Di-Chi layer are under the orders of the saints. Since we are not as strong as saints, we are just cannon fodder on the battlefield. When saints are killed, the killers they get more points, it seems. Of course, only saints who have been in here for a long time know what things are actually like. All right. Lin Feng nodded. They needed military merits, or points, to open the historical remains, it seemed. Lin Feng now wondered, who benefited from the victories? Only the one in charge of the specific grave? Or the whole army, too? Killing other people is getting more and more difficult, because everybody knows how to protect their points. They don't let their people die. Each time armies start fighting, some people are in charge of the corpses, and don't let you steal points, continued Lin Yi. They heard some steps behind them. Lin Feng and Lin Yi turned around. A woman had arrived. She looked heroic and valiant, graceful, elegant, and charming, truly noble. She glanced over the crowd and especially at Lin Feng and Lin Yi. What's your name? The woman asked Lin Feng. She's the Blood Saint's daughter, she's in charge of us most of the time. She has an explosive temper. Don't infuriate her, Lin Yi warned Lin Feng. Mu Feng, replied Lin Feng. You, stand up, said the woman aggressively, pointing at Lin Feng. Lin Feng was surprised. He wasn't used to people talking to him that way, but he wasn't like in the past. He didn't have such a bad temper anymore, he was like pale clouds and a gentle breeze. He didn't want to confront her directly right now. At least, he first wanted to understand what was going on in the godly grave and how to leave. He also wanted to understand what the point of the battles between the 9 spiritual beings was. Were the gods really playing a game? Take out your jade talisman, the woman said to Lin Feng. He took it out and they exchanged their contact details. Lin Yi, go and show him around so that he gets familiar with the area, said the woman, before turning around and leaving. Lin Yi and some other people stood up and said to Lin Feng, let's go then. We'll go and scout. Scout for what? Asked Lin Feng. It's a war. We need to scout and gather intelligence. Otherwise, the enemies will kill us easily without us even knowing how. It's very dangerous here, said Lin Yi. The group of people headed out. Mu Feng, let me give you a map of the area. We're on the edge of the fire grave here, said Lin Yi, transmitting a map to Lin Feng using her godly awareness. How desolate. Are there really historical remains here? Said Lin Feng. He had the feeling there was nothing here. If there are no historical remains, why would there be so many people, including saints? Interjected someone. They were 4 people, 2 men in addition to Lin Feng and Lin Yi. They looked cold, their eyes empty and hopeless. In front of us is an area where people often hide, but our enemies usually don't hide that far, said Lin Yi. They all released their godly awareness and inspected the mountain range. There's nobody, whispered Lin Yi, but even if we can't see anyone with our godly awareness, we have to be careful. Many people have incredible hiding abilities. However, the probability of seeing an enemy here is not high. Lin Feng frowned because he could sense life with his godly awareness. As expected, Lin Yi was right, some people are hiding here. I can only sense some dimly discernible life energy. Lin Yi can't sense anything, it's not unusual, thought Lin Feng. Lin Yi was a bit careless because she was too close to their base, convinced there was no enemy this far out. Very quickly, they crossed the area, but Lin Feng didn't say anything about what he had sensed. He wanted to cross the area and see if those people who were hiding would come out at some point. How fast? At that moment, Lin Feng was startled, as the thread of life energy he had sensed moved extremely fast, and nobody had noticed it. If he hadn't been staring at it the whole time, he wouldn't have noticed it, either. Lin Feng ignored the enemy and continued moving forwards. After a short time, they arrived in a vast area, and Lin Feng sensed some people's qi. I think something is going to happen, thought Lin Feng. As expected, when Lin Feng arrived at the beginning of a valley, he said to Lin Yi, "That's enough for today, isn't it? Let's go back." Lin Yi was surprised. Go back? How could things be so easy? We're scouting. There are enemies on our territory, how could we go back? Said Lin Yi. If we don't go back, we might never go back, thought Lin Feng. He whispered, "There is a great danger awaiting us here, let's go back." Lin Feng turned around and started retreating. The two men frowned. Lin Yi was surprised, but she decided to trust Lin Feng and followed him. At the same time, she said telepathically, "Did anything happen?" "I sense lots of life qi," said Lin Feng. Impossible, Lin Yi's face stiffened. "We're good at scouting, especially when it comes to sensing strength, and we sense nothing at all." "They use saints' weapons to hide their qi," replied Lin Feng. Lin Yi's face stiffened. "If that's the case, we need to go back and report it to the superiors. We need to leave if the situation is dangerous." "Invaders?" asked Lin Feng. "Enemies don't come here to scout. If they're really here, it's to invade us. We need to hurry up and head back." Lin Yi accelerated. The enemies remained discreet, but Lin Feng noticed that they had changed their positions. They had gotten closer to the palace. "How many people do we have? How many saints?" asked Lin Feng. "There are 3 saints, the strongest one is the blood saint," replied Lin Yi. "Since we have saints, why don't the saints of the other side attack directly? Why do they need to use armies?" "It seems troublesome," said Lin Feng. He didn't understand. The saints could destroy all the saint emperors as they wished. Saints don't care about saint emperors, especially since there are so many of them. "Killing saints to get points is too difficult," replied Lin Yi. "If it were me, I wouldn't kill them," said Lin Feng, smiling indifferently. When they arrived back to the palace, the blood saint's daughter was surprised. She asked, "How come you're back already?" "Mu Feng said he sensed lots of life qi which was getting closer and closer to our palace," said one of the 2 men. Lin Feng frowned. They had made him bear the responsibility. No matter what happened, nobody would blame them. "And you didn't sense anything?" asked the woman. "No," said the 2, shaking their heads. "What about you, Lin Yi?" asked the woman. Lin Yi's face stiffened. "I didn't either, but I believe Mu Feng. You have acute perceptions and you haven't sensed anything, he has just arrived and you believe him?" said the woman coldly. She looked at Lin Feng. A fire whip appeared and lashed towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng released qi, but Lin Yi said to him telepathically, "Don't try to resist." Lin Feng stopped, and the whip crashed onto his body. His clothes were torn apart instantly, but he didn't move at all, he just glanced at her coldly. If Lin Yi hadn't told him anything, he would have killed her. "I'll forgive you this time. If you do something like that again, I'll kill you," said the woman coldly, staring at Lin Feng. "You're right, I'll forgive you this time too," thought Lin Feng. She would see after the enemy arrived, and understand. Then, Lin Feng would settle accounts with her regarding those whiplashes. Of course, those whiplashes didn't injure Lin Feng at all. Otherwise, he would have already done something. What do the battles look like here? Lin Feng gazing into the distance. They were soon going to fight. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2382, You Want to Die. Chapter 2382, You Want to Die. Editor, read. The Blood Saint's daughter left, looking angry. After she left, Lin Feng said to Lin Yi, "Leave with me." Lin Yi was startled. Leave? In the godly grave, saint emperors who didn't stay with a saint usually died in tragic conditions. Only some terrifyingly saints dared travel alone in here. They killed as many people as they could and got points alone. According to legends, those who managed to do that had opportunities to leave. According to legends, the spiritual beings were the gods of this world. They remained at the top of the world forever. They were the ones who had created the world, the continent of the 9 clouds, the shrines, everything. There were many legends about gods. Everybody wanted to see the gods and their historical remains. Mu Feng, you're new here, you don't know much, but traveling alone in the godly grave is too dangerous, replied Lin Yi. Trust me, said Lin Feng, smiling at Lin Yi. When she saw his smile, she was astonished. This guy was so mysterious. She suddenly remembered that Lin Feng had sensed the presence of enemies, but how? You really want to leave? Asked Lin Yi. We'll leave when we're done here. I need to do some things here. But first, let's get away from the crowd, said Lin Feng. She looked at him and nodded, all right. So many years have passed and I couldn't break through in here. Maybe I have a problem, maybe my life is just useless here. I can gamble this time. Mu Feng, I'll stay with you. Let's go, said Lin Feng. Their figures flickered. Even though they were under the Blood Saint's orders, nobody prevented them from moving around. Very quickly, they arrived at the top of a mountain and gazed into the distance. They didn't hurry to leave. Lin Feng said, those people will arrive soon. Lin Yi looked at Lin Feng. He looked completely composed, and even when the Blood Saint's daughter flogged him, he looked unruffled, as if he didn't care. He didn't take her seriously. Maybe I was wrong, thought Lin Yi suddenly. She couldn't see Lin Feng's cultivation level. It seemed like he was at the same cultivation level as her, but at the same time, she couldn't be sure. Could it be? Lin Yi's mouth twitched. Could it be that Mu Feng was a saint? Time passed, the air was calm. However, Lin Feng sensed that something strange was happening. His eyes glittered. He said, they're here. Eh? Lin Yi gazed into the distance. Were they there? Far away, a few people flew up. The Blood Saint's eyes shone. 2 other saints appeared next to him. Who are you? Shouted the Blood Saint coldly. His voice spread far away, and was as explosive as thunder. However, a million li away, a curtain of light appeared. The atmosphere was sealed. Some people are invading us? At that moment, everybody understood. When people invaded someone else's area, they sealed it first. Otherwise, other forces would come and try to steal their points while they were busy fighting. Suddenly, a terrifying chi filled the air. People flew up. It was a terrifying army. The members of the fire grave realized that only when they got closer. They're using saints' weapons to hide their chi, swore the Blood Saint. He shouted coldly, you didn't go and scout? Shouted the Blood Saint furiously. His daughter pulled a long face. She looked at her army, looking for Lin Feng. He had been right. How is that possible? She couldn't find him, and she couldn't see Lin either. She didn't have time to think though. A terrifying strength suddenly covered the whole area. "Everybody protect your own self. We're encircled," said the blood saint when he sensed the immense chi. They had no choice but protect themselves this time. The enemies had a good strategy and wanted to kill them. People were panic-stricken. The blood saint had told the crowd to protect themselves, which meant they weren't strong enough. "Father," said the blood saint's daughter. She pulled a long face. If they were encircled, it meant they were doomed. "The only way to escape is to break the seal," said the blood saint to his daughter, as a terrifying strength surrounded her. "Father." The blood saint's daughter was shocked. She saw a terrifying oppressive strength surround the blood saint. A saint slowly arrived. She knew that the blood saint was protecting her, but she couldn't stay next to him. "Mu Feng," said Lin Yi. She was astonished. Their enemies had really come, like Lin Feng had said. Lin Feng looked at Lin Yi inquiringly. She said, "The area is sealed. We're stuck here. The sealed area is gigantic. Let's go and see." She looked at him, turned around, and saw the battle had already started. Very quickly, the members of the fire grave started getting slaughtered. They couldn't win, and didn't stand a chance, since the blood saint had given up directly. Without planning and without a strategy, the battle could only end up tragically, said Linine when she saw the saints of the fire grave getting slaughtered. It was the first time she had seen such a terrifying massacre. She had seen many battles, she had seen many people die, and many enemies steal points, but today, the fire graves members were just getting slaughtered. When cultivators died, the enemies took the fire signatures the members of the fire grave had in their third eyes. Those were the points. How macabre. They look like bloodthirsty demons, thought Lin Feng, glancing at the action. The members of the fire grave were running in all directions. Some people ran towards Lin Feng and Lin Yi. Those people just glanced at them but didn't stop, they continued running away. They had to protect themselves first. However, when they arrived at the edge of the territory, they couldn't break the seal. The blood saint's daughter also escaped. When she saw Lin Feng and Lin Yi, she said coldly, "Bastard, you knew that the enemies were invading our territory, why didn't you insist?" Lin Yi was amused. The woman had refused to believe him, and now she was releasing her anger on him. The blood saint's daughter released a terrifying chi and took out her whip again. It turned into a fire snake and lashed out at a terrifying speed. "Be careful," said Lin Yi. However, at that moment, the blood saint's daughter was astonished. Lin Feng had grabbed the whip, and it instantly stopped moving. The blood saint's daughter pulled a long face. Lin Feng used a little bit of strength to pull it out of her hand. Then, he flogged her violently. Her clothes were instantly torn apart. Lin Feng was expressionless. He flogged her again. The lash of the whip surrounded her neck and he dragged her towards him, looking at her in an icily disdainful way without saying anything. She felt so humiliated her face had turned deathly pale. How come he's so strong, thought the blood saint's daughter. Even though she felt humiliated, she could sense he was terrifyingly strong. Lin Feng didn't need to make the slightest exertion against her, a mere saint emperor. She couldn't do anything against him. "Insolent!" shouted someone furiously at that moment. When the blood saint saw that Lin Feng had captured his daughter, he released a powerful chi towards him. But his opponent also attacked him at that moment, so he didn't have time to react. "Go and kill him!" shouted the blood saint to his two partners. One of them left the battle, flying towards Lin Feng. He was a half-saint. He looked angry and released a formidable energy. "You really want to die?" shouted that person furiously. He released Celestial Dao. Lin Feng sensed an explosive fire Celestial Dao surround him. It wasn't pleasant. The man punched out in Lin Feng's direction. "No!" Linny pulled a long face. Saints were too terrifying. She looked at Lin Feng. He was still standing there, and when the saint's fist bombarded his body, he didn't move, as if he had been waiting to die. The powerful fist smashed into Lin Feng. The blood saint's daughter smiled coldly. How reckless. Linny, you also want to die. However, at that moment, the saint's expression changed. The atmosphere around him distorted, and he couldn't control the strength around his fist. Lin Feng pointed at him, and a sharp sword emerged from his finger. With his god strength, he was an expert in close combat. Blood appeared on that cultivator's head. His eyes were wide open, he couldn't believe his eyes. The blood saint's daughter was astonished too. Finally, she looked truly frightened. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2383, Wars Prologue. Chapter 2383, Wars Prologue. Editor, read. Lin Feng looked at him, as a mysterious strength emerged from his opponent's third eye. It was like that strength was trying to protect his soul. That kind of strength. Lin Feng sensed its power. Linny, can you steal points from people of the same grave as you? Asked Lin Feng. You can't, replied Linny. She was trembling. She hadn't thought Lin Feng would be so strong to the extent that he could easily kill a saint. All right, Lin Feng nodded. His god strength replaced celestial Tao. He released swords which pierced through his opponent's third eye, destroying his last defense, and he died. The blood saint's daughter's face was ghastly. She had the impression Lin Feng was a demon. He could easily kill saints, and she had flogged him before. Lin Feng studied the battle, and said to the blood saint's daughter, "Your father is not strong enough, the enemies are much stronger. But if he's lucky, he can escape alone." The blood saint's daughter whispered, "You're so strong, can you save those people? They were your comrades, and the intruders will kill everyone, they will not spare your life." Lin Feng looked at her and smiled evilly. "You think a lot, but..." At that moment, the two men who had gone scouting with Lin Yi and Lin Feng ran towards Lin Feng. When they realized that Lin Feng was extremely strong, they hoped Lin Feng would protect them. "Save us," said the two, looking at Lin Feng. They both looked desperate. But Lin Feng looked at them apathetically, as if he didn't care about them. "That's your problem. Piss off," said Lin Feng coldly. The two stopped, they looking desperate and devastated. "If you don't save us, you're going to die, too. After they kill us, it'll be your turn," said one of them, staring at Lin Feng coldly. "Die," said Lin Feng. His voice carried death strength. The man's face turned gray, and an enemy behind killed him and stole his word. Very quickly, a few people were standing before Lin Feng and looking at him. They didn't dare get close, and eventually withdrew. That guy could kill saints, he was dangerous, they would wait until the saints battled to deal with him. The blood saint was fighting fiercely. The area around him was empty, and people didn't dare get too close. The other saint of the fire grave was surrounded by two saints. The fire grave was going to suffer a crushing defeat. How tragic, thought Lin Feng when he saw all those corpses. People were getting crushed, one after another. A strong chi surrounded Lin Feng. It was the man who had been fighting against the saint Lin Feng had killed a moment before. Lin Feng had kind of helped him get rid of an enemy. He was inspecting Lin Feng, but he didn't seem like he wanted to attack. He had seen how scary Lin Feng was a moment before. "Your father is going to die soon," said Lin Feng. The blood saint was looking weaker and weaker. "Linny, in those people's third eyes, there's the word gold, are they from the dazzling gold shrine?" inquired Lin Feng. "I don't know. The 9 groups of the godly grave are named after the 9 shrines of the ancient world. According to legends, 9 gods created them. This place seems to be a kind of game for them, like a chess game. I don't know whether the current shrines have joined hands with them or not, now. Nobody knows, I think. I don't believe the current shrines cooperate with them, though. Many people who come to the Forbidden Territories are shrines members, and what's certain is that the Fire Shrines members usually come through the fire entrance. I understand, said Lin Feng nodded. The other battles were already over. The saints looked at Lin Feng and the others and drew closer, especially the three saint invaders. On the fire grave side, only the Blood Saint and Lin Feng were left. Lin Yi and the Blood Saint's daughter were useless now. You don't intend to let me off? Lin Feng said to the saints. The three saints remained silent. All right, said Lin Feng. A sword appeared in his hand, brilliant and ready. An ice-cold chi filled the air. Be careful, said the saint who had been watching Lin Feng just now. A dazzling empty space strength surged over them. Deployment spell. A saint flashed and destroyed the deployment spell. The air hummed, and the sword moved towards him. It contained pure speed strength. How fast? The man looked glum. An ancient golden shield appeared in front of him and he retreated. The sword suddenly turned around and shot towards the two other saints in an eye blink. Piss off! Shouted one of the saints. A five-colored golden vortex appeared and surrounded the sword, but empty space lights illuminated everyone and turned into a great empty space cage. Lin Feng slowly walked towards them as if he were taking a stroll. The golden cage in front of him disappeared, and a figure appeared. Lin Feng put his finger on the man's third eye, at the same time releasing penetrating strength. The golden signature felt strange under his finger. Anyway, Lin Feng wanted to kill the enemy and steal his word. Destroy, said Lin Feng. His opponent collapsed and died. The strength of the word washed into Lin Feng's third eye, and he suddenly felt stronger. How strange. Lin Feng sighed. Was that thing really a god's signature? If not, what was it? Lin Feng continued walking forwards and stealing words. The Blood Saint's daughter saw people die one after another in astonishment. She even felt ridiculous. She had told Lin Feng, "You want to die," as if she could have killed him easy. Lin Feng could kill her in one glance. He was a real demon king. He was destroying the complete army of the intruders alone. Lin Yi's heart was also pounding. Lin Feng was too strong. At his level, against those people who were much weaker than him, he didn't even need to battle anymore. It wasn't a battle. He was just slaughtering people in his way. The golden curtain opened, and figure appeared in front of Lin Feng. It was a saint. Lin Feng asked, "Why do we need to steal people's points?" He sounded indifferent, natural, and at ease. However, that made him look all the more terrifying. The saint's mouth twitched. He didn't want to fight against Lin Feng. They had tried to invade this place, and because of one person the result was tragic. "I don't know," said the saint, grimacing. Lin Feng stretched out his hand and pointed at him with one finger. A god's sword emerged from his finger. It was astonishingly fast, having reached the peak of perfection. His whole hand was a sword. That saint had no time to react. His third eye broke apart and Lin Feng stole his word. Another saint was dead. The Blood Saint's daughter felt completely numb. She had provoked him a few times, and now she saw all these saints die in front of her. It made her tremble. For Lin Feng, all this looked normal. He looked totally calm and indifferent. Lin Feng walked past the corpse, then killed the two other saints because all they could tell him when he asked for more details was, "I don't know." When the deployment spells disappeared, the Blood Saint's daughter and Lin Yi couldn't see anyone anymore. They only saw the Blood Saint still fighting, and he looked exhausted. Lin Feng had destroyed all the others. Lin Feng looked at that fight and walked in their direction. He needed to know the secret of the grave to leave. In the outside world, a bloody battle had started between the Fortune Shrine and the Fire Shrine. A group of people from the Fortune Shrine had been slaughtered by the Fire Shrine. It didn't look very dramatic, but the consequences would be real. It would push the conflict to another level. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2384, Traveling Alone. Chapter 2384, Traveling Alone. Editor, read. Lin Feng interrupted the Blood Saints' battle. The two of them looked at Lin Feng coldly. "You killed my people," shouted the old man who was fighting against the Blood Saint. He had a long beard, thick eyebrows, and looked dignified and majestic. He controlled gold strength, and his gold strength had reached the peak of perfection. His attacks were powerful and his defense was incredible. He was only a bit slow. If Lin Feng hadn't distracted him a moment before by killing his comrades, he would have already killed the Blood Saint. Lin Feng stood in the air and asked them both, "Why do we need to steal people's points?" "I will tell you. When you have enough points, they turn into historical remains. If a person wins enough point on an individual basis, then they can personally receive the God's teachings," said the old man with the thick eyebrows. "Everybody believes in the gods here." Lin Feng was stunned. The old man continued, "The gods decide the rules. If you kill people of the same level, you get more points. That's why saints don't kill saint emperors. We don't get enough points that way. It's why we make our saint emperors fight against saint emperors. You just killed many people, but you probably didn't get many points for the Firegrave. You just slaughtered saint emperors, and that was actually against the rules. So the gods told you the rules personally?" "Nobody told me anything about rules," said Lin Feng, smiling coldly. "Humph. I've been here for a very long time. I know better than you. It's for the balance, to avoid that extremely strong people slaughtering everyone else. Saints don't go to enemies' territories to slaughter weaker cultivators, otherwise the saints of the other side could also go and slaughter the saint emperors on the other side. That would be useless and the historical remains would never appear," said the old man coldly. "There are 9 supreme cultivators at the head of the graves. Even if they control everything, they don't fight, they just let everything happen according to the rules." "Lin Feng, that's true, saints never attack saint emperors, or really rarely. That's why saint emperors are just cannon fodder, because there are too many of them. According to the rules, we do have to kill a sufficient number of saint emperors to open the historical remains. There aren't many saints, but they can only fight against other saints, and killing saints isn't as easy. As you become stronger, it gets more complicated to kill them," Lin Yi told Lin Feng telepathically. Lin Feng believed in the gods more and more. Those rules created a real balance. Saint emperors were cannon fodder, the 9 supreme entities controlled everything, but never fought because there weren't many people who had the same cultivation level as them. One person killing billions easily was useless. Only killing a sufficient number of people of the same level was rewarding. If your cultivation level is the same as mine, a low-level saint, and you kill everyone, you will get very few points, first because it's against the rules, and second, you will probably die. The old man and the Blood Saint released their chi to surround Lin Feng. Very few? Lin Feng was surprised. When he had killed the saints, he had sensed an incredible strength. Was that a few? Were there really rules here? But then, since he was at the god level, what was his cultivation level? If he had to compare himself with normal cultivators, he could be compared to a low-level saint, but his cultivation and his techniques were completely different from other people's. He could easily destroy half-saints, his fighting abilities were at least a rank higher. Relying on various methods, he could compete with low-level saints. With terrifying saints' weapons, his fighting abilities were even scarier. So, he was probably considered a half-saint, and in terms of fighting abilities, a low-level saint. That was the particularity of his cultivation, his own god level. To Lin Feng, it was probably the last cultivation level he would have. It also meant one thing: nothing was impossible for him anymore. He had to study, and he would gradually become stronger and stronger. His strength had no limit. Pathetic, said Lin Feng. The old man and the blood saint were startled, watching Lin Feng coldly. They were pathetic. I've been here for a short time and you tell me there are rules, and since there are rules, why don't you let saint emperors travel alone? You are saints and you abuse your power to control them. You don't go and fight against enemies alone because you are incompetent. You know you can't kill people of the same cultivation level. But that way, even if someday you had enough points and the historical remains appeared, there would be many saints there. What would you do then? Said Lin Feng calmly. You know what would happen, but because you are incompetent, you try to protect your lives by using other people. You are just afraid and weak. The old man's face stiffened. Lin Feng's words were like a knife stabbing his heart. So what? When you come into the godly grave, you can never go out. Even if you don't die here, even if people in the outside world see that your jade talisman isn't broken, they don't know this place is just like a prison. If you're not strong enough, how can you travel alone? How can you kill so many strong opponents? Do you know how dangerous this place is? Challenged the old man coldly. So, you admit there are stronger cultivators? Said Lin Feng. The old man was surprised and said, of course, but it doesn't mean you are one of them. Lin Feng stretched out his hand and a god sword appeared. He flew up and an extremely heavy energy descended from the sky. His sword was as heavy as a gigantic axe, containing overwhelming energy. He struck the seal, and cracks appeared, breaking sounds spread out. The sword streaked across the sky again, and shattered the seal. When you face people who are terrifyingly strong and whose cultivation level is much higher than yours, you feel weak. You have the impression you will never be as strong as them, you find them mysterious. But those people used to be weak, too. Everyone goes through the same things, independent of your cultivation level, it's a universal rule. All in all, we are all ordinary people who have different levels and different lives. Lin Feng turned around and looked at the blood saint and the old man. When he wasn't a saint, he used to think saints were incredible, he used to think of them as gods. Now, he realized that being a saint wasn't such a big deal after all. When you're weak, you cower. When you have strong beliefs, you persevere, and then someday you become strong enough, and when you reach a certain level, if you stop believing, you stop breaking through. You are saints, it proves that you used to be extremely determined in the past. But now. Lin Feng stopped talking. He was muttering to himself. Even if there were gods in this world, Lin Feng could definitely become as strong as them, he could become a real god. He was still extremely determined. Linny, let's go, Lin Feng said to her. Linny had heard everything. She was astonished. She had the impression Lin Feng and her belonged to two different worlds, that she would never be able to catch up with him. Linny nodded, and Lin Feng took her away. The blood saint and the old man didn't prevent them from leaving. Lin Feng's voice was still resonating in their heads. After a very long time, the old man sighed and looked at them in the horizon, saying, I've been in the godly grave for 70,000 years. Back in the days, I used to be extremely determined, I was young. I used to hope it would never change. At that moment, the old man's heart was filled with admiration. He hoped Lin Feng would continue being determined. There's a building here. I'll put you there, they will take care of you, alright? Said Lin Feng to Linny. Linny suddenly looked low-spirited, sad, and disappointed. All right, Linny agreed. She was extremely weak compared to Lin Feng. They both flew in the sky. Someone flew up to meet them. He sensed a terrifying chi and said to Lin Feng, What do you want here? Her home was destroyed. I have to go. Can your people take care of her? Asked Lin Feng. His chi was overwhelming and filled the air. The man nodded, All right, I'll find a place for her. I'm off, said Lin Feng, leaving. Linny gazed into the distance. She didn't want to be away from Lin Feng. She admired him so much. Where is he going? Asked that saint to Lin Yi. He's going to other places to get points, alone, whispered Lin Yi. The saint was astonished and started trembling. Lin Yi continued walking away. She didn't need to ask Lin Feng, she knew what he wanted to do. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2385, Traveling and Killing. Chapter 2385, Traveling and Killing. Editor, read. According to legends, the 9 graves of the godly grave were created by 9 gods. According to other legends, the godly grave was a place where they rested in peace. But no matter what the truth was, what was sure was that the 9 graves were ancient places and were named after the 9 shrines of the ancient times: the fire grave, dazzling gold grave, earth grave, ice and snow grave, life grave, empty space grave, starlit grave, countless grave, and time grave. The members of the shrines which still existed went to the areas which corresponded to their own shrine. The fire shrine's members went to the fire grave, the members of the empty space shrine went to the empty space area. People who weren't members of shrines chose graves which corresponded to what they were looking for. The 9 graves were particular and contained all sorts of qi. Their borders were in constant flux. The 9 graves were circular and all had a common border. From that common border, they could access all other graves, but that place was also very dangerous. Nobody dared stay there for too long, except for a few extremely saints. The reason was that that area was the best place to win points, and it was also the best place to go to the other graves. At night in the godly grave, there was a moon, too. The graves and the common border were peaceful. Someone gazed into the distance. According to the map, after that forest will be the border area. I've heard it is a chaotic area where there are many extremely strong saints. They all like to go there to get points, thought Lin Feng. The fire grave was gigantic. It took Lin Feng 7 days to arrive at his present location. He had also learned a lot about the godly grave on his way, which is why he had decided to go to the chaotic border area. At that moment, Lin Feng's cultivation level was clearly visible. He was a half-saint. That way, extremely strong saints wouldn't try to kill him because it would be pointless. They wouldn't get any points by killing him. Lin Feng moved further along. It was almost impossible to hear his steps. His perceptions were acute. He could easily sense the movements of the grass and the trees. Nothing could escape his perceptions. Even if no saint attacks me, I have to be very careful, thought Lin Feng. Therefore, he walked slowly and silently. There's someone. Lin Feng sensed that someone had appeared behind him. The word fire was written on that person's third eye. He was from this grave. The man didn't pose a threat to Lin Feng, so he continued walking. What a strange tree! Lin Feng noticed a gigantic tree with many branches and leaves. It was extremely thick. In that unpopulated area, the tree had grown without being disturbed. Its qi was extremely heavy. It was such a thick tree that a drop of water couldn't have passed through its branches. Lin Feng walked up to the foot of the tree and stopped. He remained motionless. He could sense something. Suddenly, the temperature dropped drastically, as if the earth and sky had been about to freeze. Lin Feng had the impression his blood and soul were going to freeze. The chill came from someone's soul, it seemed. There's someone. Lin Feng's eyes suddenly flared with light. He condensed God strength in his eyes and glanced around. An illusion was moving towards Lin Feng extremely quickly. That person suddenly stopped and their expression suddenly changed for some reason. Lin Feng couldn't miss that opportunity. He suddenly flew up, raised his hands, and millions of death stamps emerged from his fingers. They slammed into his attacker, whose face turned gray as he died. Drops of liquid fell onto Lin Feng. Lin Feng didn't notice in particular, but he had a bad premonition. More drops fell from the tree. Lin Feng suddenly attacked it. The gigantic tree exploded, however, at the same time, millions of drops fell onto Lin Feng. The leaves of the tree released a dangerously sharp sword energy, blotting out the sky and covering the earth as well. It turned into millions of swords as a figure emerged from the tree and released vines towards Lin Feng. They were very close, Lin Feng couldn't dodge, and the vines constricted him. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. TL note, idiom from Taoist classic Xuanzi. It means that a short-sighted person is completely ignorant to imminent danger in his pursuit of quick gains. For more info, https://n.wikipedia.org/wiki/Xuanzi_book. Lin Feng was astonished. The saint he had killed had ended up in a tragic way, but he hadn't sensed that there was a powerful cultivator in the tree. Lin Feng sensed that the drops of liquid were powerful, their purpose was to crush his internal organs. Luckily, he had only absorbed a few drops. The one hiding in the tree had hidden his chi a moment before. And the drops of liquid were deadly like time bombs. The tree man wanted to kill them both at the same time to get more points. He could have attacked one of them individually, but he was patient. A sharp sword made of tree parts shot towards Lin Feng's third eye. Illusion! Shouted Lin Feng coldly. The atmosphere around them changed. Lin Feng was still constricted in vines, but he was in a different world now. Lin Feng spat out a sharp sword and tore apart the tree. The enemy flashed towards him and raised his fist. The vines turned into sharp wires which tried to pierce through Lin Feng's skin. Millions of water drops fell towards Lin Feng. Illusion! Lin Feng shouted angrily again. An illusion appeared inside his illusion, then he fused dream and illusion strength together with a deployment spell. His opponent now had the impression he was fighting against two Lin Fengs, one who was still wrapped up in vines, and the other one was flying towards him. He didn't understand what was happening. Celestial constriction! Shouted the saint coldly. Celestial Tao appeared above the tree, and millions of vines appeared and descended from the sky, they surrounding the two Lin Fengs. This guy is a wood cultivator, and his cultivation is similar to a life shrine cultivator. But the members of the life shrine try to save people, whereas this one is an assassin, he tries to kill people without being noticed. He's very dangerous. What an incredible strength! Said Lin Feng. If this saint dared hide here, it meant he was incredible strong. The one Lin Feng had killed was strong, too, but he had died. I'll kill you even in illusions, stated the cultivator coldly. Two extremely sharp empty space wooden spears descended from the sky and lunged towards the two Lin Fengs. Instantly, the illusions broke apart and the real world reappeared. His illusion is broken, is he dead? The man glanced around, but couldn't see Lin Feng's corpse. Oh no! His expression changed drastically. He sensed danger coming from behind, a sword moved towards him silently without him noticing, even as it penetrated into his head and third eye. Sorry, we're still in an illusion, said Lin Feng indifferently. The real world reappeared for real, it was nighttime, and that person's third eye was bleeding. He looked stunned, he didn't even know how he had died. He had spent 8,000 years in here, hiding and hunting, he had won so many points, and now he was dead. His points went to his killer. His word moved to Lin Feng's third eye. Lin Feng sensed an incredible strength flowing through him. You don't just win a fixed amount of points, you also get your enemy's points. He mused. Of course, when people died, the points they had accumulated had to go somewhere, so when they were killed, their killers actually got them. Most people couldn't kill cultivators like the tree guy, only people extraordinarily strong like Lin Feng could. After collecting the tree guy's word, Lin Feng stole the word of the other cultivator he had just killed. That man also had many points, but he had died even more tragically. Lin Feng could hear some sounds around, and he knew that many people were hiding in the darkness. After having seen his fight, many of them walked away. If I kill low-level saints, how many points will I get? He wondered. Initially, Lin Feng didn't intend to kill saints in the godly grave. He wanted to seal them in his small world and use them. But after he had heard about the rules, he had changed his strategy, mostly because he wanted to get points. He wanted to see if he'd be able to make historical remains appear. He was convinced he'd succeed. Lin Feng continued hearing sounds around him, and he felt even more enthusiastic. He continued walking towards the edge of the central area, the most chaotic place, where there were many saints. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2386, Paramitha. Chapter 2386, Paramitha. Editor, read. The night was gloomy. One step and one could die any time. Lin Feng was walking slowly. He gradually drew closer to the border area and finally arrived. The night was eerily silent and scary. The area was gigantic though, and some people might be fighting in the distance, but he couldn't sense their presence. Surprisingly, some people set up camps here. I wonder if there are traps, too, he observed, glancing around. There were many tents. He continued walking and saw a mountain range. It was a hilly area, there were many places where to hide. Even though Lin Feng had good hiding abilities, he didn't hide, because he wanted people to see him, he wanted to fight. He wanted people to believe he was prey, and that way, he'd find his own prey. Even though hiding and killing people without getting noticed was safer, it also took too much time. Lin Feng didn't want to stay in this place for hundreds of years or more like the people he had met. He didn't even dare think about such an eventuality. Lin Feng wanted to get points as quickly as possible and find the historical remains. But even though Lin Feng didn't hide, nobody attacked him. The first reason was that the area was extremely vast, so people were hiding everywhere. The second reason was that when there was a fight, many saints came out. So, before an actual battle burst out, nobody was willing to show themselves, unless they were sure they could kill their opponent in one strike, just like the tree guy who had thought he could kill two people at once. Lin Feng raised his head and looked at the moon, seeing a black shadow there. A cultivator was running, he was being chased by something. After that, Lin Feng saw a few cultivators behind him, streaking across the sky. Lin Feng suddenly turned into a beam of light and disappeared from there. After Lin Feng left, something moved on the ground where he was standing a few seconds before. An earth illusion appeared, a man was lying on the ground there now. He looked after Lin Feng angrily, he had just gotten ready to attack, and now his plan had failed. You're lucky, hissed the saint coldly, and he fused together with the ground again. How fast? Lin Feng continued flying quickly. He realized that these enemies were extremely fast. He managed to catch up and noticed that the one in the front was wearing black clothes, so it was difficult to see him at night. If the moon hadn't silhouetted him, Lin Feng wouldn't have noticed him. Those who were chasing him had black wings, and were as fast as lightning. They kept getting closer and closer to the one in the front. Finally, the escapee stopped at the top of a mountain. There was nowhere to hide there, so nobody could attack by surprise. He turned around and looked at those who were chasing him coldly. It's him. Lin Feng was astonished. It was him again. The escapee was Chu Chun Xiu. Back then, he had been to the supreme ancient pit of hell and he had come out alive somehow. Then Lin Feng had seen him in the canonization area. There, Chu Chun Xiu, Saint Emperor Freeze, and Lin Feng had managed to reach the canonization mountain. After that, they had chosen different paths. Saint Emperor Freeze had decided to apply the rules of nature to his own body to return to the source, and then had become a saint. Chu Chun Xiu had decided to go against the celestial Tao. He didn't believe in the powers of the skies, yet he had become a saint, too. Lin Feng had continued on his God path. He had put distance between the celestial Tao of the outside world and his own life. A long time had passed, and Lin Feng had ended up in the godly grave by following Xiongnu. Now Chu Chunxiu was here, too. Did Chu Chunxiu intend to go to all the forbidden territories? He had been to Ganges time forbidden territory, then to supreme ancient pit of hell, and now he was in the godly grave. Chu Chunxiu suddenly turned around and looked at Lin Feng. He looked evil and terrifying, like a demonic warlord. He had decided to go against the will of heaven to become a saint, so he was definitely terrifying strong. Lin Feng guessed that Chu Chunxiu recognized him from the look in his eyes. What is he hiding? He's so mysterious, thought Lin Feng. He had turned into Mu Feng, but Chu Chunxiu could still recognize him. However, Chu Chunxiu then looked at his pursuers again and said, "Celestial Rock Clan, I want your wills." A strong wind started blowing as the saints in front of him opened their wings. Their wings were as sharp as swords and contained celestial Tao. Suddenly, lights flashed and fused together with celestial Tao. The saints understood speed Tao. Their speed was incredible, their attacks ruthless. After breaking through to the Shang layer, they had understood celestial Tao and their speed Tao had become speed celestial Tao. It had reached the peak of perfection. They moved invisibly fast. A terrifying sound spread in the air, as if extremely sharp energies were lacerating Chu Chunxiu. However, only his clothes turned to pieces. They raised their heads and saw Chu Chunxiu standing in the air, like a warlord who despised the whole world. "A celestial rock can lacerate the atmosphere," said Chu Chunxiu coldly. He raised his hand and released a terrifyingly explosive intent. His celestial Tao swept out and carried everything away, before turning into a vortex. More lights flashed. The celestial rocks could cut the air, but that wasn't enough against Chu Chunxiu. He shouted furiously, "Come out!" His energies could destroy celestial Tao. A celestial rock appeared, screaming angrily. Chu Chunxiu's will penetrated into his third eye. A vortex appeared around his hand, and he absorbed his enemy. Chaotic celestial Tao. Lin Feng frowned. The saint had turned into a celestial rock and had used a teleportation technique, hiding in the celestial Tao. However, Chu Chunxiu could make celestial Tao go chaotic and had absorbed him after he lost control. Going against the will of heaven to become a saint was extremely complicated, but Chu Chunxiu had done it. His fighting abilities were impressive, even greater than cultivators who had returned to the source by submitting to the celestial Tao. At the same cultivation level, he was stronger. Die! The others joined hands. However, Chu Chunxiu's intent was too powerful and could sweep everything away. His vitality and willpower were explosive. Finally, he absorbed all of them at once. After that, Chu Chunxiu looked at Lin Feng. Lin Feng looked back at him, too. Lin Feng flashed towards Chu Chunxiu, but Chu Chunxiu flashed backwards and just looked at him. "Chu Chunxiu, we've been trying to have a proper battle for a long time, why avoid it?" shouted Lin Feng extremely loudly. "It's not the right time." "We're not supposed to fight now," replied Chu Chunxiu, continuing to withdraw. He maintained a certain distance between them. "When is the right time, then?" Lin Feng asked suspiciously. "You will know at the right time," said Chu Chunxiu coolly. "Heaven and earth shall have the absolute power. All the devas will be stepped upon. The world of mortals shall be rejected. The ultimate one and the 10,000 transformations of the world can change within a moment of thought." Chu Chunxiu disappeared in the darkness. A black hole appeared, he absorbed his own self and vanished. Only a thread of dangerous qi remained behind. Since Chu Chunxiu had started rising during the Pathfinder Day of the Imperial ranking list, he had started changing. Lin Feng had the impression Chu Chunxiu was very mysterious, as if he had learned some incredible secrets. The sky gradually became brighter. Nobody attacked Lin Feng by surprise. Many people had seen how strong Chu Chunxiu was, and they had also seen that he had refused to fight Lin Feng, which meant Lin Feng was also very dangerous. Apart from Chu Chunxiu, there was somebody else Lin Feng knew. That one had participated in the meeting of the continent of the Nine Clouds and had ranked better than Chu Chunxiu, coming in second, Kong Ming, but Kong Ming was in that chaotic area, with 18 Sakyamunis behind him. They were all incredibly strong, they had all came from the Buddha shrine. Kong Ming was fighting against some people. He was surrounded by Buddha images. He looked like a death god, his attacks containing a terrifying life Buddha strength. The 18 Sakyamunis behind him were standing there and protecting him, they didn't get involved in the battle. They were there to assist him. They were much stronger than Kong Ming, at least low-level saints. Among them were 3 high-level saints. That kind of army was terrifying, and nobody was willing to offend them. They had just come to protect Kong Ming, though. The battle ended very quickly, Kong Ming obtained more points. He looked expressionless and continued walking ahead slowly. He had come to the godly grave for one reason only. A spiritual being in the countless area had talked to him and activated godly historical remains. Apparently, they were in the Paramitha area. Translator's note: Paramitha is the realm above life and death. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2387, Understanding Slowness. Chapter 2387, Understanding Slowness. Editor, read. Chu Chunxiu departed, and Lin Feng continued looking for people to fight. He bumped into a saint who understood ice and snow strength. Lin Feng killed him in one sword strike. Half-saints were too weak for him. He accumulated more and more points. The autumn wind blew, dead leaves floated around. There were seasons in the godly grave too. Lin Feng had already been in the godly grave for 6 months. He had been hunting points, and accumulated a lot. The energy in his third eye was becoming more and more stable. However, he still hadn't seen a spiritual being. Lin Feng was fighting against a saint in the empty space grave. Lin Feng raised his hand and released millions of death stamps which turned into death spears. The air became dark and dull, filled with death intent. The saint against whom he was fighting wanted to use empty space strength to dodge, but the death stamps turned into celestial Tao and destroyed everything in their path. The death stamps in their spear forms pierced through his body. It felt like billions of needles were stabbing him. He died and his points were drawn into Lin Feng's third eye. After that, Lin Feng continued moving around quickly. It was the empty space grave, he was on hostile territory, an invader. If the saints of the empty space area saw him, they'd do their best to kill him. They would try and prevent him from obtaining more points. Empty space strength flared up. Lin Feng sensed that the atmosphere around him was trembling. Someone is watching me, thought Lin Feng. He was very careful in there. He wanted to steal some points and then leave to avoid being surrounded, but at that moment, some saint was watching him. He didn't hurry to attack though. He wanted other cultivators to come and surround Lin Feng. You're from the fire grave, I've been watching you for 3 months. You have killed a saint at least every day, and you killed him cruelly. This time, I will show you, proclaimed a voice, telling everybody that Lin Feng was there. Lin Feng cloned himself and moved in all directions. Destroy. Celestial Tao descended. An explosive empty space strength bombarded the area and destroyed clones one after another. Only Lin Feng's real body remained and he continued fleeing. But he couldn't hide from those who had gathered. There's a cultivator in the darkness. Lin Feng frowned. This time, because of you, I am going to join hands with a few extremely powerful saints. You won't be able to escape even through the air, said the voice again. He had already assessed Lin Feng's ability to escape. Wind. Lin Feng moved like a tornado. He swept across the ground like a leaf in a hurricane. He moved towards the border area, not towards the depths of the empty space area. The border area was very dangerous, he could get encircled there, but in the depths of the empty space area, it was even worse. The saints of the empty space area were joining hands. A gigantic tree was destroyed, a terrifying empty space strength chased after him. Lin Feng's heart twitched. There were at least 3 low-level saints chasing him. You can't escape, the voice declared. Celestial Tao descended from the sky. Suddenly, marks appeared and started intertwining. A terrifying empty space cage appeared on the ground. Lin Feng suddenly stopped. He was in the gigantic cage. In front of him, someone was slowly walking towards him and entered the cage. On his left and above him, 2 other cultivators arrived as well. There were 3 cultivators around him. Are you a low-level saint or a half-saint? If you're a low-level saint, you're a low-level saint who pretends to be a half-saint to kill half-saints. You must not have obtained many points. You slaughtered our half-saints, I can't tolerate that. You're too insolent, declared the cultivator above him coldly. And I'm a half-saint and you're 3 low-level saints, you don't think that's insolent? Asked Lin Feng coldly. However, we can't be sure you're really a half-saint. Even if you're really a half-saint, your fighting abilities are incredible, you will just kill off my comrades. Not many saints come to the godly grave, the empty space grave is just a small area. Therefore, we'll kill you anyway. We can't let you act like that here. Since you say so, why do you waste time talking? Just act, said Lin Feng indifferently. Sword lights flashed. God's sword appeared in Lin Feng's hand. He flashed towards a low-level saint, surrounded by God's strength. A vortex appeared around his sword, dust and sand flying around and disappearing in the vortex. The hurricane grew larger and larger. Many small vortexes appeared around the sword. It absorbed all the chi around. A saint's technique, that sword is connected to his saint's technique. It contains a powerful intent. The 3 saints were astonished. That saint's technique was absolutely dreadful. It absorbed everything around it. The 3 low-level saints were astonished. The vortexes were growing more and more dangerous. If they condensed together, their absorbing power would become even more unstoppable. At that moment, Lin Feng was the world around him, he was a god. His strength was increasing constantly. The 3 low-level saints released golden empty space strength, reality began to bend. A celestial curtain appeared and turned into sharp dazzling swords. If they attacked at the same time, their attack was going to be impressive. One of them jumped into empty space and disappeared, the other one released empty space cages and fused together with them, turning into a celestial cage which could oppress everything. The atmosphere was ready to explode. However, Lin Feng seemed unaffected, continuing to move forwards. He had no choice, he had to kill someone to avoid being the victim of a group attack. He didn't know whether these 3 people had that power or not. Finally, Lin Feng flashed forwards and attacked. At the same time, his opponent's empty space sword shot towards him. It was as if that attack could have killed dozens of saints at once. Slash! Lin Feng was still condensing strength in his sword, but he didn't attack. The attacks of the other 2 also arrived. Cages oppressed him as the other one reappeared, holding an empty space hammer which arced towards Lin Feng's head. It looked extremely heavy. Lin Feng's eyes closed, he was God in his world. He could clearly sense the hammer, the swords, and the cages. Maybe he could destroy those 3 attacks if he released his own attack at the perfect time, but that way, his sword attack wouldn't be as powerful, and would be destroyed too. At the same time, he would miss the opportunity to attack one of them. He was already surrounded, so the situation was dangerous. Lin Feng had to act like he was an outsider, he had to observe the battle from every point of view. He had to be omniscient, like a god. Ruoxie uses slowness strength in such conditions. At my cultivation level and with my god strength, I'm strong, but speed strength is important too. Since I'm the god of my own body, I should use god speed and slowness strength, thought Lin Feng. He was focused and could understand cultivation from all sorts of perspectives. Speed and slowness is a kind of intent. I have an absolute control over my own attacks. I can't really influence my enemy's attacks, but since I can use my god strength in the outside world, there's nothing impossible, thought Lin Feng. Shu Chun Shou went against the will of heaven, against nature. I don't follow the will of heaven, but I don't go against it, either. I am just my own god, I control everything. Lin Feng opened his eyes and said, slow, but. A mysterious celestial Daoan tent surrounded the area, and everything slowed down. Of course, Lin Feng had just comprehended that kind of strength. He couldn't make them slow down like some cultivators who were familiar with it. A master of slowing could make everything around them stop. But it was enough. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2388, Understanding Speed. Chapter 2388, Understanding Speed. Editor, read. In dangerous circumstances, a small difference could make a huge difference, especially at such cultivation levels. If Lin Feng understood speed and slow celestial Dao, it would be great, but that wasn't the case. He was already a saint and he suddenly understood slow intent, which he fused together with his own god celestial Dao. As his enemies drew closer, they also moved slower. However, when a cultivator controlled slow strength to the extreme, it wasn't slow strength anymore, it became time strength. Lin Feng had just thought of that, and that made the situation dangerous for the enemies. He glanced at them, suddenly turning around, and his god's sword suddenly cut towards the one who had the hammer. You! That cultivator was astonished. Even though they were slower, they still controlled their attacks. His hammer disappeared and turned into empty spacelights around him. He suddenly became indistinct as if he were about to disappear. But Lin Feng's sword was extremely fast and contained absorbing strength, so it started absorbing celestial Dao. The saint's figure began to warp as the sword appeared in front of him, and the absorbing strength sucked him in. Lin Feng didn't try to get his word, his god's sword absorbed the man entirely. The sword hummed harshly, and Lin Feng continued attacking. His slow intent disappeared, a terrifying amount of sharp empty space sword moved towards him and the empty space cage continued oppressing him. Get back! Warned that cultivator frantically. However, his friend was already too close, and couldn't move back. He waved his hand, and his empty space cages continued oppressing Lin Feng. In front of him, the cages sealed the area to prevent Lin Feng's swords from driving forwards. Musical crackling sounds greeted that effort, the cages shattered and he was hurled back. Slow. A terrifying slow strength filled the air, and everything slowed down. Die! Said that saint, annoyed. Lin Feng stayed focused, his sword wasn't affected at all. His god strength surrounded the man. The man raised his hand, and celestial Dao deployment marks appeared and started interweaving. They turned into a beautiful pattern. Lin Feng put his fingers on the pattern and his sword smashed into it hard. His opponent felt the danger, but Lin Feng moved fast, even faster than a moment before. His sword even seemed to contain speed strength. They couldn't follow him with their eyes. The man glared at him, staring, scared he'd miss something. Die! Spat the man when Lin Feng appeared in front of him. He spat out a golden strength directly at Lin Feng. Since Lin Feng was moving towards him so fast, he couldn't dodge. Slow! Shouted Lin Feng furiously. They were very close to one another, so his enemy's attack instantly slowed down. Slow, 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 said Lin Feng. He released God's celestial Dao, looking like a peerless god in that instant. The enemy's golden energies slowed down, but they were still very fast. Lin Feng released deployment lights, which surrounded the empty space strength. Lin Feng's third eye crackled, blood dripped down. The golden strength arrived in front of him. Die! Lin Feng's sword swept out as he released slowness energy all around himself. It was like time was about to stop. Dazzling lights surrounded Lin Feng, and he disappeared. The golden strength punched through, but Lin Feng wasn't there anymore. No, Lin Feng's enemy wasn't as lucky. God's sword pierced through his head and killed him, before returning to Lin Feng. Lin Feng's third eye was bleeding, but he quickly recovered. His life strength was incredible. The golden attack which had injured him had been truly formidable. If he had reacted a little bit slower, he would have died. As expected, against any low-level saint, I have to be extremely careful. I have my god sword, but other people also have precious items. That golden attack was a powerful golden lightning, an item he could use anytime. If I hadn't reacted fast enough, I would be dead already. Actually, he had been very lucky. If he hadn't understood slow and speed strength during that battle, he couldn't have won. Even though he could also use the great empty space technique to disappear, it would not have been enough against the enemy's precious item, the gold lightning. Lin Feng turned around to fight against the last one, but that man had already started escaping when he saw Lin Feng kill his comrade. He knew that if he didn't escape, Lin Feng would kill him. He also guessed that if Lin Feng had not understood slow and speed strength at the last minute, they would have had a chance, but now it was too late. Lin Feng heard more whistling sounds, and reacted instantly. His figure flickered, and he left the empty space grave. If too many extremely strong saints surrounded him, he wouldn't stand a chance. I'm getting close to the border area. Lin Feng didn't dare fly, sticking to the ground. He didn't want people to notice him. He sensed some explosive chi behind him, and knew that some people were looking for him. Escape, he thought, accelerating. He had come to the empty space area to steal points, and had drawn people's attention even though he proceeded with the greatest care. He had ended up encircled. Now, he had to flee. Finally, Lin Feng arrived in the border area, but didn't stop until he found a mountain dwelling to hide in. He cast a great deployment spell outside of the cave to protect himself. He needed to practice cultivation. Lin Feng sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes. Very quickly, he was in his own world. Lin Feng could control everything in his own world. In his body's world, he was the celestial Tao, he was God. Many trees appeared around Lin Feng and emitted rustling sounds. Leaves floated in the wind. Slow. Suddenly, his entire world became slower. The leaves in the wind slowed down, too. With the power of his mind, his world could slow down in the blink of an eye. As expected, in my world, I can do whatever I want. If I take enemies into my world, I'll have the advantage. No matter where they go, they won't be able to escape from the slow strength. In the outside world, I can control the space around me, so if people get really close, they will slow down a lot, too. Of course, celestial Tao intent also had its limits. If Lin Feng's opponent was too powerful, like a high-level saint, his slow strength wouldn't be very useful. But then again, such cases were rare. Lin Feng was very good in terms of speed, too. Since I understand slow strength, I can also understand speed strength. If I manage to understand both really well, it'll propel my fighting abilities to the next level, he mused to himself. His eyes were still closed, he was focused. A moment ago, I was fighting against 3 people, and I had the impression it was difficult for me to dodge their attack. Then I understood slow strength, but how to study speed? Whispered Lin Feng. Tree leaves were still floating around him, very slowly. He could make them move very slowly, but what did he have to do to make them move extremely quickly? Lin Feng was thinking. He normally used wind strength and empty space strength to make his sword attacks faster. Fast meant powerful attacks for him. When a small stone falls on your head from a short distance you don't feel anything, but when it falls down from a significant height, then it hurts. It can even pierce through your skin and injure you, to the extent that it can kill some people. That was fast. But how to make something fast? Lin Feng was thinking deeply, that if you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2389, Giant God's Clan. Chapter 2389, Giant God's Clan. Editor, read. Time didn't stop because of one person. Time rolled on, and 2 months passed. Lin Feng was still studying, still in his own world. He practiced a lot, his speed had increased a lot. His attacks were faster, but it wasn't the kind of speed he was trying to achieve. He didn't want to make things faster using wind or empty space strength, or agility techniques, or intent. It wasn't celestial Dao intent, either. Maybe I'm looking in the wrong direction. When I fought against those 3 people, they attacked me, I wanted to slow them down. Their attacks were quick, but then everything became clear. Accordingly, I managed to react quickly, but that's a consequence of the slow strength. Speed and slowing constitute a kind of Dao, he thought. He was trying to calm down. He was in his world and gazed off into the distance. In the sky, clouds appeared and slowly drifted along. Slow. Suddenly, the whole became slower, including the clouds in the sky. What if that was the world's real speed? Thought Lin Feng suddenly. He was the god of his world, he could decide everything. He could also set the speed of his world. The real speed before was faster than the slowed down one. Fastness and slowness were not absolute, they were relative. The concept was very simple. Fast, said Lin Feng, smiling excitedly. Suddenly, the clouds drifted faster, moving at their original speed again, and then even faster. Everything I tried before was useless, thought Lin Feng, laughing at himself. Sometimes, when you don't understand something, you look in the wrong direction. It's like when you're walking, if you choose the wrong direction, you can walk further and further, you'll be exhausted, but you won't find the right way. All you have to do is turn around and find the right way. That rule actually applied to everything in the world. Now, I have God's strength, which allows me to create saints' attacks. I also understand speed and slowing. Even if I don't use saints' weapons, I should be able to kill low-level saints easily. If I manage to improve my God strength, I'll become even stronger. Lin Feng was feeling impatient at that moment. His fighting abilities were already great, if he managed to break through, he'd become even more terrifying. Each level was like another world. If he could make his God strength increase, it would be perfect. But he couldn't control that. He had to let nature take its course. When conditions were ripe, success was naturally achieved. Lin Feng left his world and took a deep breath. Speed and slowing were different from all the other kinds of strength he had studied before. It was a complement to his cultivation, and could influence his attacks, and weaken his enemies. Slowing and speeding up could be considered one concept, and by studying that one concept, his strength had increased a lot. He had brought his fighting abilities to the next level. If he had to fight against the 3 low-level saints again, he would crush them in the blink of an eye. They would not pose a threat to him anymore at all. I don't know how many points I have, but how many more will I need before receiving a spiritual being's instructions? He wondered. He removed his deployment spell and left the cave, glancing up at the move. Lin Feng suddenly felt paralyzed. A powerful empty space strength surrounded him. The atmosphere around him seemed to be frozen, he could barely move. A person in black clothes appeared in front of him. He had noticed that someone had cast a deployment spell on that cave. Therefore, he hadn't tried to go in, he had just waited. He had been waiting for 2 months, and finally, Lin Feng was out. He wanted to kill Lin Feng in one strike. Lin Feng knew that a strong empty space attack was constricting him. The empty space strength contains celestial Dao. He saw a hand moving towards his head. Lin Feng grunted coldly. If that hand hit his head, his skull would explode. God! Lin Feng released God's strength around himself. No celestial Tao could pierce through it. He could use his God strength around himself. His enemy was a half-saint, but his celestial Tao was useless against Lin Feng. Actually, Lin Feng could kill him easily, but he didn't. He waited for the hand to get closer and said, "Slow." The hand slowed down. His enemy's expression changed. Faster, faster, how come his attack was so slow? His hand attack was moving at 1/5 of its normal speed. How scary. It was getting dangerous for him now. Slow. Lin Feng's God Celestial Tao moved. He wanted to see how much he could slow down the attacker. Nothing the man did could escape from Lin Feng's perceptions. That half-saint wanting to fight against him came down to committing suicide. It's even slower, how is that possible? The man's face paled as he drew closer to Lin Feng. They were 3 meters away from one another, it was nothing. In normal times, he would have needed a millisecond to reach Lin Feng, but at that moment, he was as slow as a snail. It would take him 20 minutes to move over 3 meters. "Please spare my life, master," shouted Lin Feng's opponent. He couldn't die, he was going to die. How could Lin Feng spare his life? "It's over," said Lin Feng. He pointed a finger at the man and millions of death stamps shot out. He also condensed God death strength inside them. "Fast," said Lin Feng, and his attack moved even faster. The man was already gray, and died instantly. Lin Feng had won more points easily. His figure flickered. He flew up into the night sky. The moon was out, and it was a bit cold. Lin Feng rose up into the clouds. He landed at the top of a mountain where people could easily see him. He had become much stronger, he could easily kill half-saints. He didn't need to hide in the border area. He was waiting for opponents now. Since he needed many points to receive the spiritual being's instructions, he wanted to obtain points quickly. Nobody could do so like him. He appeared to be a half-saint, but he was much, much stronger than half-saints. Low-level saints weren't interested in him because killing half-saints didn't bring them many points. There were a few gigantic figures sitting in front of a mountain dwelling. The shortest ones were 260 centimeters tall. The tallest ones were over 3 meters. They looked incredible and terrifying. Their chi was powerful and ancient. 800 years, we've been here for such a long time. We're the 4 last cultivators of the giant gods clan left. Even though we have many points, we still haven't found a way to access the historical remains. How long will we have to wait here? Sighed one of the giants. They had been in here for 800 years already. Back then, there were 13 of them. They were all saints, now they were only 4, the others had died. They had been careless. They had realized there were too many saints in this place. Some of the other prisoners had been there for thousands and even dozens of thousands of years. "Third uncle, do gods exist?" asked a relatively young one. "Are there really historical remains?" He didn't understand, he had the impression that the legends about the divinities were lies. Why didn't they appear? In our world's books, it said that there were gods in the ancient times, God's descendants created our clan. "We'll definitely find them," said another giant. He had faith. "Maybe. Gods watch us all the time, but they don't appear and we can't find them, why?" "We have to find them," said another one. He didn't understand. "Why?" said the giant. According to legends, gods had created that world and controlled everyone, they were supreme beings. They didn't show up because they wanted people to continue looking for them. If people were that determined, then they would be determined on the path of cultivation as well, that was the reason why. Otherwise, if gods showed up, cultivators would stop progressing at a certain cultivation level. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2390, Jushin Kue Shan. Chapter 2390, Jushin Kue Shan. Editor, read. The four members of the giant god's clan raised their heads and gazed into the distance. There was a fight going on. Third uncle, should we continue getting points? Let's see, one of them is extremely strong, he controls slow strength. He can make people move very slowly. You're not very fast, so if he uses that on you, he'll kill you easily, replied the giant. Our clan's strength is incredible, we can break his slowness strength, said the other one. He looked enthusiastic. Wait. His attacks are too fast, too. Such people are too strong. Maybe they're not from our world, whispered the third uncle. Do you think there are other worlds, third brother? Asked the middle-aged giant next to him. I do. Why wouldn't I? Cultivators can create their own worlds when they break through to the Huang-Chi layer, and when they become legendary gods, they don't create small worlds anymore, they create great worlds. In the ancient times, there were several gods, not just one, so maybe our world is connected to other worlds. That's precisely why I want to find the gods' traces, to understand those things. Who controls the world, or the worlds? 800 years have passed, I think that our world is not the main one. There must be a bigger world than ours. How mysterious. Unless we become gods, we won't be able to understand those things. If we became gods, we could make great worlds, too. Third uncle, I want to go and try, said one of them. He started running, followed by thunder. That little boy, Yen. He's not patient. Let's go with him. We're the only four members of the giant gods clan left. None of us can die, they flashed after him. Their size didn't influence their speed. They instantly appeared behind Zhu Xingyan. Lin Feng was destroying a cultivator, demon strength emerging from his fingers. Then, he stopped and glanced around. He was stupefied when he saw the members of the giant gods clan. Those people looked so strange, like ancient gods, and incredibly strong. In their third eyes, the word starlit was written, which meant they represented the starlit grave. The starlit sky shrine was the fortune shrine in the ancient days. Apart from those four giants, more people appeared around them, all with an incredible chi. They looked extraordinary. Many people were surprised when they saw the giants, but most of them were looking at Lin Feng. He had killed a few people just before this. He was very strong, and probably had a lot of points. Come here, said someone. His figure flickered and he landed on the top of a mountain. He said to the giants, "You're too strong, you can't attack half-saints." That guy's chi was powerful. He looked extremely strong. Godly imprint king body. Lin Feng was startled to see another godly imprint king body. But this guy was a saint, so it was incomparable. We won't attack. We don't attack people who are weaker than us. Of course, don't kill our little one there, said Jushin Kue Shan. So, if your little one loses, he can't die, but if he wins, he can kill. What kind of rule is that? Said the one who had a godly imprint king body, smiling coldly. We have no choice. We have to protect our species. We're almost extinct. Since you want fair battles, you and me, let's fight, said Jushin Kue Shan, flashing forwards and releasing terrifying lights. He looked like an ancient god, dignified and majestic. His chi was overwhelming. Stars appeared in the vault of heaven and condensed. The atmosphere became oppressive. Lin Feng had the feeling he was going to suffocate. High-level saint. Lin Feng was astonished. The difference was impressive. If Lin Feng tried to fight against that giant, he'd die instantly, but the ground exploded, the explosion so loud that people's ears hurt. Jushin Kue Shan raised his gigantic hand and thrust towards the one who had the godly imprint king body. That gigantic hand contained star strength and illuminated everything with glittering lights. How strong! The people around were astonished. Was that a celestial Tao Saint's technique containing star celestial Tao? Humph! The one who had the godly imprint king body grunted coldly. He released brilliant lights, and the dark atmosphere of the night grew even more dazzling. Gigantic ancient imprints shot towards the massive hand. Those ancient imprints are made of Tao strength, but since he's a saint, his attacks are real. That means his energies have returned to the source, so he's using real gold, which is perfect in terms of both offense and defense. Lin Feng's heart was shaking. These high-level saints' attacks were terrifying. They had really become a part of nature. Back in the days, Lin Feng had learned the 9 heavy waves. It was one of the simplest attacks, but if a high-level saint who understood gold strength used it, then the 9 heavy waves would be made of gold and truly awesome. With Celestial Tao, attacks were much more powerful. Qin Shan used lots of attacks, but his favorite ones were oppressive attacks. He liked to oppress and crush people. His ancient holy techniques contained oppressive attacks which could flatten the sky. Lin Feng's purest strength was God's strength. Gold, wood, water, speed, slowing, and so on were all pure kinds of strength. With his God strength, Lin Feng could control all sorts of strength, or at least understand them. He had been able to understand speed and slow strength that way. He also understood hell strength now, which was a kind of death strength. He could create many different saints' techniques now. The high-level saint who had the godly imprint king body had an incredible defense, but he still didn't manage to protect himself from the giant's hand. His ancient imprints exploded, and the gigantic hand continued moving forwards. An endless number of stars illuminated everything. The cultivator with the godly imprint king body was amazed. Millions of godly imprints appeared around him. Sky-shaking imprints. Die! Shouted the cultivator furiously. An endless number of godly imprints blotted out the sky. The earth was trembling. Terrifying explosions hammered the air. The crowd retreated swiftly. Everybody had the impression the earth and sky were going to collapse. How amazing! Gold, earth. He understands 2 sorts of basic strength. Does he want to understand the 5 elements? Many people murmured while moving backwards. That cultivator's millions of imprints would be even more terrifying if he understood the 5 elements. Lin Feng was watching the battle. It was an incredible sight when high-level saints fought. He remembered when Tian Ruojian had fought back then. Tian Ruojian controlled a special kind of strength, like he could modify space and time. He had nearly killed Xiong Lin. At this moment, these 2 cultivators gave him a similar impression, so he took advantage of the opportunity to watch carefully and learn. Who knows? Maybe it would help him improve his God strength. You can't defeat me, said Jushin Kuei-shan, standing there with his hands clasped behind him. He looked at the man who had the godly imprint king body and said, "You can go. I will not kill you. I don't kill people who are weaker than me, as I told you." How aggressive, thought the crowd. The millions of stars around him seemed to be a shield for him. His saint's attacks were definitely overpowered. The cultivator who had the godly imprint king body was startled. Even though what the giant said wasn't very pleasant to hear, he also knew that the giant could have killed him. There are 9 big guys at the top of the 9 territories. I hope you won't go against your promise, Giant God's clan, said the one with the godly imprint king body. He swiftly disappeared. Giant God's clan? Lin Feng was astonished. He had never heard of them. Even though Lin Feng didn't know much about the imperial court of the continent of the 9 clouds, he had read many books and he had never read about the Giant God's clan. You, me, let's fight. Zhu Xinyan said to Lin Feng. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2391, Historical Remains. Chapter 2391, Historical Remains. Editor, read.
Lin Feng looked at Zhu Xinyan. Even though the members of the giant gods clan were extremely strong, Zhu Xinyan was just a half-saint, and didn't really pose a threat to him. When Lin Feng had just become a saint, he could easily kill those fire shrine saints, and now he was much stronger.
Attack!
Said Lin Feng to Zhu Xinyan indifferently.
He looked perfectly calm and serene. Zhu Xinyan flew up in the air. Stars floated around him and formed constellations, crackling and shattering as they did. He grew in size, and seemed as heavy as a mountain. Zhu Xinyan then flashed forwards and raised one foot, as if he wanted to crush Lin Feng. His speed was impressive, despite his size. Lin Feng raised his head and watched the incoming foot. Not only did he not retreat, he moved forwards while condensing God strength in his fist. Energies crackled and ruptured. His gigantic foot held back. Zhu Xinyan was astonished. What an incredible physical strength! Zhu Xinyan raised his hand, starlight flashing around it, and stretched it out towards Lin Feng. His fist contained terrifyingly explosive strength. The members of the giant gods clan all used that strength saint's technique, thought Lin Feng. Suddenly, he released slow strength all around himself. The atmosphere undulated, and everything around him became slower. When an attack slowed down, it also had less impact. The faster an arrow reached its target, the greater chance it had to pierce through the target's skin. But if it arrived extremely slowly, it had no effect, and couldn't pierce through. Of course, Zhu Xinyan didn't shoot an arrow, and he still had an incredible strength. He released even more strength, fissures appearing in the space around him, thunder rumbling around his fist. The space around them exploded. After breaking some of the slow strength, he sped up again. As expected, when an attack reaches a certain level, even slow strength is limited. Against a high-level saint, my slow strength would be completely useless, thought Lin Feng. Zhu Xinyan was extremely strong, so Lin Feng's slow strength was less effective against him. He wasn't an ordinary half-saint, he also had incredible fighting abilities, just like Lin Feng, and his defense was incredible, too. Lin Feng wondered how many years had he spent in here. Did the giant have more points than him? Lin Feng didn't use a saint's weapon. He had killed many low-level saints with his great demon halberd of desolation and God's sword. Now, he wanted to rely on his own strength to defeat Zhu Xinyan. When Lin Feng saw Zhu Xinyan's attack, he realized his enemy's attacks were incredible. Lin Feng could carry out all sorts of attacks thanks to his God strength, but at that moment, he had the impression his saint's techniques weren't sufficient against Zhu Xinyan. He could see that his own attacks hadn't reached the peak of perfection. Against someone like Zhu Xinyan, he needed to carry out perfect attacks. Weapon Master Bing is a perfectionist. He helped me make the God's sword, which contains 5 different sorts of incredible strength. But even without a saint's weapon, I can also use those kinds of strength, thought Lin Feng. He released dazzling sword lights, which seemed able to cut anything. Swords were like gods, they were destructive, they could destroy anything. Lin Feng had created his ruler's sword technique, but now, he had the impression he needed to improve it. He had the impression putting all sorts of strength in a sword wasn't something good, it just made it impure. Swords were neutral, they had no type. Who said nobody could understand Tao using swords? A sword is pure, a sword can be a god, a sword can be Tao itself, thought Lin Feng, releasing a terrifying sharp qi, like a hand of God. It contained a deadly power. It had absolutely no strength, it was just a pure sword. The sword seemed to be a pure element of celestial Tao. It was as if celestial Tao could be replaced with sword strength. That's a real God's sword, thought Lin Feng. Then he flashed forwards, peerless sword lights flashing in his hand. Not only was it sharp, but it was also extremely fast, a dangerous attack. Lin Feng's hand started destroying the stars in his path. It collided with the gigantic hand, there was a metallic grinding,
and his hand pierced through it like a knife through butter and continued moving towards Zhu Xinyan. Lin Feng was a sword. Zhu Xinyan was astonished, his face stiffened. What a sharp sword! Lin Feng's attack was astonishing.
The giant gods clan has never lost in close combat, proclaimed Zhu Xinyan coldly.
Millions of stars appeared behind him. He looked like a star god as he shouted furiously. The millions of stars condensed as he raised his fist, now full of star strength, and then he punched towards Lin Feng. His fist looked like a shooting star, trailing fires and explosive power. His strength was incredible and oppressive.
Crushing meteorite! Shouted Zhu Xinyan furiously.
Lin Feng's sword crashed onto the meteorite fist straight on, energies clashed like hammers striking. The meteorite broke apart and the sword continued moving forwards, but stars kept attacking Lin Feng at the same time. Lin Feng was trembling, but his attack was probably going to be enough. It was still very fast dash. The meteorite was destroyed, and Lin Feng's sword reached Zhu Xinyan. At that moment, the giant disappeared. Jushin Kueishan had acted and dragged him away, so Lin Feng's sword struck nothing. Zhu Xinyan looked astonished, his body covered with cold sweat. He destroyed my crushing meteorite attack with his sword. Zhu Xinyan felt ashamed.
There are many geniuses in the world.
His sword attack was incredible, quite beautiful. It was a very pure sword attack, said Jushin Kueishan indifferently. Not to mention your crushing meteorite attack isn't very powerful yet, you need to improve it. Someday, if you master it, you'll be able to destroy billions of meteorites, you'll be like a terrifying god.
Alright, sighed Zhu Xinyan.
He looked over at Lin Feng and said, You are extremely strong. I feel ashamed of being inferior. Your attacks are extremely powerful too. I understood how to create such a sword thanks to you, replied Lin Feng diplomatically. His sword strength disappeared and he smiled. He looked like an ordinary person at that moment. If he hadn't come up with such a sword, Zhu Xinyan would have killed him already. But you just created it? Zhu Xinyan was astonished. How strong? Your comprehension abilities are much better than mine. I always use spells I've practiced for a very long time. You just created it, and you still broke my attack.
That was just luck, Lin Feng smiled. The people around were speechless. These two guys were weird. As the two were chatting, an incredible and ominous oppressive strength filled the air. It felt like an ancient strength.
Eh?
Jushin Kueishan looked stunned.
He raised his head and saw millions of stars in the sky, beautiful and dazzling, rotating above them.
The sky looked like a painting at that moment. How beautiful. But what is going on? Wondered Lin Feng. Lin Feng had the impression he was flying in the middle of the Milky Way. Was it an illusion? What's going on? Where are we? Asked someone suddenly. Their hearts started pounding. They realized that they were now in the sky, in the middle of the stars. The mountain ranges around them had disappeared. Historical remains, we found historical remains. God's historical remains! Exclaimed someone in a shaking voice. Those are definitely divinity's historical remains.
Huge.
Are they as big as the whole godly grave?
Only gods could create such things. Lin Feng's heart was racing.
Were they in historical remains?
At this moment, the sky looked like a painting, very mysterious.
The whole godly grave was a historical site?
We're in a star-studded sky, it represents a star god, which means we succeeded in the starlit area. That's why the historical remains of the starlit area appeared.
The others haven't appeared yet. We passed the challenge of the starlit area then. Finally.
As expected, star strength is enigmatic and unfathomable, but also very strong. The members of the Fortune Shrine all enter the godly grave through the starlit area.
Many voices could be heard there.
Some people seemed to be in a trance. One of them had long messy hair. He looked as if he had gone into a frenzy. He raised his head to the skies and shouted furiously, "Finally, the divinity's historical remains have appeared. I've been in here for 180,000 years, but there aren't enough cultivators of the same level in the godly grave for me to fight, so I would have been stuck in here forever because of my cultivation level. But now historical remains have appeared." Lin Feng heard that voice. It was probably a peerless cultivator, and since there weren't many peerless cultivators there, it was difficult to find opponents to fight against and win points. Winning enough points was one way to leave the godly grave. Seeing the historical remains was apparently another one. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 2392, God's Traces. Chapter 2392, God's Traces. Editor, read. Everybody was shaking. Some people slowly entered the star-studded sky. The stars illuminated everybody. Many people were wondering whether the historical side was one unique area, or several? Was this place really the starlit area historical site? If they had one in another area, would they have ended up in another historical site? The godly grave was divided into 9 areas. Were there 9 historical sites? How had that historical site been triggered? It was like the concept of God could explain everything. Who had created the world? Who was strong enough to create such things? Some figures started moving. If that place contained God's historical remains, it meant that there were opportunities to obtain things. They couldn't miss such opportunities. If you pass the challenge of the starlit area, then the star god's historical site appears and everybody is dragged inside, but it means that the people of the starlit area have no advantage. But many people who enter the godly grave through the starlit area control star strength. Maybe this area is the best for them? Mused Lin Feng. He slowly took flight and started flying around. How spectacular, how beautiful, he thought as he flew higher up. Being able to see the stars from so close up was spectacular. They looked so close and so far at the same time. What are stars? What is this world? He wondered suddenly. In his previous life, habitable stars were worlds, but what were stars in this world? He moved towards a star, wanting to see what there was there. Could he get close enough? He realized that he couldn't. He could see things on that star though. It was like an animated picture scroll, showing cities with people living there. It seemed like an independent world. He saw a picture of a child. He was in a mansion house practicing cultivation. His father and mother protected him and watched him practice, day after day. It was beautiful. After that, a figure appeared in the sky above the palace, and the parents hid their child. When he came out, he noticed many corpses, including his parents' corpses. It wasn't a happy story, it was a cruel one. What do these stories mean? He wondered. He continued flying. After a short time, he arrived in front of another star. There was an animated picture scroll on it too. There was a hero. It was a child in a beast tribe. He was the chief's leader, and quite talented. He left the tribe, he became stronger, he went back home after becoming famous. That story was nice, but very short. What was going to happen afterwards? There were many scrolls like that on the stars, each star had a different one. Lin Feng was watching and flying at the same time. Also, he was flying higher and higher. "I can't go any higher," said a voice at that moment. Lin Feng raised his head and saw someone who couldn't go any higher. Eh? Lin Feng was surprised. He continued rising higher and higher. He flew past that person and continued. There were many people who were much higher than him. "Your Excellency," said someone at that moment. Lin Feng saw someone smiling approach him. Lin Feng looked at him coldly. "This place is strange, we could explore together," said that person smiling at Lin Feng. "I'm not interested," said Lin Feng coldly. "What a pity," said that person regretfully. "Freeze." Ice-cold energies surrounded Lin Feng, crackling as they formed ice. The atmosphere froze around the man, and an iceberg appeared.
That person smiled at Lin Feng coldly. You failed to appreciate my kindness, but... He moved towards Lin Feng and raised his hand.
The gigantic iceberg flew towards Lin Feng. It was extremely heavy. Crackling sounds spread in the air.
Lin Feng's eyes became pitch black and he said, "Slow." A mysterious strength appeared around Lin Feng. He could make everything slow down around him. The iceberg slowed down too, so Lin Feng dodged it easily.
The strong cultivator was moving much slower, too, and grimaced in alarm. Die!
Millions of death stamps appeared and surrounded the man. He was moving very slowly, so he couldn't compete with Lin Feng anymore. Lin Feng raised his hand and pointed at his enemy. Hell death strength surged towards him.
Lin Feng's figure flickered. He raised his hand and aimed at the man's head. Death strength penetrated into his enemy's skull and corroded his life. You attacked me for points? Asked Lin Feng coldly. Release me and I'll tell you.
Die, said Lin Feng, releasing even more death strength.
The man's facial expression changed drastically and he said, Your Excellency, why kill me? I just wanted points.
I can't fly higher up.
Many people can. I think it's because I don't have enough points. Please spare my life.
That person had gone through lots of hardships in life to become so strong. Dying now would have been such a pity since he was a saint. He hoped Lin Feng would spare his life.
Die, said Lin Feng.
His eyes were filled with murder. He killed his enemy and stole his points, and let their body fell down from the sky. It was a saint's body, but it was of no importance to Lin Feng.
So you need enough points to fly higher up. So points are useful before the historical remains appear, and inside too. He murmured.
Lin Feng raised his head. People had started fighting when they realized they needed more points to rise higher up in the sky. They had no choice. The higher they were, the more terrifying the battles were. That gigantic star-studded sky looked like an ancient road. Lin Feng rose up and up. Looking at the top from the bottom felt different from looking at the bottom from the top.
Third uncle, look, over there, not far from Lin Feng. Zhu Xinyan pointed at the sky. He was showing something to Jushin Kuei-shan. I see. That pattern looks like a head, said Jushin Kuei-shan.
Lin Feng was stupefied. He hadn't looked carefully, but when he heard Jushin Kuei-shan, he looked carefully at the top and he noticed that some stars formed a pattern. Up above, there was a gigantic head. It looked like the head of a beast.
It's an ox's head, he noticed.
That ox was staring at them. His two eyes looked like dazzling stars. His mouth looked like a constellation.
How big? It was difficult to imagine its size.
According to legends, the god who created the giant gods clan had a pet, and that pet was an ox, said Jushin Kuei-shan. The three people with him were startled.
Third uncle, you mean that this world was created by our ancestor? Asked Zhu Xinyan.
His heart was pounding.
Had they found their ancestors' traces? I didn't say that. It's a legend in our clan. According to the legend, our ancestor was an ordinary person, a cultivator's child who raised an ox. Many people humiliated him, so he did all he could to become stronger. He started practicing cultivation, and he became stronger and stronger. But he still loved his ox. They started practicing cultivation together. The ox became strong enough to turn into a human too, but continued following his master. In the end, our ancestors stood at the top of the world and created our clan. That's why we're so big and so strong. He wanted to make us as strong as oxen, said Jushin Kuei-shan calmly. Zhu Xinyan and the others were surprised. Zhu Xinyan said, I've never heard of that legend. Such a long time has passed, we can't verify whether the legend is true or not.
We avoid telling our descendants those stories now.
We don't need to transmit legends which can't be verified, said Jushin Kuei-shan. Let's continue on and see.
The few people continued rising, and soon arrived under the ox. At that moment, a dazzling beam of light streaked across the sky.
They couldn't open their eyes, those two stars really were eyes.
It's really a godly historical sight,
said someone.
That gigantic ox was alive. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 2393, God's Exam. Chapter 2393, God's Exam. Editor, read.
Feng was speechless.
A cosmic beast.
All those picture scrolls and stars were a beast?
What was that beast's cultivation level?
Those eyes are impressive, thought Feng, staring at those eyes.
It was like they could make someone go insane. 1,300,000 years.
Finally, you managed to pass the test of the starlit area, and now you're here in front of me, said a voice at that moment.
It was impossible to tell where it came from. Nobody said anything.
They just stared at the old ox.
1,300,000 years, what a long time, thought Feng.
I hope that this time, someone will manage to make this star-studded sky disappear forever. Don't disappoint me, the old ox sighed. So many years had passed, it had been such a long time, waiting for such a long time had caused him much suffering.
Master, I'm a descendant of the giant gods clan. May I ask you if you know our ancestor?
Jushin Kuei-shan asked the old ox.
Oh?
The ox looked surprised, and replied to Jushin Kuei-shan, you're a descendant of the giant gods clan? My master created the giant gods clan in the ancient times during one of his lives, indeed.
It's real.
The members of the giant gods clan were astonished, the legend almost nobody believed was true.
Surprisingly, the giant gods clan had been created by that ox's master. How incredible! Only gods could create such wonders. Your master is a god? Asked Jushin Kuei-shan. He was a high-level saint, and very nervous. He couldn't wait to hear the ox's reply. God? The ox said.
Of course, he's one of the strongest gods.
There were gods? Gods really existed. At that moment, people's hearts were pounding. Finally, they had an answer. Gods existed, and at this moment, they were in a god's historical site and were talking to a god's servant, the old ox. Is he still alive? Asked Jushin Kuei-shan nervously. Everybody wanted to know if gods were still alive. I think so. He should be, murmured the ox. People's hearts twitched, he wasn't sure. Nobody could be sure if the gods still existed. Maybe they had disappeared.
This historical site was just historical.
Is our ancestor still alive in the form he used to create our clan? Asked Jushin Kuei-shan. The old ox sighed.
Some stars were shaking.
Let's not talk about that right now.
The star-studded sky is vast, there are many historical remains, you can continue rising.
There are also some humans' historical remains. You can go and explore. If you're lucky, you'll find many things. But in some worlds, many people aren't as strong as you aren't allowed to kill them. The stars are all worlds. The crowd was astonished, and they understood something. Gods could create as many worlds as they wished, they were real gods. In front of gods, saints were like tiny little insects. Gods were the strongest beings in the world. Of course, you can also continue flying up and you'll be able to take the test my master created back then. If you pass the exam, you'll be rewarded, but if you fail, you might die. Now, it's up to you. If you want to continue flying up, you can fly into my mouth and continue rising, said the old ox. They had two options: continue flying up, they would be able to obtain more, and it wasn't dangerous, or they could also take the God's exam, but it could be extremely dangerous, and they could die. Only people who had enough points could choose. Without enough points, people couldn't continue rising.
But people who were already this high were all extremely strong. Many people had been stuck in here for many years. There were more people who were stuck in here than people who could leave, so the number of strong cultivators accumulated with time.
Third uncle, we'll go and take the exam, right? Zhu Xinyan asked Zhu Xinkuishan.
Of course, we have to try,
replied Zhu Xinkuishan.
Let's go, said Zhu Xinkuishan. Then they entered the ox's mouth, starlight shone down, and they disappeared.
They disappeared, they're going to take the exam. The crowd was astonished, and many people decided to go and take the exam.
They were saints, they had all taken risks to become strong in their lives.
Now they had the opportunity to become stronger, how could they miss it? Saints were determined and didn't fear death. Everybody that could entered the ox's mouth.
Saints are wise and determined,
whispered Lin Feng.
He also entered the ox's mouth, and lights surrounded him.
Hey!
Whispered the old ox, he was surprised.
You have no cultivation level? He asked. Could it be that?
That chi is extremely powerful, you're a very strong cultivator who has just become a saint.
The lights continued surrounding Lin Feng and he disappeared. Starry Sky Ancient Road.
When Lin Feng reappeared, there was an ancient starry road in front of him. There were dozens of saints there, all of them were half-saints.
People of the same level take the exam together? Asked Lin Feng. So people of the same level had to take the exam together.
It wouldn't have been fair if they had been grouped with weaker or stronger people.
Since you decided to sit the exam, you can't give up anymore. Walk to the end of this path. When you get there, it means you passed. If you think you can't pass, you can retrace your steps to avoid dying, but you'll forget everything you saw today, said a voice.
The crowd was startled. If they couldn't pass the exam, they weren't qualified to know what happened there, and they would lose their memories.
How cruel. All right, you can go now, said a voice. Nobody laughed. They didn't know what awaited them. What was this God's exam going to be like? They had to be very careful. What's your name? Zhu Xinyan asked Lin Feng.
Mu Feng, said Lin Feng. If there were people from shrines around, they would know who Lin Feng was. He had to use another name to avoid trouble.
Mu Feng, this God's exam will probably be very complicated, let's join hands? Said Zhu Xinyan.
He had fought against Lin Feng, he knew he was very strong. Lin Feng didn't find that strange. There were many people there, joining hands with other people was normal. There was no rule which stipulated joining hands was forbidden, the only task was to reach the end of the road.
All right, Lin Feng nodded. Even though he was self-confident, it was a God's exam. Having a friend would be harmless, especially if anyone attacked them. Everybody, my name is Mu Kue, let's move forwards together. We can all join hands in case of danger, said a strong cultivator at that moment. Everybody agreed and they started moving forwards on the path. They saw a star in front of them, they had to cross it to move forwards. There are people on the star, said someone flying. 12 people were flying towards the star. There are so many strong cultivators, how come? Asked someone, surprised. There was a terrifying army on that star. Oh no, we can't fly across. We can't cross it.
Lin Feng realized that, as they got closer to the star, the energies became more and more oppressive. Those people aren't flying, the atmosphere of the star must be sealed. We have to get down to cross it, said someone. They descended from the sky. Very quickly, a terrifying strength surrounded them. They saw many, many people looking at them. Those people didn't look like humans, they didn't look like ordinary humans either, they looked like dead souls or puppets, evil and terrifyingly strong. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 2394, Cooperation. Chapter 2394, Cooperation. Editor, read. They're all saints. Even though they don't seem alive, they must be as strong as saints. There are saints everywhere, how are we supposed to get through? Said Mu Kuei, pulling a long face. If the terrifying cultivators on the ground surrounded them, they'd all die. We can get many points here, but we're only half saints and our fighting abilities are limited. This place is restricted, we can't fly. We can easily get encircled, how can we cross that ocean of strong cultivators? This exam is too difficult, and it's only the first part. It was difficult, but it was a God's exam, how could it be easy? Everybody, take out your saints' weapons. The Olaks didn't say we couldn't use weapons, we have only one option, slaughter them and move forwards, we can't stop at all, even for a second. We have to kill and kill and kill, said Lin Feng. Everybody nodded. They all took out their saints' weapons, knowing Lin Feng was right. They couldn't stop, they had to kill. But killing their way through would be extremely difficult. Nobody could imagine how hard it would be. Their bodies stiffened as they thought about it. We have no other option. Everybody, let's gather, we need a strong formation, we can form a few small groups and alternate to help one another. Everybody talk about what they're better at, defense or offense, said Mu Kuei. At this moment, they had to cooperate fully. Nobody could get through alone. So I practice wood cultivation, it's one of the most basic elements. I can oppress people. It's useful in battles, said Mu Kuei. I practice illusion cultivation, but in a long battle, my cultivation is limited. I practice water cultivation, one of the most basic elements as well, my defense is great, at the same cultivation level, most people can't pierce through my defense. Everybody told what their strength was, they had to join hands. Both my defensive and offensive abilities are great, and I can fight over extended periods, said Zhu Xinyan. But I can't fight forever, so we'll have to switch now and then. I control slow and fast strength, I can help everyone, said Lin Feng. After everybody talked, Mu Kuei said, we're 42 people. We can form 2 groups of 21 people. As we move forwards, one group has to be in the front while the other one can rest in the back. After every round, we switch positions. If anyone dies, someone has to replace them. Alright, perfect. If we make 2 groups of 21, 10 people have to be in the front to attack, 8 people can stay behind to protect them, while 3 people assist. Someone can control, for example me, one other can fight on the sides. Mu Feng, you can do that, then someone who controls life strength can assist. We need someone with a powerful life technique, but only one, said Mu Kuei. I also control life strength. I can do that, said Lin Feng. Good, not only do you control slow and fast strength, but you also control life strength, you can play 2 people's roles. Let's divide now, said Mu Kuei. He probably had a very high position in his clan because he understood military strategies really well. The force was perfectly balanced this way. They managed to organize very quickly. The first group would fight, the second would follow and recover. Alright, get on to Nya Wang's worship. The second group can rest on the boat, but don't relax your vigilance, anything could happen. First group, get ready, said Mu Kuei. With so many people, it was easy to make mistakes, so rigor and organization were essential. He also understood control strength, so he'd be able to control the boat too. Lin Feng and Mu Kuei were in charge of leading the way. Let's go. Get ready to fight. They all looked grim. The boat moved forwards, they couldn't fly, so the boat had to be at ground level too, but it was still terrifyingly fast, they all turned into a broad beam of light. We're getting closer. The energies are increasing, thought the crowd. Some people already appeared in front of them. Attack! The first one who attacked was Zhu Xinyan. He raised his gigantic hand, stars flashed and bombarded someone, who exploded.
At the same time, some strong cultivators behind him also released terrifying attacks.
How strong?
When many saints attack at the same time, it's awesome, thought Lin Feng.
But the puppets in front of them also looked daunting. Terrifying celestial Tao surged towards them.
They were all shaking. Dozens of blood spears shot towards the crowd as fast as lightning.
The army of saint puppets looked real. How was that possible? Slow, said Lin Feng.
Instantly, the blood spears slowed down, an arrow streaked across the sky and struck down a spear. A strong cultivator next to Lin Feng had a bow and arrows. It was a powerful saint's weapon. They had to be careful. If all the saint puppets blocked them at the same time, it would be very bad luck. Now, they could only press forwards with indomitable will.
Everything happened extremely quickly.
As soon as they killed puppets, they were already far beyond them.
Until now, we haven't faced real danger. Let's hope it'll continue, said Mu Kuei.
It's not that easy. We have to continue and press on without let-up. That's how we made it here, but the star is really vast.
We have to continue. We don't know what awaits us, said Lin Feng.
Mu Kuei nodded. You're right, brother.
It's going to last for a long time. We haven't seen anything yet. Luckily, we have many people.
Imagine if only one or a few people had decided to take the exam. It would have been even more dangerous, said Nia Wang. Nia Wang wasn't fighting, because Lin Feng could play the role of two people, so Nia Wang drove the boat.
His new role was to pay attention and try to drive through places where there were fewer blockers. It's going to be difficult though.
We're using too much energy, we won't be able to hold on very long like that, murmured Lin Feng.
Those who were in charge of attacking couldn't stop for even a millisecond. They were probably going to be exhausted quickly.
That's why we have to switch every round, said Mu Kuei. Yulin's 9 broadswords are incredible, his attacks become more and more powerful.
A single half-saint can't really stop those attacks.
They're extremely powerful, indeed, agreed Lin Feng. Yulin was a middle-aged man wielding 9 swords, his fighting abilities were incredible. The boat continued moving forwards, everything was fine, but the group was already exhausted.
There are many strong cultivators there, should we switch? Asked Nia Wang. There are only a few, let's kill them, replied someone. All right. Nia Wang nodded.
However, at that moment, there was a rumble, and the ground started trembling. A strong cultivator who controls earth strength, be careful, said Yulin, while attacking with his 9 broadswords.
The ground rolled in waves like seawater, spewing dust into the air.
The boat pierced through the cloud of dust, but walls appeared out of the ground to block them.
Attack! Shouted a strong cultivator.
A gigantic hand was moving towards them.
Slow. An arrow moved towards the hand and destroyed it.
The cultivator who had the bow and arrows was called Liao Feng. In the distance, a strong cultivator raced towards them.
Mu Kuei was surprised.
Quick, quick, we can't let him stop us or slow us down,
said Mu Kuei.
At the same time, he released vines which blotted out the sky and moved towards the enemy to constrict him.
Oh no, the boat is going to lose its balance.
They had the impression the boat was going to turn over.
Nia Wang could barely control it.
A terrifying strength was pushing the boat.
Someone was attacking the boat, but it was a medium-level saint's weapon.
Destroying it wasn't easy, but making it roll over was possible. A gigantic blood-red hand descended from the sky towards Lin Feng.
Oh no, we're going to get stuck, thought Lin Feng. They couldn't get stuck here. Imprison.
Lin Feng's eyes became pitch black and a cage of darkness appeared. Lin Feng shot forwards. They had to solve the issue as soon as possible. He took out his great demon halberd of desolation and suddenly moved towards the wall in front of him as fast as lightning. The wall exploded, and at the same time, he crushed someone's head with his great demon halberd of desolation.
Stay in formation,
Mukue was very nervous. He looked like a creature with 3 heads and 6 arms, and had released an incredible quantity of vines to attack the puppets all around. It was like he was sweeping the battlefield.
"Come here quickly!" shouted Nia Wang. He could control the boat again.
Everybody jumped onto it again. Lin Feng continued destroying puppets with his great demon halberd of desolation while retreating to the boat. He glanced at the puppets with his pitch-black eyes. Many puppets started casting illusion spells, but he quickly destroyed them.
The boat accelerated and opened up the way. "Wait for me!" shouted someone furiously. Someone was stuck behind. He hadn't had time to jump back to the boat. "Accelerate, we can't wait!" shouted some people coldly.
Nia Wang had no choice, he was under too much pressure. That cultivator saw the boat disappear in the distance. Millions of saint puppets jumped onto him, and he drowned in an ocean of monsters.
He was doomed.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 2395, Stargate. Chapter 2395, Stargate. Editor, read. Nia Wan was extremely vigilant. It was difficult to move forwards, there were many strong cultivators. It was very dangerous. They couldn't waste time. However, even if they moved as fast as they could, time passed quickly. They had already spent 3 months there. Everybody was exhausted and they had the impression it was never going to end. They couldn't see the end of this world. Every day, they switched positions. Even people who were resting couldn't really rest and recover because they had to be vigilant at all times. Out of the 42 people they had at the beginning, only 34 remained. Apart from their boat, there were other strong cultivators behind them. They had come to that star afterwards, and they also had a saint's weapon which enabled them to fly. It was a smaller boat, there weren't many people on it. However, their chi was terrifying. Chu Chunxiu and Kong Ming were on that boat, too. The most incredible thing was that that boat was surrounded by dazzling Buddha's lights. 108 dazzling golden blades floated around the boat and blood kept splashing around them. That boat wasn't only a means of transportation, it was also a sharp weapon. It was much better than Lin Feng in the other's boat, and the cultivators on it were much more relaxed. Nia Wang was at the front of the boat, he was getting impatient, it's still not over. This world is too big. At that moment, they heard a shout. They looked in the front and were stunned. "We're doomed," said Nia Wang. His face turned deathly pale. Then, he made the boat turn around and they fled. However, in front of them there were still many enemies. They were surrounded. "We can't break free." Nia Wang pulled a long face. Everybody was scared. There were too many enemies. There were even more enemies than when they had arrived. How could they get through? What to do? Asked someone. "We have to continue, move forwards and kill them. It's an exam, we have no choice." "We could also go back, the old ox said we would live," whispered Mukue. "We have to pass the exam." "We won't have such an opportunity ever again," said a woman with unswerving determination. Her name was Xiaoyin, she was extremely strong and controlled water, fire, and soundwave strength. She had a very deep understanding of those energies, and with celestial Tao, her attacks were terrifying. "We have to kill them and continue," said someone else. People felt even more motivated after what Xiaoyin had said. "Alright, let's kill then," said Nia Wang. His arrow streaked across the sky, energies rolled in waves around them. His arrow whistled furiously before it pierced through someone's head. The boat continued moving forwards while destroying enemies. Their souls were shaking. The destructive saints' attacks blotted out the sky and covered the earth. People raised their heads, it looked like the end of times. "I hope we'll be lucky," said Yulin.
He jumped off the boat, his 9 blades rotating around him and emitting dazzling lights. "Let's go," said Lin Feng and Zhu Xinyan. Zhu Xinyan's emitted crackling and spluttering as starlights emerged from his body. He was an ancient giant bathing in starlight. He raised his hand, he was so tall, it was as if he had tried to grab the moon. "Slow," said Lin Feng, releasing powerful slowing energies. He raised his great demon halberd of desolation, looking like an ancient demon king. After they attacked the enemies around them, the space around them was filled with corpses. However, someone exploded next to them, their only fate when someone was exhausted. "Stop," said someone coldly. A cultivator in golden clothes raised his finger and the atmosphere around slowed down. It was as if everything had been about to stop around him. He disappeared, teleporting himself away. "Celestial Void Cultivator, bastard," shouted someone furiously. That cultivator had a saint's weapon which could stop everything around him and he hadn't used it before. Now he had used it to save his own life, he didn't care about the others. But everybody had their own trump cards, they all had all sorts of saints' weapons, many people didn't want to show all of them. Liao Feng also had a terrifying weapon, his arrows were murderous. He could almost destroy the sky with them. Lin Feng's god sword was floating above his head. He looked like a death god. Everything became slow around them. Zhu Xinyan took out 2 gigantic star hammers. They contained star strength which filled the air. Lin Feng was impressed. "Go," said Lin Feng coldly. The ground was trembling as Zhu Xinyan flashed forwards. He attacked the puppets with his hammers and each time, small stars exploded all around. They managed to create a small hole in the wall of enemies in front of them. "I'll do left and front, you do front and right," said Lin Feng, attacking the enemies on his left with his god's sword. A vortex of absorbing strength appeared, he wanted to try and absorb his foes. At the same time, he also released slow strength to slow them down. They couldn't stop him. "Those puppets are saints, but they're luckily stupid, otherwise, we wouldn't have a single chance," thought Lin Feng. He continued attacking them with his great demon halberd of desolation. He was moving flicker quick, beheading them right and left. He also released a golden deployment spell. A light curtain appeared. He made some of them enter his deployment spell. What a great deployment spell! Zhu Xinyan looked enthusiastic. That way there would be much less pressure. The gigantic hammer streaked across the sky and smashed apart another puppet's head. "Follow me, don't leave the deployment spell," said Lin Feng. The deployment spell stayed around him, slow strength also stayed around him. Zhu Xinyan looked even more enthusiastic. "How strong?" "Mu Feng, you're a real genius, your slow strength makes things much easier, nobody can compete with us this way." Indeed, Lin Feng's abilities were beneficial for the whole crowd, but Lin Feng was also using up lots of strength. The enemy's attacks couldn't really reach his deployment spell. But keeping the deployment spell up and running while releasing slow strength the whole time was exhausting too. There are still so many, it's endless, he thought. How annoying. He stayed focused. On the side, an enemy broke the deployment spell. Lin Feng knew it, the absorbing strength of his god's sword surrounded him. "Piss off!" shouted Lin Feng furiously. Whistling sounds spread in the air, and deployment marks started intertwining again, sealing the breach. 3 days passed, and Lin Feng was exhausted, he had a terrible headache. Even if he was a saint, fighting constantly for days and days without stopping was exhausting. Only people who had special abilities or precious treasures could survive, and saints continued dying. "We're there, finally." "There's nothing over there," shouted Zhu Xinyan happily. "Finally." "That guy, he's fun," thought Lin Feng with a weary smile. He was also very happy, though. Finally, they were out. Zhu Xinyan and Lin Feng had killed many enemies together, and used lots of energy. They were both incredible cultivators.
No wonder Zhu Xinyan was a god's descendant.
Lin Feng was thinking that if Zhu Xinyan hadn't been there to help, it would have been much more difficult.
Go! Shouted Lin Feng.
This time, he moved like the wind and destroyed cultivators with his god's sword. My sword and my sword techniques are divine, said Lin Feng. His ruler's sword seemed unstoppable. Ha
ha! How awesome, said Zhu Xinyan. He sounded excited. Finally, they had arrived on the edge of the star. They continued walking onto the ancient path, turned around and saw the millions of puppets. But it was already over for them, they had succeeded. Mu Feng, you're too strong.
If we hadn't joined hands, it would have been difficult, Zhu Xinyan said to Lin Feng.
We're both in the same boat. They both laughed.
Lin Feng said, let's go.
Let's see what the next exam is. All right, Zhu Xinyan nodded. They continued on.
There were many stars in front of them, and no exit. After a short time, Zhu Xinyan and Lin Feng stopped. In front of them, there were a large number of stargates. Some stargates were bright, some weren't. Some people arrived before us, it seems, but only 4, said Zhu Xinyan. He glanced at a bright gate and walked towards it. Mu Feng, it's the second test.
Let's go.
He crossed the bright stargate and disappeared. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 2396, 7 years. Chapter 2396, 7 years. Editor, read.
Lin Feng also entered a portal. Lights surrounded his body and he appeared somewhere else. In front of him was a figure.
The person was standing there calmly.
He didn't react to Lin Feng, because actually it was not a person, but a painting of a person.
He looks so real,
murmured Lin Feng, impressed at the sight. The man painting in front of him was wearing a star robe.
He whispered, cultivating one's mind consists in retrieving one's true self.
The strongest cultivators in the world control everything.
Tao is like nature.
When you understand Tao, you can transcend worldliness, you can break free from the kiliocosm of the great Tao.
The biggest.
Lin Feng listened to that illusory voice, it sounded like a teacher giving a class. According to legends, when peerless cultivators give classes, many incredible and almost peerless cultivators listen to them. My clone has been in the fortune shrine for such a long time, and I've only heard one peerless saint talk about Tao.
This cultivator in front of me is fascinating, though.
He talks slowly, but that way I remember everything he says, whispered Lin Feng.
The cultivator was extremely strong. Was he a god?
He was wearing a star robe, and as he talked, he kept moving his hands.
He continued talking about Tao.
Celestial Tao is mysterious and difficult to understand, especially for me since my cultivation is different from everybody else. I practice cultivation in a completely different way, whispered Lin Feng, staring at the painted cultivator. He had spent much time with the diviner, and he had also read many books. He knew lots of things, but he also knew that his cultivation was completely different from other people.
But maybe everything would be the same in the end?
Lin Feng continued listening to the strong cultivator. He was captivated.
This time, the exam's goal was to test their comprehension abilities.
The first test was about strength, but it was also about what people owned. Those who were lucky or had precious items had an advantage.
This time, those things were useless. Celestial Tao. He understands stars' celestial Tao.
His strength is composed of stars coupled with celestial Tao, so he controls the stars, analyzed Lin Feng.
He was captivated and focused.
He didn't know why, but he was staring at the cultivator.
I have my own world. I can control all sorts of strength.
I understand so many of them: life, death, fast, slow, the 5 elements, cursing strength, and so on.
I can also make any kind of strength fuse together with my own celestial Tao. It's how I can create seasons in my world and trigger them whenever I want. It means that in my world, I am already a low-level saint. That's also why I can kill low-level saints in the outside world. Killing them in my own world is extremely easy. In the outside world, I should be a half-saint, but my body is special, thought Lin Feng. Time passed. 4 months later, someone slowly came out on the other side of a star. It was a woman. How strange. I spent only 4 months in here, and now I'm a low-level saint. I've spent years in this world, now I just spent 4 months in here and I became a low-level saint. How great, thought Xiaoyin. She bowed before the star and said, "Thank you very much, Master, for showing me the path to enlightenment." Xiaoyin understood that without that extremely strong cultivator, she would have never been able to progress so quickly. Of course, she had progressed because she had great comprehensive abilities, too. That's why she had broken through in only 4 months. She was extremely happy. At the level of saints, breaking through was something extremely difficult, as the distance between the different layers was as far apart as heaven and earth. Some people never managed to break through, and were stuck at the same cultivation level for a long time. Many people understood celestial Tao and then became saints, but many of them never managed to fuse their own strength together with celestial Tao. Now, she had managed to overcome that incredible difficulty. To transcended worldliness and attain holiness. In other words, to become a saint, people had to understand celestial Tao. Then, they could create saints' attacks using celestial Tao. But saints at that level only had a very basic knowledge of celestial Tao, so they couldn't use it in an optimal way. That was why they were called half-saints. Low-level saints could finally make their strength fuse together with celestial Tao. They really started becoming one with celestial Tao. It was also why low-level saints' attacks were much more powerful than half-saints' attacks. Low-level saints could easily destroy half-saints, but there were some strange people, like Lin Feng. In his own world, he was already a low-level saint, that's why his attacks were as powerful as low-level saints' attacks. Xiaoyin slowly walked forwards. She was wondering what the next exams would be like. She had already passed 2 tests, and was a bit nervous. What would happen if she passed all the exams? During the second exam, she had suddenly understood something and become a low-level saint. It had definitely been worth it. 3 years later, someone else came out. It was Zhu Xinyan. He burst into laughter and condensed star strength. "Ha, awesome! Is it a reward from my ancestor?" shouted Zhu Xinyan. It felt awesome. He had been stuck at that cultivation level for 3,000 years, and now he had finally broken through. He raised his head and released star strength. "I'll be able to carry out even more explosive attacks in the future." His heart was pounding. He said, "I wonder whether Brother Mufeng has come out or not. He should be fine though." "Right, I'll continue and see what the next test is." Lin Feng was still calmly standing behind the strong cultivator. He was whispering at the same pace as him. His voice resonated along with the strong cultivator's voice, as if he had become a part of him. Everything around him had turned pitch black. The atmosphere was filled with death strength. This time, he wasn't in his own world, he was outside. Next to the death strength, there was life strength. There was also fire strength, demon strength, and more, all sorts of strength. He was talking and his voice was resonating at the same pace as the celestial Tao. Lin Feng had made great efforts to achieve all this. He was focused, happy to have such an opportunity. He wanted to succeed in the outside world, not just in his own world. Now, he understood more and more things which would help him in the future, even in terms of God's strength. Cultivating the mind consists of retrieving one's true self. At the highest cultivation level, you can control the world, whispered Lin Feng. He imagined what life would be like in the future, where he wouldn't need to use saints' weapons to kill low-level saints anymore. Time passed.
In the godly grave, 5 or 10 years was a very short time. The star area was a historical site. 5 years, 6 years, passed in the blink of an eye. Lin Feng finally came out. He had passed the exam. Actually, he could have come out much earlier, but he was happy to listen to the teacher. That was such an incredible opportunity. Lin Feng stood on the starry path. He looked happy, relaxed, and lighthearted. If anyone had been there, they would have been able to determine Lin Feng's cultivation level instantly, low-level saint. 7 years have passed. 7 years, thought Lin Feng with a sigh. Time passed too fast at such cultivation levels. Actually, he was already quite fast. Many people needed 10,000 years, or even 100,000 years, to become true saints, but no wonder some people say it gets more and more difficult with time. Laughed Lin Feng. People often got stuck at the same cultivation level for thousands and thousands of years. Younger people who were more talented than them then caught up with them, and the younger people became stronger than older people. There were many, many examples of such cultivators. The worst thing for them was when some older people disdained others because they were stronger, and then time passed and those people caught up with them. Now, in the outside world, I'm a low-level saint. I understand many sorts of basic strength. I fused them together with celestial Tao. Even though I don't have an advanced understanding, killing low-level saints is now extremely easy for me. However, it's still going to be difficult to kill low-level saints who have an advanced understanding, or who have incredibly powerful saints techniques. They can still be difficult opponents. Lin Feng understood many sorts of strength, but if someone understood one sort of strength better than him, then he'd still be under pressure. Of course, in the future, he would continue studying and would thus be able to avoid such situations. I wonder what the next test will be like. He continued walking forwards. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2397, God's Beast. Chapter 2397, God's Beast. Editor, read. Lin Feng continued walking along the path. The light of the stars continued shining down on him. Lin Feng raised his head and whispered, "Is that the God's world?" A grave was a place where dead people were put. Was it a grave? Why were people who had enough points the only ones allowed in here? Was there anything in particular? After some time, Lin Feng saw some people he knew, Zhu Xinyan and Xiaoyin. Zhu Xinyan! Shouted Lin Feng. Zhu Xinyan turned around and smiled. "Mu Feng, you also passed the second test." "Yes." Lin Feng nodded and looked at Zhu Xinyan and Xiaoyin. There were 9 figures in front of them, all of them beasts. "What's that?" asked Lin Feng. "Was that the third test?" "The third test. That God is really sly. The test is really very, very difficult. Becoming a low-level saint was difficult, but this test is even more difficult. Those beasts are the 9 beasts the gods rode back in the days. They are all low-level saints, and terrifyingly strong. We just broke through. How could we fight against them? All those who fought against those beasts ended up in tragic conditions in the last few years," Zhu Xinyan told Lin Feng. "It's very difficult. It's driving me nuts." When Lin Feng heard Zhu Xinyan, he was startled. Those beasts were all low-level saints, and Zhu Xinyan was complaining, which meant those beasts were really terrifyingly strong. The gods had raised them. "You're incompetent and ignorant, like a frog in a well. Do you know what awaits you if you pass the exam?" "But you're here and taking this exam now," said a voice. It was a beast, its third eye flared with light. He looked evil and he looked at Zhu Xinyan in a disdainfully. This was his master's exam. If they all passed, then, unfortunately, he was just his master's pet. He couldn't take the exam, he wasn't qualified. But even that way, he had to take his role seriously and try to fail people. Those 2 people had arrived early, but they hadn't taken risks. Otherwise, the beasts would have already killed them.
You're a beast, watch your words. Don't talk to me that way, I'm a god's descendant. I'm a member of the giant gods clan, shouted Zhu Xinyan furiously.
During those years, the beasts had kept making fun of him, which annoyed him a lot.
Descendant?
All the gods have many descendants. Even if you're really a god's descendant, you must be from a pitiful part of the family. I'm sure you've never even seen the god. Unlike me, who followed him for a long time at war, said the beast proudly. He was comparing himself with Zhu Xinyan.
Ridiculous. We're not the only ones who took the exam.
Before that, we were still half-saints and now we broke through.
You're just a low-level saint.
If I'm not mistaken, the examinees who were low-level saints before are now fighting against high-level beasts who are much stronger creatures than you, shouted Zhu Xinyan coldly.
Insolent!
Shouted the beast, howling furiously, come here, I'll crush you.
You're shamed into anger? Retorted Zhu Xinyan, smiling coldly. He said to Lin Feng, Mu Feng, they can only move out there in the front.
Therefore, when you try, if you can't fight against them, you can come back immediately, they can't touch us here.
You have to defeat the 9 beasts to pass the exam? Asked Lin Feng, staring at the beasts. They looked too strong. No, the path we're on is our territory.
If you can get past us, then you pass, but I'm warning you, we'll do all we can to kill you, so be very careful, said a beast coldly. The beast was wearing a white robe while in his human form. He looked extremely evil. You can't teleport here, it's forbidden, so be very careful, said Xiaoying to Lin Feng. Yes, you can't, even though the goal is only to get through, it's extremely difficult. We tried a myriad of times, we almost died. Those beasts are arrogant, but they are really incredible strong, said Zhu Xinyan to Lin Feng telepathically. He used telepathy because he didn't want the beasts to think he was too weak. I'll try, said Lin Feng. He slowly walked forwards. How strong were these beasts? The wolf's first attack is the most terrifying one, he controls wind strength, he's very fast.
Don't let him reach you, said Zhu Xinyan. All right, replied Lin Feng.
He flashed forwards and released qi which filled the air. He also understood wind strength, so he fused it together with celestial Tao. At that moment, Lin Feng had the impression he was a part of nature, he was the celestial Tao itself.
The wolf howled, staring at Lin Feng. He looked fearsome and evil.
I'm warning you, don't use saints' weapons, or you will suffer even more, said the figure in white clothes. Lin Feng was surprised but nodded.
Saints' weapons?
Those beasts belonged to an incredible god, didn't they have weapons? Lin Feng remained vigilant. Zhu Xinyan was extremely strong, especially since he had become a low-level saint, but these beasts had nearly killed him.
You're still not attacking?
Said Lin Feng, slowly walking forwards. The beasts were staring at him, especially the wolf. Lin Feng guessed that wolf would be merciless. Finally, the wolf moved, so fast it was even difficult to follow him with one's eyes. He controlled wind, which was a fundamental energy, and he was a low-level saint, so his wind strength had fused together with celestial Tao.
The wolf was extremely fast thanks to his wind strength. It was difficult to imagine.
Lin Feng also condensed wind strength. His figure streaked across the sky. His trajectory was circular, trying to avoid the wolf.
Oh no, he wants to avoid them and break free like that, thought Zhu Xinyan. Mu Feng was insane.
It was impossible to escape from those beasts. It was necessary, in his opinion, to study them carefully, and then move. As expected, Lin Feng moved past, and the wolf followed him.
Barry! Shouted an old beast. Earth covered Lin Feng.
The beasts controlled the most basic kinds of strength, and were all extremely strong. They were experts in one kind of strength.
The one who controlled Earth strength could use the earth as he wished.
It was difficult to master one kind of strength to perfection, though. The ground exploded. Lin Feng was bathing in sword lights. It seemed like he could cut through anything. The wolf moved his claws towards Lin Feng's head. He was so fast, it was incredible. "Slow," said Lin Feng. Instantly, everything around him became slower. What a powerful little boy. The beasts were stupefied when they saw that. Lin Feng controlled 3 original types of strength which had returned to their source: wind, sword, and slowing. 3 original kind of strength, and Lin Feng was just a low-level saint. The beasts found Lin Feng really strong. Such a feat wasn't easy at all. Otherwise, not so many people would be stuck as half-saints. It was even more difficult to achieve with several types of strength. It got more and more complicated with time, especially for those who wanted to master a type of strength to the extreme. When they achieved that, they became high-level saints. Such cultivators were really terrifying because when a cultivator managed to understand one type of strength to its maximum level, their attacks became really powerful. Those who understood several types of strength were even more terrifying. The reason why Lin Feng understood several types of original strengths was his particular body, his god Tao, and his own world. Therefore, it wasn't that difficult for him to understand several types of strength. However, reaching their full level would be difficult. A type of original strength was completely different from abstruse energies or Tao. They could use original strength to create saints' techniques. The wolf was slowed down and looked at Lin Feng coldly. He spat out sharp blades at Lin Feng. Each blade contained a terrifying wind strength. The air hummed as he managed to break some of the slow strength. However, Lin Feng didn't want to fight against him. He continued moving forwards. He released even more wind strength and turned into a beam of light. "Where are you going?" Suddenly, Lin Feng had the impression a terrifyingly heavy strength was crashing onto him. His heart twitched. It was pure earth strength. At that cultivation level, it was better not to offend anyone. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2398, Difficult to Break Out. Chapter 2398, Difficult to Break Out. Editor, read. Original strength fused together with celestial Tao, it was almost invisible and intangible. Lin Feng sensed how terrifying the energy was. He felt heavy. Whistling sounds spread in the air. The wolf moved towards him. He had managed to break free from Lin Feng's slow strength. If Lin Feng hadn't controlled slow strength, he wouldn't have been able to compete with the wolf. A strong wind was blowing. Some wind blades moved towards Lin Feng. The wind turned into a hurricane. Lin Feng released a terrifying sword energy which sliced through the atmosphere around him. "Break!" shouted Lin Feng furiously. His god sword struck out at everything around. Fissures appeared. However, a heavier strength oppressed him as an ape ran towards him. Each time the ape took a step, Lin Feng felt even more under pressure. If he had been an ordinary cultivator, he would have exploded. A gigantic hand which blotted out the sky appeared above Lin Feng and descended, containing an awesome heavy strength. Lin Feng had the impression he was carrying the world on his shoulders. If that hand reached him, he'd be crushed into mush. Slow. Lin Feng released slow strength. He fused it together with the celestial Tao of the outside world, and his energies became even more powerful. Everything around him became slower. Back. Lin Feng moved back. He turned into a beam of light. He retreated to where he was just before. The wolf's attack had almost reached him. Those beasts are so strong. Besides, only 3 of them attacked. The others didn't even try anything. Only the wolf tried to kill me. The others didn't try anything. They must think I'm too weak to even pass the exam, so they just watched from the side. If they had attacked Lin Feng together, things would have been different, even more dangerous. Lin Feng looked at them, he was amazed. Only 3 beasts had attacked him and he felt so much pressure. How terrifying would it have been if the others had attacked him, too? Mu Feng, what do you think? Asked Zhu Xinyan to Lin Feng. They're strong. Those beasts are very strong. Passing this exam will be very difficult. Whispered Lin Feng. They didn't say we had to take the exam one at a time. We might be able to join hands, said Zhu Xinyan. Lin Feng was surprised. Join hands? It was a good solution. The only problem was, if the 3 of them join hands, they would have an opportunity to get through, but probably not all of them. Xiaoyin, what do you think? Asked Zhu Xinyan to Xiaoyin. We can join hands. But only one of us will get through. Who, though? Said Xiaoyin. She looked nervous. If one of them managed to get through, it would mean they passed the exam. They were 3, who would be willing to let anyone else get through? Mu Feng is stronger than me. I can let him go, especially since he controls fast strength, he has more chances to succeed, said Zhu Xinyan. I don't stand any chance alone, anyway. If I can help 1 or 2 people, why not? Xiaoyin, if you think you can, no problem. I can let you pass too. Xiaoyin was surprised. Zhu Xinyan was truly generous, he was willing to let them pass? Alright, since you are willing to help, one of us can try once, and we do our best to help each other. We'll see who's lucky, said Xiaoyin. Zhu Xinyan didn't mind. Alright. 1 person, 1 try. That way, Zhu Xinyan can try too. 1 person, 1 round, the 2 others help. If anyone succeeds, we help them to the end, said Lin Feng. Zhu Xinyan was willing to help them and sacrifice himself. Lin Feng wasn't selfish, and Zhu Xinyan was strong too. If he could help him break through, he would be happy to do so. Good. I'll try first then, said Xiaoyin, slowly walking forwards. She's determined, no wonder she made it so far in life, especially as a woman, thought Lin Feng. He admired Xiaoyin, she was very determined. Lin Feng and Zhu Xinyan stayed at her side. You think it'll be easier if you join hands? Said the wolf, his eyes glittering. He looked at them coldly, then he said to the beasts behind him, Dear friends, if you don't do anything this time, those humans will get away, that'd be humiliating. How could we let a few tiny little insects get away? The beasts looked at Lin Feng and the others. 3 people joining hands, so what? I'll use fast strength on you, Lin Feng told Xiaoyin telepathically. Suddenly, she became much faster. Mu Feng is really strong. He understands both fast and slow strength. Later, when he becomes a high-level saint, if he makes the 2 energies fuse together, he'll directly become a peerless saint. And when fast and slow strength perfectly fuse together, you can also influence time. She had heard that when slow and fast strength reached perfection, it became time. During these 7 years, Lin Feng had done more than her. Seal! Said Xiaoyin suddenly. Suddenly, the atmosphere was sealed by ice energies around her. Let's go! Shouted Xiaoyin extremely loudly. She was prepared and moved as fast as lightning. Lin Feng and Zhu Xinyan followed her closely. Gotcha! The ice broke loudly. Xiaoyin opened her mouth and released terrifying soundwave energies. She was also a genius. She understood more than one original energy, too. Fast! Lin Feng and the 2 others accelerated. Stop! Shouted someone. Water surrounded them. Water constriction. Xiaoyin was stupefied, she felt as if she were underwater, she couldn't move as quickly anymore. She flashed forwards and released fire energies. Suddenly, she was bathing in flames. What a strong baby girl. Surprisingly, she understands water, fire, and soundwave strength, 3 original types of strength, and she made them all fuse together with celestial Tao to become a low-level saint," said the beast in white clothes. He was surprised.
Xiaoyin was really extraordinary.
A gigantic hand moved towards Xiaoyin.
Seal.
Xiaoyin wanted to seal the atmosphere, but it was useless.
No matter what she did, she couldn't escape. "I'm coming,"
said Lin Feng, flashing towards her.
A terrifying destructive strength pressed forwards with indomitable will. The gigantic hand exploded.
Xiaoyin benefited from the opportunity and moved forwards.
"You can't get out," shouted a beast.
She surrounded Xiaoyin, and the beast in white clothes released a howling hurricane which moved towards Xiaoyin and pushed her back violently.
"We failed, back." Lin Feng and Zhu Xinyan moved backwards. "How strong? I didn't have a single chance. We've just become low-level saints. Those beasts have been low-level saints for many years. We don't stand a single chance. They're just playing with us.
They can even kill us if they want," said Xiaoyin.
She felt dispirited. It was so difficult.
"Yes, apart from that wolf, the others are merciful," said Lin Feng.
He had noticed that.
The other beasts were terrifyingly strong, but they didn't try to kill them, and they were much stronger. After that, Lin Feng and Zhu Xinyan also tried, but they all failed. Lin Feng had managed to go much farther than Zhu Xinyan and Xiaoyin, but he had failed too in the end. Of course, Lin Feng didn't use his full strength, it wasn't the right time. He wanted the beasts to evaluate his strength first based on what he was doing. He wanted them to get used to it, and then he'd use his full strength.
Time passed, 2 years went by.
They continued trying for 2 years, and none of them managed to break through. During those 2 years, someone else arrived, Liao Feng, the archer. The 4 of them joined hands over and over again, but they failed each time. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 2399, Breaking Out. Chapter 2399, Breaking Out. Editor, read.
Phew, Liao Feng looked at the beasts angrily.
He said, "Those beasts are so strong.
Even though they're low-level saints like us, our attacks can't injure them, so we can't pose a threat to them. Therefore, if we want to break out, we have to resort to trickery. However, those saints have some incredible spells, so resorting to trickery is difficult, too.
This exam is too difficult.
We're only 4 people, if we were 9, it'd be much better," said Xiaoyin. They had spent 2 years trying already. For such strong cultivators, 2 years was nothing, but they had been constantly fighting for 2 years and had naturally become much stronger.
There's someone.
Suddenly, a strong wind started blowing from behind them. Lin Feng and the others turned around and saw someone.
He looked like a Buddha, bathing in Buddha lights.
Lin Feng was surprised.
9 years, I finally came out.
Kong Ming slowly arrived. He floated up next to Lin Feng and glanced at him as if he was trying to see through him.
Eh?
Lin Feng was surprised. Kong Ming said to Lin Feng telepathically, "Back then, during the meeting of the continent of the 9 clouds, Zhu Chunxiu, you and I were the best. I knew that you'd all reach the clouds someday, however, I did not think that the first one would remain the first the whole time. Now, you're still first, you also became a low-level saint before us."
Kong Ming recognized me.
Lin Feng was startled.
Zhu Chunxiu could recognize him, Kong Ming could recognize him too. How?
Those guys were incredible.
I'd heard that the Fortune Shrine had taken you to the Buddha Shrine.
After the meeting of the continent of the 9 clouds, I was lucky, I met the right people and found the right things.
That's how I became so strong.
But you're extremely strong too, we still have the same cultivation level, replied Lin Feng, also telepathically. Kong Ming and Zhu Chunxiu were both incredible cultivators.
Where was Zhou Rongman? What was he doing those days? You were lucky in a way, I was lucky in my own way, too.
It's not because you have a forbidden body that you can practice faster than me, it seems, said Kong Ming. These days, his body had become gigantic, his chi and strength had become gigantically powerful, too.
Ancient monk, those 9 beasts used to be God's beasts, they're extremely strong.
The 4 of us have tried to break out, but we failed.
Now, we're 5. Let's see if that works, Zhu Xinyan said to Kong Ming.
He even called Kong Ming ancient monk.
Bestial saints. Kong Ming looked at them and smiled. I know the great Vajrabodhi mantra saint's skill. It's useful against beasts. Great Vajrabodhi mantra?
The others were surprised. Buddhist monks researched the 6 great divisions in the wheel of karma. They knew many mantras. The Buddha shrine was one of the 3 most powerful shrines, enigmatic and unfathomable. They had existed since the ancient times. Back in the days, they were called the Countless Shrine.
Great monk, attack. Shaoyin smiled.
Kong Ming put his palms together, while he was floating in the air. Golden lights illuminated the space around them. A gigantic Bodhi appeared, 100 zhang tall.
He was chanting mantras in a magnificent Brahma voice. The Buddha's halo shone down on the 9 beasts.
The beasts suddenly opened their eyes and looked at him coldly.
The wolf looked furious and said, "That monk should die."
The golden Bodhi continued chanting, the sound waves of the mantra enveloped the beasts.
Illusory golden Buddhas appeared behind them. How strong! Was that Bodhi strength an original kind of strength? Maybe the Buddha shrine was extremely strong because of their original kind of strength.
With celestial Tao and the strength they studied in Buddhist scriptures, they were awesomely strong. According to legends, the Buddha shrine had incredible and mysterious Bodhi saint scriptures.
Buddhist cultivators had incredible resources. Let's go, said Lin Feng.
The Buddhist lights changed. Lin Feng said, I'll stay in the front.
Kong Ming, you stay in the middle. Shaoyin, you stay on the left. Zhu Xinyan, you stay on the right. Liao Feng, you stay in the back.
All right, said everyone, slowly walking forwards. The 5 people made a small band. Kong Ming protected them in the middle with his great Vajrabodhi mantra. A terrifying heavy strength oppressed them. They had the impression they had a mountain on their body.
It wasn't pleasant at all. It's useless. A water cage appeared around them. Deployment,
retorted Lin Feng coldly. Suddenly, the group appeared in an illusion. The water was outside.
Empty space, original strength. Even though we can't teleport, it's still very useful.
Mu Feng understands so many sorts of original strength, thought Zhu Xinyan and Shaoyin. First, cultivators understood Tao strength, then they modified it, then it became celestial Tao, then they could make saints' techniques. Most people only managed to understand 1 or 2 sorts of original strength. But Lin Feng understood so many and he could fuse them all together with celestial Tao. It was incredible.
The atmosphere crackled. The beasts easily destroyed Lin Feng's empty space deployment spell. Illusion,
shouted Lin Feng coldly.
The atmosphere went dark.
He fused that illusion strength together with celestial Tao too. Shaoyin was astonished, her heart pounding violently. Lin Feng's understanding of those different sorts of original strength wasn't deep enough, otherwise, he wouldn't have needed the others at all, he could have passed the exam alone. The difference between someone who understood 1 kind of original strength and someone who understood 3 was huge. The only problem was that when understanding several, it was also important to understand one of them at a very high level. Kong Ming, for example, had reached an incredible level with his original strength.
The
bestial saints were stupefied. They were in an illusion and there were Lin Feng figures everywhere. However, at that moment, one of the bestial saints' eyes suddenly flashed. The illusion was ready to break apart.
What a powerful bestial saint! Whispered Kong Ming. Surprisingly, his great Vajrabodhi mantra wasn't even very useful. Cross.
If they attacked the saints directly, they didn't stand a chance, but if they managed to get through, it'd be enough to pass the test. Lin Feng and the others moved.
Humph. Someone groaned coldly.
It felt like the sky had been about to collapse, it was trembling. A gigantic hand appeared and moved towards them. It could crush all 5 people at once.
Those bestial saints have a very deep understanding of celestial Tao. How do we fight against them? They're so strong.
The 5 cultivators realized that the atmosphere had become chaotic. It was difficult to break out.
The bestial saints hadn't even used their full strength. "I'll take the risk," said Zhu Xinyan. He was annoyed.
He slowly moved forwards alone. He raised his gigantic hands and stars appeared all around.
The bestial saints looked amused.
It was a great starlight hand imprint attack, not bad. But it was useless.
"Over there!"
he shouted explosively.
The atmosphere became explosive.
His great starlight hand imprint was suddenly stuck on one side of the space. When Zhu Xinyan saw that, his face turned pale. If his third uncle had been there, he would have been able to pierce through. That was the difference between people who perfectly understood original strength and those who didn't. Lin Feng and the others also tried to break out. The 4 others moved in 4 different directions, convinced that the beasts wouldn't be able to block everyone.
"Go back!"
A gigantic hand moved towards Lin Feng. It contained an incredibly heavy strength. Lin Feng didn't stop, he accelerated, reaching an incredible speed.
"Slow!" he shouted furiously.
The gigantic hand slowed down. Lin Feng released sword energy, rumbling and explosion sounds spread in the air. The gigantic earth hand exploded. Lin Feng pierced through and accelerated again.
"Interesting." The beast looked amused.
Surprisingly, Lin Feng had managed to pierce through his earth hand attack. He slowly moved towards Lin Feng, looking like a gigantic tower.
"Imprison,"
said Lin Feng suddenly. The beast was suddenly imprisoned in a cage. Even though he was stuck inside for a second only, when he broke free, he sensed a strong wind pass next to him. Lin Feng flew past him.
"Moron." Another saint moved towards Lin Feng.
"Only 2 saints are left in front of me. If I fly past, I'll be done," thought Lin Feng.
He condensed a powerful celestial Tao.
"You can't escape," said a saint coldly, sending Lin Feng into another illusion. Lin Feng pulled a long face. Illusions were really convenient to imprison people. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 2400, Last Test. Chapter 2400, Last Test. Editor, read.
Lin Feng had an advanced understanding of illusions. He had also studied illusions, but his illusions were more based on deployment spells and the great dream of life strength. He didn't use pure illusion strength, therefore, he couldn't do like the beast and use illusion techniques directly. In their simplest forms, illusions weren't a direct attack, but more powerful illusion techniques did have deadly attacks. Lin Feng sat down cross-legged and many clones appeared. At the same time, he closed his eyes. Wisdom kings appeared around him. They looked alive, remaining as motionless as mountains.
Eh?
At that moment, Lin Feng frowned, and his heart ached. He appeared in the Yun Hai sect, in the former territory of the Yun Hai sect, Yun Hai. The Qi Xie troops had surrounded the Yun Hai sect and killed people.
Lin Feng was there. He couldn't do anything.
He was powerless.
Patriarch. Lin Feng saw Nangong Ling battle to the death. Mr. Kong. The autumn wind blew and leaves rustled.
Lin Feng felt very cold. The scenery changed. The imperial family of Shuiyu surrounded his father. Meng Qing was injured and turned into a beast again.
"No," shouted Lin Feng furiously. He was crying. How painful. His heart ached. a Mara robber of the mind.
Lin Feng ground his teeth, trying to leave the illusion. It was an illusion in an illusion, its purpose was to make him suffer mentally. The illusion was extremely powerful, and it also influenced his willpower.
I need to get out.
Enemies moved towards him to kill him, and he felt extremely weak. In such illusions, cultivators felt so weak that it became easy to kill them. I have a forbidden body, I have my own world, I control God's strength, I can control anything, including original strength.
Now I'm a low-level saint in the outside world, how could such an illusion stop me? I will reach up to heaven and I'll be able to destroy the world.
Lin Feng released God's strength, which filled the air.
It wasn't restricted by outside strength. Lin Feng went back into the initial illusion, he left the haunting one.
His God strength surged out. Lin Feng suddenly opened his eyes and rose up in the air, then he moved towards a gap. In front of him, a young man in white clothes appeared. He looked at Lin Feng sinisterly and said, "You can go, I won't do anything to you." He moved away and opened the way for Lin Feng.
Eh?
Lin Feng was surprised.
Thank you very much, said Lin Feng.
The beast's illusion skills were absolutely incredible. Ordinary low-level saints couldn't compete with him, they had no way to free themselves from his illusions. No wonder those beasts could follow gods. The last beast smiled at Lin Feng, "He let you pass, but it won't be that easy with me." He sounded cold, and looked dangerous. Lin Feng didn't say anything, he threw himself at him.
The beast in black clothes was surprised. Lin Feng was amusing, but would he manage to escape from the last beast?
"You won't get past me," said the beast, smiling coldly. His eyes became pitch black and vortexes appeared. The vortexes grew bigger and bigger, he wanted to absorb Lin Feng into them. Lin Feng was startled for a moment.
However, he continued moving forwards and entered the vortexes. He looked quite calm.
Lin Feng didn't stop, he accelerated.
He wanted to break free.
Lin Feng released a terrifying sword chi and took out his god sword.
He moved forward quickly.
The vortex broke apart, Lin Feng penetrated into the depths of the vortex. Blood splashed, and the beast roared.
"How audacious!" shouted the beast angrily. Lin Feng continued moving forwards.
A path appeared in front of him, and he landed at the end of the road.
"Bastard, stupid human! I told you can't use saints' weapons!" shouted the beast in black clothes furiously.
His eyes were bloodshot as he glared at Lin Feng.
Lin Feng smiled coldly and said, "I used one, though, so what? I'm already done. I passed the exam, dot. Ha ha! How awesome!"
Zhu Xinyan burst into laughter when he saw Lin Feng had broken out. He was back at their initial position. He burst into laughter and said, "Mu Feng, I won't be able to join you anytime soon. I'll leave the rest you."
"Alright, I'll go and see what is there first."
"I hope we can gather again soon," Lin Feng said to Zhu Xinyan and the others. He turned around and continued on. All the starry paths seemed to converge. A big road appeared.
Do you have to defeat strong cultivators of the 4 cultivation levels to pass? He wondered, continuing on.
There were star patterns all around him. After a very long time, Lin Feng finally saw someone.
"Someone arrived before me," thought Lin Feng.
He was surprised. There were a few people in front of him, but those people were just standing there calmly. There was a beast in front of them, an ox. Lin Feng was surprised.
Was that the terrifyingly strong ox? Someone turned around and glanced at Lin Feng. Lin Feng was astonished, the cultivator's gaze was impressively strong. Those people must be high-level saints at least, thought Lin Feng.
Zhu Xinyan's third uncle, Zhu Xinkuishan, hadn't even arrived yet.
"That little boy is here, not bad," said someone.
9 years passed and he's now a low-level saint, not bad.
"Indeed, not bad," said someone else.
Lin Feng arrived at the crowd. The ox looked at Lin Feng and said, "Congratulations, can you see the great palace behind me?" Yes, Lin Feng nodded. He could see a sealed palace. "The last exam is, you get past me, and you'll be able to go into the great palace," said the ox to Lin Feng. "Master, what is in the palace?" asked Lin Feng. "Something you can't imagine," said the ox indifferently, sounding quite calm and serene. "Little boy, the four of us are some supreme beings of the godly grave. I am a supreme being of the earth area, you can imagine how strong we are," said someone next to Lin Feng. He was wearing worn-out clothes. "Four of the 9 supreme beings? They must all be peerless saints, cultivators at the very top," thought Lin Feng astonished. "Such cultivators were here? You probably understand what's going on. We're like you, we want to pass the exam and go in there, but we failed. What do you think there is inside?" asked that person, smiling. Lin Feng's heart twitched. Peerless saints were at the top of cultivation already, so what such cultivators wanted to achieve was obvious. They wanted to become gods, spiritual beings, divinities. The only people who were stronger than them were divinities, gods. I've heard that if someone controlled 2 sorts of original strength and managed to make them fuse together, they could become peerless saints. "Masters, is that true?" asked Lin Feng. "Naturally. But it's not easy. Many people control 5 or 6 sorts of strength which reach their maximum level, but still, they fail to become peerless saints," that person smiled. Lin Feng's heart twitched again. He understood the gaps between the different cultivation levels were immense at such levels. It's not about how many types of original strength you control actually, it's about their function. If they're special, then you can become a peerless saint. For example, life and death, fast and slow, water and fire. I understand. Thank you very much, Master, Lin Feng nodded. He could imagine how terrifying these 4 supreme cultivators were. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.